Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order today's public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 10:21 a.m. on Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. And we are conducting this public hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. We're also streaming on the DC Council website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct performance oversight hearings for two agencies under its purview. First, the Office of Police Complaints, and second, the Metropolitan Police Department. We'll begin with the Office of Police Complaints, or OPC. The office was created to offer an independent system of review of citizens against police officers in the district. OPC investigates, mediates, and adjudicates complaints against MPD officers, as well as the DC Housing Authority Police Department. OPC also makes policy recommendations to the council, the mayor, MPD, and DC HAPD to ensure our police departments are employing the best practices that enhance public safety and promote trust within the communities that they serve. Today, I look forward to hearing from Director Tobin on this past fiscal year's complaint trends, as well as their reports and policy recommendations. We know that a trusted police department brings legitimacy to the department and in our communities and helps ensure that our MPD is working on behalf of all residents for everyone's safety. I am looking forward to hearing from the Office of Police Complaints today about how we can continue to do better. Then we will hear from our second agency today, the Metropolitan Police Department, or MPD. MPD is the primary law enforcement agency in the district and provides crime prevention and investigation services, as well as emergency response services. MPD continues to play a critical role in preventing and addressing all crime in the city. While policing is not the only answer to preventing and addressing crime, it is an extremely important part of our public safety ecosystem. We have made significant strides in reducing crime and protecting DC residents so that more residents and visitors can feel safe and secure. Last year, we passed and enacted my Secure DC Omnibus Bill, which implemented over 100 interventions to prevent and respond to the rise in crime in the district. Many of these interventions focused on our collaboration with MPD and other local and federal public safety agencies. And we are pleased to report that we ended the year with a 35% reduction in violent crime district-wide and the lowest reported violent crime numbers that MPD has on record in 30 years. Crime is down in every category in every single police district. And as of the start of this year, carjacking was reduced by nearly 50%, which was a very concerning trend happening throughout our city. We know that all of these crime reductions come with a lot of pressure on our officers, and we are very grateful for all that they do every day. While we have had much progress, we know that there is still more work to do to improve public safety for all residents and visitors. And I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses and from Chief Smith about the impacts of MPD's implementation of Secure DC, including drug-free zones, as well as other policy changes the department has made that have yielded results in reducing crime. I'll also be asking about staffing and recruitment for MPD. It is clear that we still need to do more to recruit and retain sworn officers. We also must ensure that our community can trust our law enforcement. It's critical for community and law enforcement agencies to collaborate to keep all communities safe. And as a key part of building and maintaining that trust is ensuring that all of our officers perform their duties ethically and with accountability. MPD and OPC both serve an important role in maintaining this accountability, as do oversight hearings today, where we can hear from the public and ask them questions. For today's hearing, we'll first hear from the public witnesses here to discuss OPC, and then we'll turn to our government witnesses for OPC, and then we will move on to our public witnesses for MPD, and then our government witnesses for MPD. As is the committee's practice, all public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. I'd like to now invite our first panel of public witnesses today here to discuss the Office of Police Complaints, Kathy Henderson and Brent Sullivan. Great, welcome. And we will first hear from Kathy Henderson, public witness. And are you testifying today in your capacity as a commissioner or as a public witness?
5D Court Watch Coordinator.
Wonderful. Thank you very
And
much.
thank you, Chairwoman Pinto. I have served 11 terms as an effective advisory neighborhood commissioner, and I can tell you that public safety has been the cornerstone of my service to this city and my community. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of this committee, Chairwoman Pinto. I want to summarize my testimony with 4 key takeaways. This morning, the Office of Police Complaints, which is a critical part of our public safety network, there's only one panel. And as of yesterday, I was the only witness. I'm glad to see someone else is on the witness list. I believe that this agency needs greater utilization. You know, we hear about people, they complain, they make all of these complaints against our law enforcement. Well, we have a tool for accountability that I feel is underutilized. If citizens feel that they take issue with our law enforcement members, instead of posting something on social media or simply talking amongst themselves or however people communicate these concerns, let's use the resource, the tool that is in our district framework to address those concerns. I'd like to see more people again. If you have a concern, use the agency. I'd also like to see increased accountability with the Office of Police Complaints. I've utilized the system. When it works very well. And when it doesn't work in a way that leaves residents feeling heard, seen, or that the issue that brought them to the complaint process was actually resolved. I'd also like to see the agency expand its role in being proactive in providing helpful trainings for our officers, particularly those officers that are subject of complaints. If there's a complaint because a citizen feels that you didn't speak to them in a way that made them feel respected, then there's a video or some training session that could be placed under the Office of Police Complaints to address that. We want to make sure that there is a level of accountability. No one is more pro-public safety and pro-police than I am, but it doesn't mean that the police need to be policing themselves. It means that we need to have a framework that actually works and to make sure that citizens are actually heard. And I don't think that the Office of Police Complaints should be going through the complaint process, hearing from our citizens, and then saying, well, we didn't find anything, we're going to refer it back to the district. That means that the police are policing themselves. That's not acceptable, and I think we can do better, and we need to do better. And also, in my last 17 seconds, I think that the Office of Police Complaints should also address reserve officers who are sworn, or even though they're not on the payroll, they are acting on behalf of MPD. And we had one really rogue individual who has since been disbarred, who used his position as a reserve officer to wreak havoc internally and externally. So better utilizing the Office of Police Complaints could really help to really strengthen the role of MPD, the important, critical role of MPD in our city. And thank you for this opportunity.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Before we turn to Brent Sullivan, I'm sorry I didn't call Sheila Thomas, who can come join this panel as well. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. Brent Sullivan, public witness.
Thanks to your staff. I am embarrassed that I failed to sign up for this on time, and someone was kind enough to let me join in. I'm guessing it was you. So whoever it was, I'm very appreciative. I've been here many times before. We know each other. You and I have talked at great length about horrifying police corruption within the MPD. My heart goes out to Peter Herman and Ellie Silverman of the Washington Post. We wouldn't know about the prolific volume of police corruption if it wasn't for the Washington Post. Specifically, these police officers who have been convicted of conspiracy to commit felony obstruction of justice. I watched the members of the council run up to the Hill yesterday begging for money, and yet convicted felons who are allowed to be back on the police force are allegedly going to be making $240,000 a year. That's a third of the money that we're going to be spending on removing the Black Lives Matter Plaza, which is allegedly 610 grand, and way more than enough for the money that I'm told has not been funded for the Office of Police Complaints. I worked very diligently with Kevin Whitfield after a longstanding and active incident in which numerous MPD officers falsified evidence, fabricated testimony, worked directly with Marvin Heyman, Chief of Police Robert Connie, Chief of Police Pamela Smith to cover it all up, and got caught by Judge Rhonda Winston. The court has issued that these officers issued a reckless disregard for the truth. The Office of Police Complaints is not autonomous. It is a front for the police department, and it only reports to the chief of police. So if you look at the extremely narrow areas that are under the jurisdiction of the Office of Police Complaints, when they finally do issue a report, it goes to the chief of police, who has the authority to do whatever they want, whatever she wants with it. The general notion that a lack of integrity, corruption, crime should be handled only internally by the MPD is a farce. That's insane. The military tries to do that with sexual assault, and it's equally offensive. So I worked with Kevin Whitfield of the Office of Charles Allen, and we passed DC Act 27781 in early 2023, which gives the Office of Police Complaints the authority to investigate officers who, quote, recklessly make false statements and applications for search warrants, arrest warrants, or in sworn testimony before a court of competent jurisdiction. That is precisely what Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zablofsky were convicted of. And so I asked why the OPC isn't investigating any of this, and was told that it hasn't been funded. The funding is pennies on the dollar. When I asked Blaine Stum and Phil Mendelson why it hasn't been funded, they said that you refused to fund it. You specifically, Chairwoman Pinto, refused to fund it. I'm having a hard time understanding how any of this is tethered to what you call best practices, trust, ethics, and accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Sheila Thomas, public witness. If you could turn your microphone on, it's the button on the, yeah, there we go.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for putting me on the here so that I can speak. I'm here because I am a former MPD officer, and I wanted to speak on Office of Police Complaints because I went through arbitration. I went to the Office of Police Complaint. They ruled in my favor that MPD had violated their policy. MPD, let me calm down because I'm nervous. MPD appealed it. And when they appealed it, it sat in Superior Court, it got lost. I was calling down to find out what happened. I would call the next step, because I can't think, I'm nervous, I'm sorry. I would call the Court of Appeals, and they say they didn't have it, MPD had it. So I went back and forth with that for years. COVID hit, so it sat. After it sat for years, Muriel Bowser passed a bill that repealed the section that violates the 90-day rule. And so after waiting all this time, paying for counsel, to try to get back, just null and voided it. I worked my whole life. I am a compassionate, empathetic, like I love people. So I took my job serious, got into something. So when I did, it was dismissed, it was expunged, and for just watching everything that had transpired, I never thought that I would be in that position. And to find myself lose my job,
over something that I probably could have gotten suspended for. It's like I lost everything. So still to this day, trying to fight for someone to hear my case to get back, because I don't think that I should have been terminated. I think that I probably could have got suspended for what transpired, but just to have somebody just bring up a bill, null and void everything that had transpired. And so I understood going forward, but to make it retroactive for people that have been fighting, thank you, for people that have been fighting to get back, I think it's unfair.
Thank you very much for sharing your story, and thank you all for your testimony. I want to ask you, Ms. Thomas, about the process you experienced. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of echo. Oh, maybe this microphone. Let's try this. Okay, well, we'll see if that resolves itself. But when you went through the process, did you have an opportunity? What was the process like to offer your own defense?
So the union didn't arbitrate for me, like they said that they wouldn't, so I had to get an attorney. I used the attorneys that MPD were, that they would normally use, because they knew the process that they went through. The attorney that I had at the time, because he ended up retiring, went through the process. By the time it got to Superior Court and they ruled in MPD's favor, his words were, whoever ruled on that doesn't understand the process. And then after that, he ended up leaving the job, and then it just got lost. And so I was sitting there and I was to myself like, good news, no news is good news. And so not knowing that it was lost, and I found out that it was lost because it had gotten expunged, and so they sealed it, and so it never got pushed to the next level. So I paid and paid and paid attorneys, and nothing happened, and then the bill came.
Thank you for sharing that. And Commissioner Henderson, you also spoke about the process from the other perspective of the public trying to participate in the complaints process. What would make that interface more user-friendly or more effective in your view?
I think that, one, they need more advertisement. I think residents, well, I feel residents have always come to me and they'll share with me their concerns, and I've shared them internally, but there needs to be a really just large public campaign that if you have concerns, and we're not inviting people to make false complaints against our officers. No, we want citizens to know that there is recourse if they feel that they have been harmed in some way by a member of our law enforcement network. Our officers take an oath of office to serve and protect the public, and we want to make sure that we know that our officers are doing exactly what we've trained them to do, what we pay them to do, and what we believe in them to do. So when that doesn't happen, citizens need a recourse. They need something other than Facebook. They need something other than, X or Instagram or YouTube videos. Sure, we want people to express themselves freely, but they need to express themselves within the framework of our government so that they can know that there should be redress. So a public service campaign. Hey, we're the Office of Police Complaints. We'd like to hear from you. If you have something nice you want to say, if you have a complaint, we need to hear about it. And when those complaints are forthcoming, the Office of Police Complaints needs to do their due diligence to make sure that those complaints are adjudicated properly and efficiently, and not simply if there's something amiss to say, oh, we'll send this back to the district. We don't need our officers policing themselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. Appreciate it.
And thank you for the opportunity to be heard. And thank you for your work.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to turn to our government witness, Michael Tobin, who's the Executive Director of the Office of Police Complaints. Director Tobin, thank you for being here today. As you know, it's the tradition of our committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you so much. Is there a way we can turn the volume up a little bit? Could you try speaking again, Director?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's just a little quiet. Okay, we're just going to try to turn your volume up so we can hear you.
Certainly,
better in
thank
the
you.
chamber.
I appreciate that.
There we go. Okay, please go ahead if you have any opening statement you'd like to make.
I do, thank you. And good morning again, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. And I'd also like to thank the 3 public members that showed up and any other members of the public that are listening today. I appreciate those comments, and I do listen to them all the time, and I take them into consideration, and I appreciate the time that they've taken out of their day today to tell us what they think about the Office of Police Complaints. My name is Mike Tobin. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Police Complaints. And I thank the committee today for the opportunity to testify about the fiscal year 2024 performance of our office, the Office of Police Complaints, and also our governing body, which is the Police Complaints Board, the PCB. The mission of the Office of Police Complaints is to improve community trust in the district's police departments. And we do that through effective civilian oversight of the departments. Effective civilian oversight is a common denominator among cities that embrace forward-thinking community policing concepts. In the District of Columbia, the role of community participation in police oversight is done by the Office of Police Complaints, and even more directly through the community volunteer board called the Police Complaints Board. The Police Complaints Board and my staff in the Office of Police Complaints work to improve community trust by holding police officers accountable for misconduct. And we do that with what I believe is an effective community complaint program. And we do that by providing a reliable system of police policy review. And I'll talk a little bit about that, both those things in a bit. Now I want to get into some of the numbers, not too deep, but I want to give some of the general numbers that the community might be interested in hearing, and so might the committee. The first big one is the number of complaints that we received this past year. In fiscal year 2024, OPC saw a continuation of really an unprecedented number of complaints filed with our agency. This started at least 4, and I'm going to say 5 years ago. We've recorded each successive year all-time record high numbers of complaints. So this past year, we received an all-time record high over the previous year of 942 complaints. And that represented a 7% increase over 2023. And that represented another, a similar increase over 2022 and 21 and 20. So we've been experiencing every year for at least the last 4 years since we've effectively been out of COVID, unprecedented increases in the number of complaints. And if you compare this back to even back a decade ago or less, when I first came to the agency, that's well over double the number of complaints that the agency was receiving back then. And our staffing is essentially the same. What I'm proud about is the fact that we've probably maintained and actually even bettered the results from our work in terms of the time that it takes to complete an investigation from start to finish, and with our internal procedures. And we've added what I think is greater accountability and greater transparency to the whole process. And this was accomplished despite these probably, you can just think of, there's been a lot of logistical challenges, which with a doubling of the number of complaints that we've received over the past number of years, but we've survived that and we've really overcome it. And I can give you some of the numbers on that too. For instance, for last year in fiscal year 2024, the large number of complaints we received, 942, translated into opening a total of 423 new investigations. And that was on top of 166 investigations we already had open at that time. So what that means is, just for instance, that resulted in almost 500 interviews that we had to do, 492 exactly last year, which included 339 community member interviews and 153 officer interviews. When we do an investigation, and we have to interview the officer. The officer is required to come in to our office and required to report and required to answer all of our questions truthfully. It's called a compelled interview. So when I say that we've done almost 500 interviews, that doesn't mean, these aren't just 5-minute conversations, 5 or 10-minute back and forth conversations. These are interviews that take hours to prepare for. They may take an hour or two to conduct. And they may take several hours afterwards to dissect the information, do follow-up information, set up more interviews, and confirm what was done. So what I'm saying there is 500 interviews is a lot of work for our investigative staff. But one of the top priorities each fiscal year is to continue our efforts in minimizing the time it takes to resolve a police complaint. And we've continued to reduce the processing times of cases, even though we continue to receive a higher and higher number of complaints every year. And I attribute this, most of this is due to leveraging technology. Overall, in fiscal year 2024, we resolved 83% of our investigations in less than 180 days. 180 days or 6 months is our internal barometer. There's no statutory requirement. That's our internal requirement that we try to meet as a metric. But even with that number, the vast majority of our cases, if we look at the overall average of 2024 of what it took to investigate a case from start to finish, at the end of the year, OPC averaged 85 days between a case being opened and completed. So that's a little bit less than three months is the overall average age. And I'll tell you, a lot of our complaints are resolved in even less time than that. That's just the annual average for 2024 out of those complaints. So we've been able to do that with, like I indicated, with leveraging technology. I'll give you one quick example right now is with the Axon body-worn camera system. Very recently, we started utilizing a program now that Axon is the vendor that operates the body-worn cameras for MPD through evidence.com, the software program. We now have the ability to look at and access a program that transcribes all of the audio in the BWC that we analyze in each investigation that we do. So being able to have a computer AI system, it's basically a new AI system that can actually transcribe everything that we're listening to on the BWC. And that's going to help us unscramble audio that's difficult to hear, identify additional witnesses. And it's going to help us look at, help us do a follow-up report and make sure that in our reports we're covering everything, and we can match what we heard with the transcripts that are available. So that's one piece of technology. Technology has really been helping us out over the last several years in keeping up with the caseload. And I just wanted to emphasize that we are utilizing that to the best of our abilities. So I'm really proud of the fact that, being able to clear or close or resolve, however you want to say it, most of our cases in less than 3 months is really good considering the number of cases and our caseload and the number of investigators that we have. Just by comparison too, if you look back a decade ago when I first arrived here, the agency was taking over 1 year to resolve the simplest of cases. 1 year was our average opening to closing of a case. Now it's well less than 3 months. So I wanted to point that out to the public and to the committee that we are, despite the high number of complaints, we're holding our head above water, and we're doing that very proudly. And that's technology is one factor, and I'll tell you what the other major factor is my staff. Even though we're one of the smaller agencies in DC government, one of the differences that I found in our staff, the people that I have working in my office, are, I guess I would describe it as they have heart. They really believe in what they're doing. They're not just coming in every work day to work and they're punching a clock and going home at the end of the day. The people that we bring on in our office really believe in what we are doing in police accountability and really believe and know that what we do in the Office of Police Complaints is helping MPD and the Housing Authority do their job better. Because ultimately, that's our real mission, is to help the police department do their job better. Because if everybody would trust the police department, every cop's job, every street cop's job would be 100% easier. And that's really what we're trying to do is, if we have a good system of accountability for misconduct, and the public knows that, and the public knows that if something bad happens, they have a place to go to, and that's us, that's the Office of Police Complaints, then they'll have more trust in the police every time they encounter them. So that's our job, is to make every cop's job easier. And that's important, I think, for the community to understand that. With respect to BWC, I just want to mention a couple more things. We started tracking BWC about 5 years ago, and just as a sideline too, I was thinking about this a few minutes ago. It's hard to believe, but we've had BWC full deployment in MPD for over 9 years now. And it seems like just, a couple of months ago that I was sitting in room 500 of the Wilson building testifying about how we should implement a pilot program in BWC. Well, 9 years later, we've had a full implementation for over 9 years. I think that's amazing. And we've been tracking it for those years too, because we track body-worn camera compliance by the officers. And over the last 5-6 years, I would say it's been very consistent that about a third of the cases we look at, around 33%, seem to have some level of body-worn non-compliance with the policy. And that was true last year too, in 2024. And the biggest non-compliance is most typically is an officer not telling the person they were dealing with on the street, hey, I'm recording you, but my body-worn camera is on. Another typical one might be that the camera was not turned on, or the battery was not working, or the officer turned it on a little bit late after the interaction started, or the officer turned it off early before the interaction stopped. Those are the most common things. We're not seeing a lot of purposeful trying to evade the policy of turning it on or turning it off. It happens, but not very often. And if there's any rumors, I just want to dispel that rumor, because overall we get really good cooperation with MPD. And I think all the officers know that it's to their advantage to turn their camera on and to record every interaction that they have, because then we always have a third-party witness to that interaction. So overall, that's a good thing with body-worn cameras. In addition to investigating and resolving community member complaints of misconduct, we also have the responsibility to identify topics for policy recommendations. And in 2024, we published 5 reports. One was an implementation update. We look at how MPD is implementing the policy recommendations we've been making. We've also issued a report on education-based development in MPD. We issued a policy on improved guidance on involuntary emergency hospitalizations. That's mental health commitments that officers make. Another policy we issued was differentiating field contacts from investigative staff, because there's been recently, over the last 2 years, there's been some significant case law changes in that area. And the same thing with improved guidance on protective pat-down searches by police officers, because there's also been some improved guidance in the Court of Appeals on on that issue. So those are the 5 primary reports that we issued last year. We also work independently, or I should say, independently or offline with MPD and the Training Bureau. When we recognize something is a problem, we contact the Training Bureau and ask them to submit a training update to the officers, or incorporate that into their annual in-service training that every officer has to go through, or incorporate it into their roll call training that every officer goes through at the beginning of their shifts. So when we see something developing, we have an informal system in place that we work with the Training Bureau and Internal Affairs, so that we can I'll say, nip it in the bud and get new information out to officers if we see something happening. The last thing I wanted to indicate was our outreach events. That's also one of our core responsibilities, is to increase the public's awareness of the agency's work. And we have a outreach program in our agency. We have a social media presence with Twitter, Facebook, and a LinkedIn page, of course, like everybody does now. And these platforms really allow the community to communicate with us through social media, and bringing it to the community's attention about events that we run. Last year, we ran over 25 outreach events in the community that were in person throughout the district. We run them at local universities, at the public schools, at academic and community fairs. We were at the DC Fair. I think I saw the committee chair at the DC Fair when we were there this past summer. So we have a pretty robust program of community involvement. It can always get better, and I understand that is what it is, and we're constantly trying to improve it. But one thing I know that I found from past experience is that people really they've experienced misconduct. They always seem to find us, and everybody has a phone, and if anybody just Googles police misconduct in DC, in any type of word configuration, they're going to come up with our agency. We're the first one that comes up all the time. And many people, have said to me, well, I'm glad you're there. I never knew that there was such an agency, but I had no problem contacting you. So that doesn't mean we have to diminish our police community interactions. I think we have to always continually try to expand it to community fairs and our community outreach program, and which we do continue to try to do that. But we do have a pretty good presence in social media too, and I think that's helped a lot over the last several years. So we are committed really to enhancing the operations and enhancing community trust in the district police forces in the nation's capital. And we're going to continue to work with the DC Housing Authority Police, with MPD, with this council, and with the community in trying to ensure that the district's police forces are operating within the best practices of 21st century policing. However, and this is a big however, our mission effectiveness really is dependent on collaboration with the council, with the community, and with the police departments. Number one. And number two, it's dependent on what authority my agency is given through the statutes. We operate to the utmost limits of our authority, but we have limits to it. And the most we can do with respect to policies, police policies, is make a recommendation. We cannot force the department to do anything. The most I can do with a police complaint is to send it over to the police chief for discipline, and it's all up to the police chief to decide what, if any, discipline is going to be issued. And that's the limits on our office's authority. So looking forward, I'm always glad to have conversations about how we can improve community oversight of our police forces. And the number one thing is look at our statutory authority. Let's review that and look at ways to expand it in a fiscally responsible manner. And there are ways to do that. And I'm glad to talk about that in more detail if the committee has any questions about that. But I want to bring my opening comments to a close by saying once again that I have a very small staff. of dedicated district employees. We are very experienced and well-versed in investigating police misconduct. We do it a lot. We've been doing it a long time. And I think we have great community support, and I'm really grateful for all the community support that we have, because we could not exist without that. I'm happy to share some more examples with the committee and answer any questions that the committee has about current trends, or about what we do, or about anything that you have with respect to how we can improve our police oversight system in the district, including, of course, funding unfunded provisions that are already in the statutes but have not been funded over the past 2 years. I don't mind. I would like to talk about those things too if the council has any questions about it. So I'd like to bring my comments to a conclusion so we can get to the questions. I thank you again, Chairperson Pinto. And again, before I forget too, I just want to say I really appreciate you accommodating my schedule today. I would have liked to have been there in person, but unfortunately, life happens and I just can't be there in person. So I appreciate you accommodating the schedule today. So thank you. That concludes my opening comments.
Great. Well, of course, no problem. And thank you so much, Director Tobin, for your testimony and all of the work that you and your hardworking team do throughout the year with a limited budget, as you note, and we really appreciate all of that effort. I'm curious, as you talk about the increase in complaints that you've seen by 7% over this last year, I think you cited 942 distinct complaints. What sort of trends are you seeing in the types of complaints that your office has received over this last year? And what do you attribute to that increase?
I think, that's a question I get asked a lot, because it's the most, first of all, it's the most obvious one. Why are complaints going up and up and up? And I still maintain that when the trend first started, and I think the main reason right now is it's continuing to go up, is that we are more accessible. People just didn't know as much about us, and people, with social media now, and with AI and Google, people have no problem finding us now. And I think our accessibility, our ease of accessibility, has contributed a great deal to that increase in complaints. And number two, the second factor, and I have three of them altogether. The second factor I believe that contributes to the increase in police complaints is the fact that once they know about us, they have a greater trust in knowing that there's something that can happen, that they're not going to the police department, they're going to an independent agency, and they feel a lot more trust that way. And the third thing is body-worn cameras. I think people have greater trust in the idea now that it's no longer just the officer and the community member, their word against each other, like it was just 9 years ago before we had body-worn cameras. We did an investigation. We had to weigh who was telling the truth. Was it the complainant telling the truth, or was it the officer telling the truth? Now we almost always have an outside third-party witness, the body-worn camera, in these investigations. And I think that's contributed to an increase in the number of complaints, because people will come to us and they know that they will be believed because there's a witness now that can back up what they're saying. So I think those are some of the main things. And I guess I'll add a fourth one too, is the whole movement of police oversight that started 4.5, 5 years ago now, in which there's so much more increased, a huge microscope on every police department in the United States as far as police misconduct is concerned. I think that is also a great contributing factor that people are no longer not as afraid to file a complaint, regardless of where it's going, because there's been so much in the national and local media about police misconduct. So those are all those factors. As far as the types of complaints we're getting, I haven't seen an increase in any particular type of complaint. The increase year after year has been pretty much across the board in all types of complaints. Whether it be harassment, language and conduct, issuing a bad ticket, use of force, All of those things I think have risen uh, uh, without any statistical, you know, uh, impropriety as far as one being higher than the other year over year. Generally, I just think they're all going up, uh, and they're all going up every year because of all those factors. And the four factors I just mentioned are just Mike Tobin's factors. There's not a lot of research done on this. I can remember that it's kind of ironic that when body-worn cameras first came out, there were two major research studies done on pilot police departments that had started, and they both said, "Oh, police complaints are going to really go down once body-worn cameras go into effect." And that's what we found out in these two police departments out west where we put body-worn cameras into effect. That's what another reason why we want to implement body-worn cameras is complaints will go way down. Well, 9 years later, complaints have gone quite the opposite. So even with a research study, you don't know. So what I'm going on gut instinct, and a lot of years of doing this work, and that's what I think is happening right now.
Mhm. Okay, and so when you talk about, that makes sense that there's no proportional increase in one category, but year over year, are you then seeing harassment as the most prevalent type of complaint?
I would say yes, because harassment encompasses a lot of different types of things. Harassment can be a person complaining that they received a traffic ticket that they didn't think was right. Harassment can be that they were stopped by the police and they did not feel that there was a reason for it. They could be harassment could be a stop on the street, a contact by an officer, and they can believe that the complaint can be that the officer should not have stopped me on the street to talk to me about this, that, or the other things. Harassment's a big. It combines a lot of different types of interactions, and that's probably one of our more common ones. Along with the next one would be language and conduct, where an individual believes that the officer used improper language. Sometimes it's profanity. A lot of times it's something much more discretionary, where the officer just had, uh, uh, where the complainant thought the officer just had a bad attitude for the whole interaction. They could have handled it better. So those are the two, uh, probably a couple of the more common situations.
Okay. One of our public witnesses testified to a incident where police officers may have falsified evidence around a case that involved him. Is that an example of a case that your office has authority to investigate?
Not at this time, no.
And why?
What would happen in that type of a case, and in other cases too, where a complaint would come in like that, which is out of our jurisdiction, that would be referred to the Internal Affairs Bureau for their type of investigation. In a case where it's combined with something, we may refer that case to the U.S. Attorney's Office and Internal Affairs. There's a lot of different circumstances where it can come in, but the short answer on that is no. That would have to be conducted by Internal Affairs.
And what do you think the Office of Police Complaints statutory mandate and authority should include?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. I'll give you the big three. Here's the big three hits. Number one, allow us to publish a database of all police misconduct in MPD, just like New York City has been doing for a number of years and a number of other departments. If you encounter an officer, any member of the public can bring up their name in the public database and say, oh, this officer has had 4 complaints before. I'm going to file a complaint because he or she keeps doing this, or this officer had no complaints. Publishing a public database will increase community trust in the police department because those records should not be secret. I know there's always an argument from the police union and police department against that, but the police department doesn't belong to the police department. The police department does not belong to the police union. MPD belongs to the community. The community owns it. And the community deserves to see that database, and that database has been statutorily approved. It just hasn't been funded. And I think we could put it in effect for nominal amounts of money. Number two, the other big hit would be allowing my office to make recommendations in disciplinary matters where we do find misconduct, giving me the ability to recommend what the level of discipline should be for that misconduct to the police chief. I think that would help a lot because we've had a history in the entire time that I've been here. Every police chief has a history of just being very, very lenient in all police complaint cases that I refer over for discipline. In most cases, the officers receive education-based discipline development, it's called, which is no discipline at all. It's basically a retraining, and it doesn't go on the officer's record as a discipline. So having the ability to at least make a recommendation as to what that should be, and having the police chief have to say, well, I disagree with it, and explain to the public why an officer should not be suspended. I think that would go a long ways. And number three, I think the other big three item, and that, by the way, is just one of those, is an unfunded statutory provision. And the third one would be with respect to policy. There was a provision that was not funded in the past, in which the Police Complaints Board, which is the volunteer members of our community that have volunteered their time to look at MPD and to help us on evaluate cases. That provision would allow the Police Complaints Board to review policies and procedures of MPD before they go into effect, and look at that and require MPD to forward them to the community so that they can get community input first. Right now, the MPD has zero community input on policies and procedures other than what we do in our policy recommendations, which are typically after the fact. MPD is free to implement any policies and procedures that they want to right now, and they do that without any community input. And that's really, I'm sure the police department enjoys that. It makes things a lot more efficient on their part, makes more time efficient, saves them time. But the one thing it lacks is it really cuts down on public trust in the police department, because the public doesn't have a role in its own police department policies. Remember, the police department, I'll say it again, police department belongs to the community, not the police chief, not the police union. But right now, there's no mechanism for the public really to have direct input into policies and procedures of the department. And I think that's a sore spot. And I think if we fix that, it would really greatly improve public trust in the police department. It would take some work and it would take a little money, but it's been done in other places, and we could do it here too. So those are I think those would be the three big hits that I would suggest now that we continue to look at some point in the future. I know that we're under a fiscal dark cloud, I'll say right now, as of yesterday or today, and we'll have to see what happens. But if I had a choice, those are the three areas that I would suggest looking at first.
Okay, thank you so much. That's very helpful. And in terms of completing the work that you do, has the increase in complaints caused a strain on your staff, or do you have the capacity to handle it? As we look at the budget numbers, the end of 2024, for the end of fiscal year 24, OPC ran a surplus, which I know you mainly attribute to vacancy savings from delayed hiring of 3 positions that were initially created to support sections of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act and the Secure DC Omnibus Amendment Act that were not funded. So which specific sections of those pieces of legislation would require funding to support additional staff?
All 3 of them would require that. And when we have, and I just want to say something about that, about our funding too, is, and how it affects our staff is, I have staff turnover relatively. I think I have, there are years where I have low staff turnover, but the last few years I've had a higher staff turnover than I want because it takes a while to bring somebody on and it takes a while to train people. But I think one of the reasons I have staff turnover is because there is a high volume of work that people have to do. And once we get them trained, they can go to other places and do investigative work and maybe not have as many cases as they have with my office. So generally, well, not generally, but every single year that I've been here, our carryover money really is a result of vacancy money, staff vacancies, that vacancies that just haven't been filled. I post them as soon as they become vacant for investigators. Right now, we have three vacant. Well, we have four investigator vacancies right now. One is about to be filled in a couple of weeks. We made a hire for that, and we have three other positions posted right now that I hope I will be able to fill with the new fiscal constraints, and I hope to be able to fill it shortly. There's an open posting right now that's open for another couple of weeks. If there's anybody member of the public that's interested in our agency and being an investigator and has the requisite experience, you can go on dc.gov and see about the three investigator positions we have open. But all the time, every time we have carryover money, it's always because of a vacancy, and just the timing worked out that it was at the end of the year because normally I'll use up all of our money. But there's two positions I have not been able to fill because they're unfunded. And one of them would work directly with the policy review piece I was talking about, where the police department would forward information, would forward policies to our office first before they get approved. And the police complaints board would look at them. That's one of those positions. And then the other position that I'm holding vacant right now because the overall statute hasn't been funded is the database. It'll be combined, the database and the disciplinary recommendation. So in order to publish the database, that's going to take some money, and to make recommendations on the discipline. If I'm going to make a recommendation of what the level of discipline is for an officer, I need to have the officer's disciplinary record and other information. So that would take some money. So that's where those other positions are more, and maybe it's a conversation more in detail maybe I went in too much detail. Maybe it's more for budget hearing, but I just want to make sure you had a full understanding of where that is.
Thank you. I want to ask you about some of your reports and policy recommendations. The fiscal year 24 annual report was released on December 18th of 2024, and I want to better understand some of the main takeaways. You spoke about warrantless misdemeanor arrests. The Police Complaints Board made several recommendations surrounding unlawful misdemeanor arrests, with three primary recommendations: one, to issue additional guidance to members; second, to provide updated training; and third, to advise members to verify a crime is an arrestable offense prior to making any warrantless misdemeanor offenses. Your annual report indicates that you considered recommendation 1 fully implemented, but that the second and third are not. Has there been any partial implementation of the second or third, and what have those conversations with MPD looked like?
Yes, ma'am. And I think there has been partial implementation. They were working on a better training module, and maybe it's a better question for them. I don't know, but I think they implemented a better training module since that report was issued. In DC, by the way, and it's kind of compared to other departments that I've worked with over the course of my career and other departments I'm familiar with, DC has a very strict procedure on who they can arrest without a warrant on the street. Most arrests have to be conducted via a warrant. So there's quite a restriction on MPD officers on when they can do it without a warrant. And we saw it happening where arrests were being made that should not have been, that they should have gone in and got a warrant first because it didn't meet one of the guidelines that allowed them to make an arrest. So I think MPD, I think, is on board with it. It's for their own good, because if you make an arrest without a warrant when you should have, that arrest is going to be not papered. The U.S. attorney is not going to go forward with it. And all that work would have been for nothing, and it's a waste of taxpayer money. So I think they're on board with it. I'm not too concerned with their implementation of that particular one, because I know they're working on it.
Okay. And there's a new pretrial arrest diversion task force that's going to be set up as part of Secure DC with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And I wonder if this is an area that they can also look at, as it'll be a coalescence of a lot of different agencies involved, and would welcome your input in that process as well. The Police Complaints Board recommended that MPD enable sound during the entire 2-minute pre-event buffer on all department-issued body-worn cameras. To what extent has that recommendation been implemented?
I understand it has not been implemented at all. And just so everybody understands, and hopefully I can explain it expeditiously, but when an officer's body worn camera is basically running all the time, when they encounter a citizen member and they push a button, that activates the video and it goes back in time, basically goes back in time for 2 minutes, and starts collecting information from the 2-minute period before that, going forward. So an officer presses that button, walks up to, say, he or she is doing a traffic stop, walks up to the car, presses the button on the way up. There's no sound for the first 2 minutes. There's only video that we afterwards when we look at that traffic stop video body worn camera. So we're watching that interaction without any sound for 2 minutes until it kicks in automatically. But we're just watching the video. And that has been a detriment in some of the cases that we've been investigating. And I think it's a detriment with MPD, but I think there's strong, I understand, or I got the feeling that there was strong union support for that 2-minute buffer. I think there was privacy concerns with the officers with that 2-minute buffer, and I don't agree with any of it really. I think that basically everything an officer does once they punch in, from the time they punch in the clock to the time they're in their shift, is a matter of it should be in the public purview. So we did make that recommendation. I don't believe, as the last time we contacted MPD, I don't believe they had any intention of changing it and then keeping that 2-minute buffer in place.
Okay, thank you. The annual use of force report that OPC conducted, you all recommended that MPD should review and reassess its firearms training program to improve accuracy and reduce the number of missed targets by officers when they discharge their firearms. Does OPC have any specific recommendations for how this training could be improved, or are there other jurisdictions that you've seen that do this more effectively, this type of training?
Yes, ma'am. And I'll try to answer that as briefly as possible too, and concisely. But about 4 years ago, we started a program where, and I asked MPD to do this, and they were very cooperative in doing it. We started a program with internal affairs, fit investigators. Those are the investigators that go to the scene of every officer involved shooting, where they would start tracking every bullet that goes downrange. Every bullet that's fired by an MPD officer on duty now is tracked. We track, basically we track whether it contacts a person, whether it misses a person that they're shooting at, what the person was doing, were they running, were they standing, were they sitting, what the officer was doing when he fired that round. Was the officer running? Were they in their car? Were they sitting? Or were they standing? What position were they in? How far away the person was when they fired that round? How far away were they when they fired the ground? What the outside conditions were? Was it night? Was it day? Was it raining? And we looked and we started analyzing this about 4 years ago in our use of force report. And the reason I asked for all that data, it was because it wasn't being tracked before that, is because this has, I believe, has really helped NPD narrow down their training on the firing range as far as what they actually encounter on the street. Because now we're able to tell you on a year-by-year basis, and I don't have all the numbers. I'll just throw some random numbers out there. For instance, 60 rounds were fired in 1 year going downrange. 30% of them missed. 22% of them were from 50 feet away. 60% of them were from less than 10 feet away. Half of them when the officer was standing, half of them when the officer was running. And anyway, we give MPD, the Training Bureau, a breakdown of the most common scenarios that officers encounter in these officer-involved shootings, so that they can tailor their firearms training and their use of force training to what they most commonly encounter over the past year. And that's what they've been doing. As far as I know, they've been tailoring that to what we've been finding in this data. So it's been a really important study. We didn't invent it. New York City actually started that same program probably more than 10 years ago, maybe in 15 years ago. I'm going to say they were the first implementers of it. And I think now a lot of other police departments are following it now, but we started it independently with MPD. They've been very helpful with it through internal affairs because it certainly helps them and it helps the public too. I really believe that. So I'm glad you asked that because it's been that's probably one of the top 5 most important parts of our annual use of force report that we put out is what happened in those officer-involved shootings and how how they actually occurred and what happened to those bullets that were fired. So we can make that more efficient, we can limit the number, and we can help MPD with the training.
Okay, thank you. One of your recommendations is around providing education-based development in lieu of discipline. How does that differ from discipline from the table of penalties guide in your general order 120.21?
I don't believe, and I don't have it in front of me, but I don't believe it's even in the table of penalties. It's not, education-based discipline is not considered a discipline per se.
Okay, so
Education-based
what
discipline
benefits
is,
do you think that would have?
well, if we put it in there, see, I would not recommend putting it into that table because I believe that there should be a level of education-based discipline. The police chief should have the ability to send officers to additional training, which is what that is. I should have the ability to send officers to additional training, which is what I do now. And I did it, I think, probably at least 40 times in the last fiscal year. I referred officers for additional training through our policy training program that we have. And I can do that directly without the police chief's intervention. What I think would fix that, though, where the problem comes in is when we've already investigated the case from start to finish, we've already looked at it to see if it would be eligible for education-based training and decided no, that there should be some discipline here because for a number of reasons. One, the level of the misconduct, or 2, the officer's record, or 3, the number of complaints that officer, any number of reasons. I only send cases over to the police chief for discipline, vast majority of them, because we believe that they should receive discipline, not just additional training. I can already send the officer to additional training. I do it a lot. I don't need to send it to the police chief to have them do the same thing that I could do. So I believe the intervention is in the middle there where the police chief, there should be some restrictions on the police chief on what they can do once I refer a case to them for discipline. It should not automatically be education-based discipline, which it is in the majority of cases right now. We should have a way of putting restrictions on that somehow.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And as you're considering various policy recommendations or reports to write, what does your process look like for intaking information and then determining which recommendations you're going to prioritize? And then as it moves through the process, seeing if MPD is actually implementing the recommendations that you've proposed?
I guess I want to make sure I understand that. You mean under our current system where we make recommendations to the police department, or under a proposed new system?
Under your current system.
Under our current system, we look at Well, actually, I involved the whole office now. And I've done that for a number of years. We have a committee in our office made up of investigators and administrative staff, and they meet periodically, I'm going to say every couple of weeks. Uh, and they just discuss possible policies and procedures that we see MPD doing or not doing that we could make recommendations on. So I try to involve the frontline people. These are the people that are seeing the complaints that are coming into our office and are talking to the complainants and talking to the officers. And they come up with some pretty good ideas sometimes. We also have I have an attorney in my office, a special assistant that works primarily on policies and procedures, and is very well in tune, as is my deputy director and myself, with national trends and national uh, movements in police policy and procedure. We're a member, and we're often called to speak at national forums on police oversight as far as what the latest trends are as far as policies and procedures, and we try to keep up with that. And we utilize our, I'll say, expertise and experience in those areas to make recommendations to the Police Complaints Board, who ultimately make a recommendation to the police department uh, on our on our platform, which you described. The biggest loophole in that whole system, in our current system, is it's nothing more than a recommendation, and the department can accept it or just walk away with it. I have to say, overall, I mean, we have good support from the department. I mean, they try to work with us on the recommendations that we make. If there's something that they can't implement fully, you see from the report, they try to implement it at least partially. I have a, I don't want to disparage them to such a degree to say that they're absolutely terrible, because I don't want to destroy the excellent working relationship we have with them, because they do try to work with us. And I have no complaints with that respect. It's just the statutory provision just puts a limit in there that I don't think needs to be there anymore. Not in the way police departments are run now, and not in the way that I think we should have, just greater community input that would really help the police department gain more trust from the community if we made some tweaks to the current system and we had a little bit more bit more authority to implement some of these things.
According to OPC's performance accountability report, there were 0 meetings held between MPD and OPC to discuss policy recommendations in fiscal year 2024. Is that accurate? And if so, why do you think that is?
Um, I'm not it might have been formal meetings described or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what that is. I can tell the committee and the public that we do have open lines of communication with MPD on all of our policies and procedures. All of those policies that you see in our annual report, uh, MPD sees them too before we even publicize them. I want to get MPD's input on every policy that we put out, and they do that. And we have discussions about it, and oftentimes they'll issue a written response to our proposed policies. And then I send MPD's perspective on that to the Police Complaints Board, along with our perspective on it. And the Police Complaints Board, the citizens, the community volunteers, make the final call on what the policy should be. And they sign off on it, on what the policy recommendation should be, I should say. And they sign off, and it goes out that way. So I'm not, I don't have the number right in front of me, but I don't see any uh, issues we have right now in the communication area and in meetings and talking with them about it.
Okay, thank you. That's full context. So maybe we need to just be more clear with the designation of how we classify a meeting so that it doesn't look like, or doesn't seem like there's no conversation or meetings happening. When we look at other jurisdictions, or when you look at other jurisdictions to determine best practices, are there other cities or counties or states that you think are the kind of gold standard when it comes to an independent review body?
Well, it's a matter of opinion, but I do have some of my peers that have agencies that have more authority than we do. when I first got here again, going back a decade in time, I had worked at previous oversight agencies. One that in particular that had far more authority than OPC had. But when I first got here, OPC was in the top, I would say in the top 5 to 10 nationally in level of authority that we had at that time in doing our police oversight duties and conducting our mission. The DC Office of Police Complaints is no longer in the top 10 nationally as far as the level of authority we have in doing police oversight. There are several other agencies that have far more authority than we have, and several other agencies that have surpassed us over the last few years because their local governments have granted them additional authority. I don't want to call it any particular agencies right now because they all have, it would be a combination of several different agencies if I was going to say this is the ideal one. Because this is not a single one I would consider ideal right now. But there are ones that are, like I say, that have far more authority than we have, and they are as a result, they have higher staffing levels and they have higher budgets, and they're doing a more direct oversight with higher individual responsibility than we have right now. So they're out there. Examples are out there. I know many of the directors of those agencies. We have our own little networks of communication nationwide because it's nationwide. It's in the universe of things. It's a small number of people, but realistically, you're talking a couple hundred people that have oversight agencies, and of that, there's probably about maybe 40 or so large oversight agencies in the nation that I'm familiar with, and I'm familiar with a lot of those directors of the larger police departments in the large urban areas. So we have a network that we talk about these things all the time, and it's sometimes it reaches a level of frustration because I do believe we're falling behind on the national scale. And again, this is just my personal opinion. There's no research on what a best agency is. The National Association of Oversight Agencies put out a report a couple of years ago, and we were part of that report. They analyzed top 10 agencies and indicated, looked at some of the data and tried to come up with what the data indicates as far as what's an effective agency and what would be most effective. So there's a lot of information out there that we can use. It's nothing that we would have to reinvent the wheel on. It's nothing we are doing that on now. But I'm just saying, from what we're doing now is we're doing pretty good right now with what we have. But we can do a lot better. But it's going to take money, and it's going to take cooperation from the council and MPD, and it might take some cooperation from the police union, and certainly help from the community. But none of these things are insurmountable. They can be done. They've been done in other cities, and we've done it here several times since I've been here. We've expanded the authority of our office of OPC several times since I've been here. And for example, and I mentioned it a little bit before, I can now send officers directly to retraining, to policy training, education-based development. We couldn't do that before. I can now, and we have a very robust mediation program that we conduct at very low dollar value, bringing outside mediators in. We have a contract with outside mediators that come in and handle mediations between the officer and the complainant. And that's been a very successful program. So we've made incremental improvements. We're not last on the list by any means, but we're no longer at the top. And we should think about that.
Thank you so much. And, we'll have a deeper opportunity to talk about this as we get into the budget hearings, but what would it cost to implement the current unfunded statutory expansions for OPC?
I know my budget person is in person at the office there. I don't know if he has that number in front of you, but if he does not, we can certainly get that number to you. And I would particularly emphasize the big three things that I've talked about. I know we have those numbers somewhere. I don't have them in front of me. And if Dan Proudfoot is in the meeting, Dan maybe you could speak up. If not, I'll get those numbers to you.
I think he's here. You can come to the table. I'll have to swear you in. Thank you so much. If you can turn a microphone on and introduce your name and your position for the record.
Yeah, Dan Proudfoot, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Great. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide for the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
So as far as the three positions are actually budgeted, they're just not created yet. So the funding is there from the personnel standpoint. I don't know if there's additional non-personnel costs that are needed. So that funding is technically there. They're just not set up yet in the system as far as PeopleSoft. But the budget was provided, I think, a couple years ago, and it's just kind of sat there. That's part of the reason for some of the vacancy savings.
And who has that authority around grading?
We could do it, but as Director Tobin's noted, there's not, like, I don't think he wants to hire into those positions right now, given that I don't think there would be work to be done, since they're directly related to, other things that haven't been funded. So that's I know that's a bit of a non-answer in a way, but, the budget is technically in the system for those positions. And as a matter of, moving forward on hiring them, that's kind of up to the director, frankly.
Okay, Director Tobin, do you have thoughts on that?
Yes, I'll just add to that. The other issue with that is the fact that there is some non-budget authority. There's a software program that needs to be purchased for the disciplinary database. But the bulk of the funding holdup has actually been in MPD's budget. They have indicated, and I forget how much they would need to implement on their side the disciplinary piece, and publishing the disciplinary data, and forwarding, working with us on the policy approval process. And then the third part would be I think they also have a X number of dollars that they require to implement the part where, because it would require software and personnel on their end to implement the part where I would recommend or the level of discipline that an officer would receive. So in my opinion, yeah, we have the positions there, but right now, my opinion is that the bulk of the delay is in MPD's budget end, and not mine. Although I do have, I don't know, I'm going to say roughly 50,000 in non-personnel that would be needed for some software development programs.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for reminding me of that context. Okay. Thank you very much. Director, that concludes my questions for you today. As always, I want to give you an opportunity if you have any other closing thoughts you'd like to add for the record.
I appreciate it's just my thank you time, because this committee has been very helpful, and I look forward to working with the committee. I know we have a dark cloud hanging over our budget right now. I hope that changes, but I just want to remind the committee, we have an important job to do. We are a very small office. We're small potatoes when it comes to the overall district budget, and I urge you to keep considering that we really need to be fully funded, given the number of complaints that are coming in and the number of staff that we have. We're keeping our head above water, and I want to keep it that way. And I need to do that with full funding. So I'm looking forward to working with the committee through the budget process as we go forward. I appreciate all the support from the community members that we received from today, and everybody that's watching, and everybody from this committee. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Tobin, and thank you and your team for all the work you do throughout the year, and looking forward to working with you as we head into this budget season as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our discussion today of the Office of Police Complaints. We're now going to turn to our second agency for today, the Metropolitan Police Department. And first, we will hear from our public witnesses who are here in person. As a reminder, all public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. If I can ask for everyone's help in monitoring the clock so I don't have to cut you off mid-sentence. Gregory Pemberton, Seth Grimes. Seth Grimes here. Salim Adolfo. Eric Goulet. Robert Vincent Branham. Benjamin Bowles. Nina Murphy Martin. Melissa Millar. Crystal Neves Murphy. Great. Welcome to you all. And we will start with Gregory Pemberton, the chairman of the DC Police Union.
Thank you, council member. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,000 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. I've been a DC police officer for 20 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. I'd like to focus my time today on the ongoing existential crisis facing the Metropolitan Police Department, attrition and staffing. When I took office as head of the police union in April of 2020, reports showed that we had 3,626 members of the rank and file, which is all officers, detectives, and sergeants. Our most recent membership report from March 7th, 2025 states that we are down to 2,953. This is a net loss of 673 union members. The full sworn strength of MPD appears to be less than 3,250 officers, the lowest total number we've seen in 50 years. As this attrition rate undoubtedly continues, we could see this number drop below 3,000 in less than 2 years. This would be catastrophic for the city. While crime has trended down over the past 18 months, we should be careful to celebrate. The reason these numbers have begun to fall is MPD's reliance on an unprecedented amount of overtime hours to address these crime trends. To put this in perspective, for the decade between 2010 and 2020, the MPD averaged 500,000 hours of overtime annually. For fiscal year 2024, the MPD used 1.8 million hours of overtime, nearly 4 times the average, costing over $133 million. For fiscal year 25, the pattern is unchanged. In just the 3 months from October through December of 2024, the MPD used 417,000 hours of overtime at a cost of over $30 million. This rate of overtime use is unsustainable and is a major factor in police officers retiring early or leaving the department for other agencies. To quantify how the attrition rate is alarming for the city, I'd like to discuss some data. Since the beginning of 2020, the MPD has lost 1,687 officers, over half of the 3,200 member department. 625 of these separations, nearly 40%, were resignations, employees who just walked away from a career with MPD. The ability for MPD to hire new officers appears to be almost non-existent. Between October 1st, 2024 and January 31st, 2025, the MPD lost 81 sworn members while only hiring 44, a net loss of 37 officers in just this 4-month window. Over the past 5 years, the MPD has had an average net loss of 110 officers per year. If these hiring struggles continue, the MPD will continue to suffer these losses, meaning the idea of increasing the number of officers is completely unattainable without immediate and comprehensive changes to the way employees are treated. Many citizens complain to our members they live in fear of criminal activity and want more police presence, and more accountability for criminals. It is paramount the committee and the council take appropriate action to ensure our department is well-staffed with the best possible personnel in order for us to remain one of the best police departments in the country. The union asked for the council to consider repealing or amending prior legislation that has negatively impacted the MPD's ability to hire and retain our best employees, specifically legislation affecting employee rights, as these issues are at the heart of MPD's performance and its ability to provide exceptional service to its residents and visitors. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Pemberton. Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative, DC State Board of Education.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative for the DC State Board of Education. I am pleased to join you at today's performance oversight hearing to provide testimony regarding the Metropolitan Police Department. Today, I will be testifying in my individual capacity and not on behalf of the board. Councilmember Pinto, I want to begin by thanking you and your staff for your effective leadership and mainstream common sense public safety policies that the vast majority of DC residents wholeheartedly support. While we have a long way to go to make our city safe again, the Secure DC Omnibus Amendment Act of 2024, which you and Mayor Bowser championed, has resulted in significant improvements to public safety in our neighborhoods. Mayor Bowser, Chief Smith, and our dedicated DC police officers continue to work hard every day to make our city safer. However, there are still challenges that our city faces to continue our recent gains in public safety. Only 31% of students feel safe throughout the school day, and issues of bullying and violence, both inside and outside of schools, continue to be a persistent problem. And our DC homicide rate, although vastly improved from 2023, needs to be brought back under 100 again. I recommend the following solutions. DC needs to continue to push to increase the number of sworn officers back to a level of between 4,000 and 4,200. I was fortunate to be able to serve as district's budget director as Mayor Vince Gray, Deputy Mayor Paul Quander, Chief Kathy Lanier, our over 4,000 DC police officers dedicated to the cause at the time, and community leaders worked collaboratively to implement a community policing model that brought homicides to a 50-year low from 2011 to 2014, with DC averaging just 101 homicides per year. Having safer communities will allow our students to feel and be safer to and from school during the day. Number two, DC needs to repeal DC Law 24-345. This anti-union, anti-police legislation was supported by your predecessor in this role, which was disingenuously entitled the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022. This legislation remains a huge barrier to recruiting and retaining police officers in the district, and I certainly recommend its repeal because officers feel arbitrary, career-ending retribution under the statute. The district needs to increase the number of school resource officers, number three. Although Council repealed Law 24-284, which proposed the complete elimination of SROs, after unanimous outcry from principals in our DCPS and charter schools, there was a reversal of that action, but still a one-year reduction. SROs are specially trained police officers who volunteer to work in a school setting to help keep our youth safe, and we need to ensure that every school and every principal has the number of SROs that they believe is needed. I'll put to number four as just continuing to oppose the $67.1 million in cuts that are being proposed by Congress to our police. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Goulet. Melissa Millar, Policy Director of SEDEC DC.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and committee members and staff. I'm Melissa Millar, the Policy Director for SEDEC DC. We're a small public interest law center headquartered at the David A. Clark School of Law in Ward 3 with a second location in Ward 8. Our mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with low incomes dealing with abusive debt collection practices and consumer issues. We filed a longer testimony for the record. SEDEC DC works collaboratively with the DC Metropolitan Police Department, or MPD. In 2024, we provided information about legal services, financial counseling, and systemic advocacy to more than 10,000 residents at resource fairs and events. However, today we share our clients' experiences with MPD inconsistently taking identity theft reports from DC residents. SEDEC DC's Economic Exploitation and Fraud Prevention Project works with victims of fraud, scams, and identity theft, for whom documenting identity theft with a police report is crucial to contesting unapproved financial charges. MPD's inconsistency is problematic for two reasons. First, the MPD's failure to take police reports from identity theft victims may be illegal. DC Code explicitly states, quote, "The Metropolitan Police Department shall make a report of each complaint of identity theft and provide the complainant with a copy of the report," unquote. DC courts recognize shall usually indicates a mandatory action. We have previously brought this issue to MPD's then Chief of Staff and Financial Services Unit. Further, the committee report for the Identity Theft Amendment Act of 2003 confirms that shall creates a mandatory requirement on MPD, which the committee suggested would have helped the bill's witnesses by, quote, "restoring their financial records," unquote. Second, the MPD harms DC victims of identity theft by failing to comply with the report mandate, as this denies residents a key step to rectifying identity theft injuries. These denials may cost you money, prevent resolution with government entities, or through technological limitations may even prevent reporting the crime. I'd like to share a few of our DC resident stories. The IRS informed Client A, a monolingual Spanish speaker, of back taxes owed, for which the client was adamant was incorrect. The IRS told our client to make a police report, but MPD refused. The Zedek DC attorney then accompanied the client. MPD took a report and said to return. However, we learned the MPD supervisor had rejected that report. The client had been appropriately referred to the IRS by MPD. Client B bought a car in Virginia, but began receiving tickets on the Virginia temporary tag after installing a DC plate. Our client still had his temporary tag. Someone had created a counterfeit. Client B, alone and with our attorney, tried 3 times to have MPD take a police report. MPD refused, ignoring the fraudulent tag crimes in DC. Virginia police confirmed it was a DC issue. Client B contested the tickets with the DC DMV, but only some were dismissed. The DMV argued that the clients never reported them to the police. And finally, Client C's car was broken into. One of our attorneys obtained video footage and worked with the client to file a police report online, but that report was rejected due to file size. We would ask that MPD and OCTO work to address some of these oversight issues to ensure that DC residents can report crimes to the community. We appreciate our relationship with MPD, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Millar. Crystal Neves Murphy, Open Horizon Criminal Justice Fellow, Counsel for Court Excellence.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Crystal Nieves Murphy. I'm an attorney serving as the Open Horizon Fellow at the Council for Court Excellence. The primary focus of my testimony is to discuss practices and recommendations concerning how MPD interacts with individuals with disabilities. On a national level, 1/3 to 1/2 of all police use of force incidents involve a disabled individual, and Black disabled Americans are at particularly high risk of encountering harm or the criminal legal system. This is particularly important for DC, as 11.2% of individuals arrested here are disabled. Furthermore, reports of discrimination due to disability against MPD have nearly doubled from 2023 to 2024. CCE's Criminal Justice Committee, which is made up of a diverse group of stakeholders, has convened a subcommittee specifically around people with disabilities and their interactions with the district's legal systems. At a recent meeting, the Disability Community and Policing Working Group of the DC Developmental Disabilities Council, or DDC, presented on the recommendations for their 2021 policy paper, Policing in the Disability Community. We reviewed these recommendations and would like to highlight a few today and offer steps MPD could take to continue to improve officers' interactions with people with disabilities. First, DDC recommended that at least one person with disability or who is a caretaker of a person with disability be on MPD's Chief of Police Citizens Advisory Council. Dr. Marianne Sarameth, who is deaf, has been appointed to the Advisory Council, and we commend MPD for his action. However, we hope that MPD will add one or more additional persons with a disability and or someone who is a caregiver of a person with another type of disability, such as an intellectual or developmental disability, thus increasing diversity in engagement and input. Second, DDC recommended that MPD create a disability liaison unit, which could merge or coordinate with the existing deaf and hard of hearing liaison, creating a disability liaison unit which would deepen MPD's ability to receive more input and recommendations from individuals with lived experiences, leading to better policies for district residents. DDC also recommended that MPD officers and staff receive training conducted by individuals with disabilities alongside support professionals to prevent individuals from unnecessarily entering the justice system. We applaud MPD for increasing the number and type of trainings it has implemented to improve responses to people in a behavioral health crisis. However, we believe officers would benefit from additional guidance around interacting with individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Finally, DDC recommended MPD establish a policy and training for police officers to take all possible steps to avoid using deadly force when working with people with disabilities. MPD's current policy sees having a mental or physical disability as a factor that officers should consider when determining whether to use force. A review of all use of force incidents involving people with disabilities over the last 3 years would help identify whether MPD officers are, to the greatest extent possible, using alternatives to force in their interactions with people with disabilities. CC's committee would be happy to welcome the opportunity to work with MPD on this, such as convening directly impacted individuals and stakeholders or collecting information about best practices. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you all for your testimony. Chairman Pemberton, I want to start with you, as I was just reminded that today is the 1-year anniversary since Mayor Bowser signed Secure DC into law. And a lot of the conversations we had at that time with you and with other officers were around something that you highlighted in your testimony of making sure that the policy environment was supportive so that we can hire more officers and have them be retained on the force. What efforts has the union been a part of to educate officers on some of the changes made so that they know that there were and are many changing spaces, whether that be around reviewing body-worn cameras before writing reports or vehicular pursuits, things that officers kind of frequently had highlighted as challenges, and how has that looked in the last year?
Thank you, Councilmember. Secure DC did address a few issues that we had raised with the council, and particularly your office, that had made it difficult for officers to go out and do their jobs, which, as you mentioned, was reviewing BWC. There was issues with use of force. There were other aspects of there. And so the way that we inform members is through an educational campaign, which may include visiting roll call or sending out emails, communicating that to our chief stewards, which are other elected union officials at the various shops that we have in our union. But what I'm referring to here in my testimony is that while there were beneficial aspects to Secure DC, we appreciate that the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act is 26 subtitles, and each and every one of them has negative aspects to the employment of police officers, particularly when it comes to their basic rights under the law, under the CMPA, under the CBA. And it has completely gutted the way that the collective bargaining agreement works, and it has eliminated collective bargaining rights for police officers and the union. That is something that is an overarching issue that continues to exist. And so what we're talking about here is that in order to continue to resolve these staffing issues, that's something that really needs to be looked at in depth.
Okay, and as it relates to the collective bargaining issues, is that something that officers highlight as a reason for not wanting to join the force or leaving the department to join another jurisdiction's department? And can you elaborate a little bit on what that would look like in practice as you think would be the best case scenario?
Yeah. What we see from incoming potential candidates, or for the candidate pool that exists in law enforcement, which is, I think everyone would admit, is significantly smaller than it was 5 or 10 years ago. So all of these agencies that are having staffing issues are now competing for the same pool of candidates. What we see in internet forums and in discussions and in recruiting seminars is that there is a negative connotation towards applying to the Metropolitan Police Department. Now, is it articulated as clearly as I would articulate it here in the fact that specific collective bargaining rights have been eliminated? Probably not. But the general consensus, the perception of potential candidates coming into the agency is that this is not an ideal place to work if you're seeking a career in law enforcement. The second part of your question was involving existing employees looking for employment elsewhere. I think there's two buckets of people. One, people who are at retirement eligibility. We're seeing a significant increase over the past few years of people who retire immediately upon eligibility, which is something that's new. But we're also still continuing to see a large number of people who resign and seek employment elsewhere. And in both of those buckets of people, we hear from the fact that it's very frustrating to work in an environment where the union doesn't have those protections within their purview in terms of negotiability.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll put a little plug for my legislation, the DROP Act, which would allow MPD officers and firefighters to earn their retirement, but stay on in their departments and continue earning salaries and continue doing their jobs. And so thank you for your work and partnership on that.
Yeah, and just quickly, Councilmember, that is something that has been a resounding success. Just the discussions about it within the community, there's not a day that goes by that we don't hear questions or positive feedback about that. So thank you for that legislation. Great.
I hope that we can get it passed very soon this spring. Mr. Goulet, when you were the budget director for then Mayor Vince Gray, what were some of the effective strategies that you all utilized to get the department up to over 4,000 officers?
Well, the first meeting we had, we were trying to solve what was at the time a $322 million gap. And we were having the budget meetings. Kathy Lanier came in and said to us that if we could get up to 4,000 officers, we could get homicides under 100. And so even as we had to make reductions elsewhere in the city, Mayor Gray put the funding towards MPD. We work closely with Deputy Mayor Paul Quander, who was an excellent leader, and with our police officers who were dedicated and did an amazing job. And it was really about building relationships with the community, being able to be at every community meeting, being at events, and then gaining that trust and that working relationship with the community. But you can't do that without numbers. And one thing that Kathy Lanier also did very effectively working with the police was if there was an incident of violence in the neighborhood and there was a fear of retaliation, then the next day, the neighborhood would then have many police flooding it the next day to prevent that retaliation. And it was very successful. Homicides averaged 101 for that 4-year period, and they would have been under 100 if not for the Navy Yard tragedy that occurred. So that was, to me, everything working right. It was great leadership, great officers, and then support for funding. But we've got, I think, as Mr. Pemberton mentioned, we've got a long way to go rebuild that trust, and there's legislation right now where policing is such a competitive recruiting environment that young officers, by word of mouth, fear to go here because they fear that any incident in a split-second job where you got to make decisions could then face an arbitrary process where their labor protections have been taken away. And that fills officers with fear, and then they make another choice because they've got options on where to work because policing is in such high demand right now.
Thank you very much. And as you talk about the retaliatory shootings, I appreciate your mention of what's going on the Hill today as Congress considers a continuing resolution that would essentially freeze our current funding for the rest of the year, returning to last year's funding levels, which would cost the district over $1 billion and would really send us going the wrong direction when it comes to all of our goals in the city. And so I hope we can all work together. There's something we can all agree on, I hope, here in the District of Columbia that we need our sustained funding levels. And so thank you for mentioning that. And it reminds me of how important it is for the federal government to step up their support of MPD. When we had the Supreme Court come down with the Dobbs decision, there were major protests around the Supreme Court, and our officers came to make sure that everybody was safe and protected. And that night, there were 4 retaliatory shootings in our neighborhoods because our local department was pulled to handle a more federal function. And so that's just one of many examples of why we need our federal government to step up their support with Capitol Police and Secret Service and otherwise. So Ms. Millar and Ms. Murphy, as you talk about kind of some gaps in services and perhaps in training, what do you think that increased awareness and training should look like at MPD to make sure that reports are properly being taken when it comes to economic debt issues, and that appropriate training is included for how to compassionately and appropriately work with members of the public who may be experiencing or having a disability?
Well, first, I would suggest that, like the particular statute that I cited, where there's the shall direction, that if to focus on training for things in the code that are very specific and mandatory, this is a thing you have to do. Because in the instances of our clients, there seemed to be a lack of understanding within the officers or the precincts that they approached about wanting to file police reports. And if there was a general understanding that regardless of my feeling about this, the code tells me to do this, I'm a law enforcement officer, this is the law, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. It's Nieves Murphy, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's okay. And regarding the training, I believe that in my written testimony, which we have submitted, I have more information regarding training, but we would like it to be both with behavioral and disability support in professionals, as well as individuals who have lived experiences and who are disabled, as well as more training on how to interact with individuals having behavioral health crises. Currently, there is a general order that talks about how officers are supposed to interact with individuals having a mental health crisis. Unfortunately, that general order is pretty thin. So we would recommend increasing that by talking to professionals and those with lived experiences.
Great, thank you so much. And Ms. Pemberton, Mr. Pemberton, excuse me, since you're here, if I may put you on the spot a little bit, are you aware of any trainings that are available to MPD officers for working with individuals with behavioral health challenges or the issues that Ms. Millar talked about with economic fraud?
Economic fraud, I'm not aware of that. I know that there are general orders that cover that aspect. Regarding individuals with disabilities, my best recollection is that there is an online module training about that. I think that would be best answered by the chief later, but certainly if they have that training, I think they could re-implement it or ask people to refresh their understanding of that issue. That may be helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also appreciate your mention of overtime. I mean, that 1.8 million hours is staggering for cost concerns and just for personnel concerns. I mean, our officers understandably will get exhausted and worn out, and that money can be used to hire more officers. So it's really kind of nonsensical at those levels. So thank you. Thank you all very much. And please send my thanks to all of your members, Mr. Pemberton. Okay, I'm going to call our next panel of in-person public witnesses for MPD. Heather Foote, Kathy Henderson, James Stroud, Kenethia Alston, Kenethia Alston, great. Welcome, and we will begin with Heather Foote, public witness.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Heather Foote. I'm a Ward 1 resident and analyze pedestrian safety and older adult transportation. My testimony today is given in my personal capacity. This morning, I'll highlight some positive MPD work to support pedestrian safety and traffic safety, key components of public safety that need to be raised up and recognized as such. Last October, the federally designated Pedestrian Safety Month, MPD Executive Assistant Chief Jeffrey Carroll joined other city leaders at a Ward 7 media event convened by the DC Highway Safety Office and the city administrator. In his remarks, EAC Carroll specifically addressed MPD's commitment to pedestrian safety. Other city officials presented data on roadway narrowing, infrastructure and signage improvements, and the resulting reduction in speeding and crashes on that stretch of a busy road outside Kimball Elementary. This type of multi-agency event can draw public and media attention, show evidence of greater coordination among key agencies, and hopefully reduce serious injury and traffic deaths. In a second traffic safety event in late February, MPD Assistant Chief Carlos Harrod stood alongside the DDOT and DC Highway Safety Office directors to announce a targeted traffic safety corridors initiative starting February 27th. It aims to improve compliance with traffic laws and change driver behavior on two segments of New York Avenue Northeast and Southern Avenue Southwest, both categorized as high risk for serious injury and crashes. In this 60-day pilot, signage informs drivers of an intensified police presence patrolling these corridors. MPD will focus on excessive speed, distracted driving, and failure to use seatbelts. At the event, Rick Burt of the Highway Safety Office said that drivers who exercise the privilege of driving on DC streets must be held to community expectations. Assistant Chief Harrod said that speeding is the #1 reason for the city's major injury crashes. He said the goal of the Safety Corridors Initiative is not necessarily to issue more tickets, but to increase compliance and reduce speeding and the number of crashes. In other words, change driver behavior. DDOT Director Sharon Kirschbaum explained first that nearly 50% of crashes occur on only 5% of DC roads? And second, why the 2 road segments were selected for the initiative? An important backdrop to these multi-agency activities is ongoing MPD work for traffic and pedestrian safety. This includes Vision Zero Director Charlie Wilson's data-driven communication to MPD on the top 100 traffic ticket scofflaws. This enables officers such as Sergeant Terry Thorne to identify and take the initiative to work to track down vehicles for impoundment based on repeat speeding and red light violations. I'll just finish up here. Other critical work by the MPD includes its Step Out program to enforce pedestrian safety at crosswalks without a traffic signal, and citywide traffic safety compliance checkpoints. These 2 programs very definitely need to be expanded, to be doubled. The safety, the Step Out and checkpoint programs are both enforcement actions and visible signals to drivers that there's a consequence for disregarding the city's traffic laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foote. Kathy Henderson, public witness.
Thank you, Commissioner Kathy Henderson, served 11 terms. I'm here in my capacity as the coordinator for 5D Court Watch. Thank you for this opportunity, Chairman Pinto, ladies and gentlemen in the viewing audience and in the internal audience. We've heard some really, really startling testimony today. I associate my testimony with Mr. Pemberson's testimony and Mr. Goulet's testimony in terms of our numbers. And OPC Director Tobin must have been reading my mind when he quoted that MPD belongs to the residents, not the police chief, not the union, but the residents, because that encapsulates, the quick points I want to make here today. And my written testimony is much longer. But we have to make sure that we not only come up with complaints or, just call on our police. We need to embrace our police for the critical public safety component. We can't do anything as a city without the police. We can't talk about education. We can't talk about economic development. We can't talk about safe neighborhoods unless we're talking about safety. And we need to put our money where our mouth is, and we need to embrace our officers with extreme concern. Every time an officer puts on that vest, not only are those Kevlar vests super heavy, our officers are secreting cortisol, getting ready to fight on our behalf every day. And we need to appreciate that. We don't need to just throw a few pennies at them. We don't need to burden them with overtime. The fact that our officers, we've now fallen under 3,000 officers, that is alarming. That's alarming. I'm glad that the numbers are going down. They should be going down because they're fighting hard. And every day I talk to our officers, and I continue to talk to our officers, I'm asking them, imploring them, continue to fight hard. It doesn't matter what people are or how people are criticizing you. You know the oath that you've taken. You know what you do and what you mean to this city. Fight like it. Fight every day until we bring our public safety under control. We don't need to be just safe in some neighborhoods. We need to be safe in all neighborhoods all the time, all the time. So in closing, as we come up on budget season, I'm going to say it again. We need to look at agencies that don't deliver for the District of Columbia. You already know who they are. I'm not even going to bring up the names today, but you know who they are. Give that money to OPC, give that money back to MPD. Thank you, Kathy Patterson, for your audit. Okay, that's a framework, but it's not the final word. We need to make sure that not only do we invest in public safety in a meaningful way, continue to invest, continue to attract good officers. We don't want anyone taking our training and then saying, oh, I'm going to go someplace else because I don't feel appreciated. And as I wrap up, I want to say one more thing. There is an officer who lives apparently in Alexandria. He comes into the district on time every day. I know he comes in on time because I see him on the 14th Street Bridge riding that MPD bike every day, showing up, for that first shift. I applaud him. We don't honk at him. We don't want to do anything to distract him, but we see that dedication. We see the dedication of other officers like him, that continue to come in under these horrific circumstances. Let us do what we need to do to embrace our officers and to really create a public safety framework that everyone in every part of our city can benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. James Stroud, public witness.
Hi, I'm James Stroud, and I've been a resident of Penn Quarter for almost 3 years, and I've lived in the DC area for over 7 years. I'm a statistician at FEMA. I've previously worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab, and I hold a bachelor's and master's degree in applied math and statistics from the Johns Hopkins University. Starting in 2019, the MPD has released their police stop data, which has a record of each individual stop an officer makes. Before I dig into the data, I want to point out that DC's population is about 43% Black and 39% white. MPD's 2024 data only goes up to July 1st. For that time period, the MPD has stopped over 36,000 people. 73% of those stops were of Black people. 9% of those stops were of white people. So two populations are about the same size, yet one of them is stopped by the police over 8 times more than the other. This divide is even bigger when looking at children. Of all stops of children, 88% of them are Black children and 1% of them are white children, even though only half of DC children are Black. Let's look at stops where there's no arrest, no ticket, or no warning. The clearest cases of a person doing absolutely nothing wrong. For Black people, these are 1 in 4 stops. For white people, that number is 1 in 12. So we see that Black people are found to be doing absolutely nothing wrong much more often, but are stopped over 8 times as often. This is a clear case of discrimination. This is not just one rogue police district. You see these disparities across most districts. This is also not a fluke year. The ACLU of DC has published reports with similar numbers for 2019, 2020, and 2023. These stops aren't just a minor inconvenience. They result in physical harm. Black people are disproportionately the victims of police use of force and police killings. They're a violation of the Constitution, and they erode the public's trust in the police. Research shows that people who don't trust the police are less likely to report a crime, even if they themselves are the victim. I would like to finish by telling a story about New York City. Between 2004 and 2012, 80% of police stops were of Black and Latino people, who only make up about half of the population. Sound familiar? In 2013, a judge ruled that NYPD's stop and frisk policy was unconstitutional. The ruling resulted in a huge decrease in the number of police stops, from hundreds of thousands of stops a year to about 12,000 a year. And with that change, crime only decreased from previous years. Remember, in just the first half of 2024, MPD stopped over 36,000 people, on pace for 72,000 for the year. Why are the police in a city of 700,000 stopping more people than a city of over 8 million? We need to completely overhaul the system of police discrimination and overreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Kenethia Alston, public witness.
Dear Councilmember Pinto and members of the DC City Council, I have testified before this body 7 times demanding the same thing: transparency, accountability, and justice for my son, Marquise Austin, murdered by MPD 2018. Over 6 years later, I am still fighting for his truth and policies that protect Black and brown communities from harmful policing practices. Today, I focus on Secure DC Act, enacted 1 year ago, which has failed to address critical issues with MPD's body-worn cameras, undermining accountability and deepening public distrust. The act also allows officers to review footage before writing reports, except in cases of serious use of force or an officer's death. This undermines the purpose of body cameras, which were meant to provide an independent record of police interactions. Studies definitively show that reviewing footage can alter officers' memory, allowing implicit bias to shape reports and decreasing transparency. This practice enables officers to police themselves, reinforcing the same unchecked authority that keeps me from learning the truth about my son's murder. MPD has withheld full unedited footage from my family for over 6 years, violating the very principle of transparency that body cameras were meant to uphold. My son, Marquise, was a loving father and a dedicated DC Ward 8 resident. His life was filled with promise and hope for a joyful future, one that was cruelly taken. Councilmember Pinto, in 2020, while running for office, you made a promise to the DC community stating, "This is a lot more oversight that we as the council need to do to ensure our police are not traumatizing our community members. We need to make sure that we not only mandate body cameras, but we follow through on reviewing that footage." You also recognize that letting officers review footage before reporting was ripe for abuse. 5 years ago, you ran on addressing police misconduct. And I ask you, do you still believe in the promises you made? Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Alston. Thank you to you all. And I can't imagine the pain that you and your family are going through. And thank you for your courage and bravery being here today. And thank you for mentioning the review of the body worn cameras, because I think, as is the policy now, to make sure that officers are not reviewing their footage when there is serious use of force or deadly use of force is appropriate, so that those kind of internal memories aren't adjusted. Whereas for other cases, kind of routine stops to allow the review of those footages as they write the reports in the kind of routine policing work that is not yielding those terrible results, seeks to address that balance. But thank you for highlighting that. And thank you for all of you for being here today and your testimony. I appreciate it. We're going to call our last panel of in-person public witnesses today. It may be a panel of 5, but let's see if you're all here. Robert Becker, Ashley Anderson, Nini Taylor, Alina Retta, Sean Verma, Sean Verma here? Okay. Brent Sullivan. Okay. Robert Becker, DC Open Government Coalition.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. On behalf of the Open Government Coalition, thank you for allowing us to. We're having a problem. Is it fixed? Is the mic on now?
Okay, try again, Mr. Becker.
I'm on.
Is it on now? Yes, it is on now. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chair Pinto. On behalf of the DC Open Government Coalition, thank you for the opportunity to testify about MPD's refusal over the past year to follow the council's direction in making sure that there is more transparency of police disciplinary proceedings and the use of body cam video. I am a Ward 4 resident and a member of the coalition board. Last week, MPD reinstated 2 officers to active duty who were convicted by a federal jury of violating of obstruction of justice or conspiracy to obstruct justice related to the death of Karan Hilton Brown. At the same time, MPD announced that it closed the internal investigation of that incident, but it refused to release any documents related to it, and it refused to say whether the officers were disciplined or whether they would receive back pay for all of the time they were on suspension without pay. When asked about the stonewalling, the chairman, Mr. Fendelson, said the public deserves to know about that kind of stuff, and that is what police accountability is. But NPD claims that that information is confidential in direct conflict with the Police Reform Act. And it does so because the provisions of the statute have never been funded. Why have they never been funded? Because the mayor, who opposed them in the first place and who has sought their repeal, has refused to include the money for that in her 2024 and 2025 budgets. The mayor's funding strategy has proven very effective in many ways because it keeps the public from getting what this committee over years and the Police Reform Commission saw as important steps toward improving public trust in the police department. And if this council believes, as the chairman stated, that the public deserves to know about police misconduct and about use of force incidents and officer-involved shootings, then you need to do something. You need to either fund the provisions of the statute or adopt an amendment in the Budget Support Act this year that makes funding not a requirement to implement those parts of the statute. The Police Reform Act reflects, okay, I would also like to talk about body cam footage, which the MPD has refused basically to disclose even in use of force and shootings. It discloses community briefings, which are narratives of the MPD's version of events using small clips from a couple of officers to justify what they're saying. That is not what the statute required. The statute required releasing all of the videos of all of the officers on the scene and not redacting officers' faces and badge numbers. There is no justification under the law, either the FOI Act, common law, or the Fourth Amendment. There is no privacy interest for events that happen in public places, and those things should not be redacted. And if you want to really have public trust, you need to take action at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Ashley Anderson, Fellow DC Justice Lab.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Ashley Anderson. I am a fellow at DC Justice Lab and a resident of Ward 6. We at DC Justice Lab would like to remind the council about how jump outs harm our Black residents. A jump out is when plainclothes police officers quickly appear out of unmarked cars in the community, jump out, surround someone, demand that they lower their waistband, and submit to a search. My testimony will share how jump outs are ineffective, waste resources, target Black residents, and undermine constitutional safeguards. We ask that this committee hold a roundtable exclusively on the use of jump outs and jump out squads and consider legislation to end jump out tactics and jump out units by the Metropolitan Police Department. Jump outs have been known as DC's scarier version of stop and frisk. While the purported purpose of jump outs is to remove contraband from the streets, data shows how jump outs are not effective in that purpose. The ACLU and ACLU of DC reported that in 2022, less than 1% of stops resulted in the seizure of a gun, and in 2023, only 1.2% of stops resulted in the seizure of guns. Appeals judges have a history of reversing convictions secured by prosecutors that have relied on guns seized by MPD. We should end jump outs because Black residents deserve to live in a DC that values them and does not view them as a threat. Between 2010 and 2017, Black residents were subjected to over 80% of stop and frisk, despite comprising of only 46% of the population. The vast majority of people stopped, frisked, or arrested by officers in DC Special Gun Recovery and Narcotic Units were Black. The role of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety and the Council as a whole is to represent the interests of DC residents and improve their quality of life. The Council's role is to make law and oversee agencies, including MPD. Jump outs do not improve the quality of anyone's life in DC, and it's time that this Council listen to Black residents and remove jump outs from our community. We know that jump outs are still happening because community members are sharing their stories with MPD and their experiences with MPD. And I ask that as you review the performance of MPD, that you consider and address the community's concerns of jump outs. Taxpayer dollars should go towards public safety solutions that actually work, not discriminatory and ineffective police units and tactics that only harm Black residents. This Council has an enormous amount of power to stop state violence from happening. And you all should be speaking to Black community members in DC and hearing them talk about their experiences with MPD and make sure that people are safe. Victims of state violence deserve to have their voices heard. This committee has immense oversight power, and today you will speak to the Chief of Police. This Council should require and demand a lot more information from MPD during this budget process, such as what is the plan to ensure that jump outs and jump out squads are no longer a part of MPD's practices? What is the long-term plan to hold officers who use jump outs accountable? And lastly, what is the long-term plan for holding MPD leadership who allow jump outs to happen under their watch accountable? I want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you all, and I look forward to working with you on ending jump outs.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Alini Retta, Public Witness.
Yeah, my name is Eleni Retta, and to Brooke Pinto and the DC Council, I am a nonprofit worker and resident of Ward 3, and I'm writing to express the concerns of myself and the greater communities I am a part of on the Judiciary and Public Safety budget for FY26. I recently attended the FY26 DC Budget Engagement Forum alongside fellow concerned DC residents and found an overwhelming amount of consensus around community members that the Metropolitan Police Department should not require additional funding to operate in 2026. The MPD crime data website shows that a 27% decrease of violent crime occurred from 2024 to 2025. An independent auditor review of the DC police staffing in 2024, the same year, showed police patrol staffing was adequate despite assertions of the mayor's office that funding should be allocated to recruitment efforts of law enforcement officers. The original proposed extra $14 million pitched for the MPD in the F26 budget forum will be a waste of federal funding and a detriment to the residents of the District of Columbia. The resolution proposed to protect MPD officers is obsolete when the amount of officers lost in line of duty in the past 25 years in DC is 1.83% of the lives lost annually to police violence in the US yearly. Funding for an MPD helicopter when the WMATA that hundreds of thousands of DC residents depend on has been plagued by a 12.5% fare increase will only further perpetuate unsafety and instability for DC residents and its economy. The dollar amount of MPD's funding remains only one factor in the necessity to reallocate law enforcement's funding. Of the already exorbitant amount of public safety funding that is delegated to the Metropolitan Police Department, 70 to 80% of 2025's MPD approved operating budget went to personnel. In other words, police and salaries and benefits, as opposed to public safety programming or citizen resources. As Michael Tobin of the Office of Police Complaints stated, the MPD doesn't belong to the union, it belongs to the community, and it belongs to neither. The MPD belongs to the DC government, which is why we're all here today. And as the DC government faces the already impending GOP spending bill and is forced to identify priority funding, the need to cut the standard DC police budget amount is more apparent. I urge Brooke Pinto and the DC Council to reinvest its proposed $14 million of the MPD budget increase into the Department of Firefighters and First Responders and the YRA, whose funds are already delegated as part of the public safety budget, as well as focus on DC Public School and WMTA budget, which would be crucially hurt by the GOP bill and is crucial to the safety and health of DC residents. These essential workers are the most impactful for public safety and deserve priority funding in the face of a GOP bill and every day.
Thank you, Ms. Retta. Brent Sullivan, Public Witness.
We know that we must work and continue the many challenges that persist in this city. I'm sort of stunned based off of the union rep's testimony that police officers don't want to work here anymore unless we're going to give them both a salary and their retirement at the same time. If I understood that correctly, that sounds to me like if you just pay us more, we're happy, but if you don't pay us more, we're not. I'm not sure how that has anything at all to do with the city or the police department, but leaving that as it lies, when it comes to all of the corruption, the incessant corruption in the MPD that no police union rep could ever sugarcoat, the mayor's office, the city council, the chief herself, and the DC office of the attorney general give up immediately. You just throw in the towel immediately, whether it's sheltering police misconduct, covering up for one another, test the lying, as it's often called by many judges here in Superior Court on Indiana, withholding evidence, testifying before Congress, falsifying information on Giglio forms, refusing to turn over important police data to authority figures, committing conspiracy to obstruct justice, felony perjury, or most recently, second-degree murder. The message of Chief Smith is clear. I have no problem using individuals who frequently commit crimes to try to apprehend individuals who may or may not be committing crimes. If you, as one of my officers, is found by the court to have committed felony or misdemeanor crimes, DC is the place for you. If you lie in an affidavit, I will protect you. If you falsify evidence or conspire with other officers to fabricate events, let's have a briefing in my office. If you are found guilty of second-degree murder, I have a six-figure salary heading your way. When you do something wrong, send an email to the union. Your brotherhood in blue will get to work. For years, this committee has talked about addressing criminal behavior in the district and started off with accountability in the police department. The accountability within the police department appears to me to be long gone. I see nothing, I see no rhetoric, I see nothing posted anywhere. We're now completely pro-police, which is fine. All of us are pro-police. We're just not pro the dirty police. And I think there's kind of a major political conundrum here where if you don't support the police, you're at fault. And I think that's an unfair argument. I think we all believe in firemen and nurses and teachers and police, not just the ones that are felony conspiracy to obstruct justice. And we rehire them back into the police department. Perhaps everyone in Washington, D.C. in high school should be taught what Brady v. Maryland is all about. The United States Office of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia is unique in that it serves both local and federal prosecutorial functions in the nation's capital. Matt Graves is no longer a part of that. Hopefully, under a new U.S. attorney, it will be a new day. But we hear about the new Chief Pamela Smith behavior with regard to some of its highest-ranking officers. I've brought to your attention Daniel Godin, Jeffrey Carroll, Marvin Hayman, Sean Rooney, Les Parsons, Will Monlapaz, who have been found by Judge Rhonda Winston to have falsified evidence. Why is it that we release the names of the innocent in the public, but we don't release the names of the corrupt in the police department? We hide their names. So if you're falsely accused of someone in the public, we're going to blast you out. But if you're convicted of just about rape, DUI, domestic violence, you're good to go. You've made it extremely hard to seal records. I have no idea why you've done that. If you are arrested by fraudulent testimony and documented judicial police conduct, sealing those records, and I don't really mean sealing, I mean deleting police records so that no one can ever see them again at the Supreme Court for meetings, when I go to the UN for meetings, that should be deleted. I don't know why you guys are tapping the brakes on that. And finally, if you're an officer who lies under oath, you are a defense attorney's dream. I hope, if I were a defense attorney, that the guy convicted of murder is the lead witness on my defendant. And I just find it beyond shameful that here we are. I think this is year number 4. And we appear to have a city council. I asked Chairman Mendelson point blank, what can we do? I spent 90 minutes speaking with Chairman Mendelson in his office. And I said, Chairman Mendelson, what can we do about the insane volume of police corruption? And he looked me right in the eye and he said, I have no idea. I do not know what to do about police corruption in this city. Is this really the message you want to send? That we will rehire murderers and felony conspiracy to obstruct justice police officers when you're also talking about severe budget restraints? Is that really the chair of this committee that we want to see? I hope it's not. It looks like it is. I hope it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you all for your testimony today. Appreciate it. Are there any other in-person public witnesses who signed up to testify today who are here in person? Okay. We are going to move on to our virtual public witnesses for the Metropolitan Police Department. Please, as a reminder, to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Charlie Whitman Barr, Commissioner Trupti Patel, Charles Young, Ashton Romer, Randy Zumda, David Corlett, Kylie Hogan, Shane Sullivan, Marie Drissel, and Elizabeth Tang. And we will begin with Charlie Whitman Barr, Supervising Attorney at Legal Aid DC.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Chairperson Pinto?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Charlie Whitman Barr, and I'm a supervising attorney at Legal Aid DC in the Family and Domestic Violence Unit. We work with survivors of domestic violence and civil protection order and family court matters. Our written testimony addresses multiple issues our clients have been experiencing, but today I'm going to highlight 2 main areas of concern. First, MPD has been inaccurately reading court documents, causing confusion and spreading false information. Our clients rely on MPD to help enforce custody orders, especially where there's a history of domestic violence and to resolve conflicts that occur. Unfortunately, we haven't seen MPD consistently help parents, even more generally. One example of this happened recently for a client, a mother of 2 children who were briefly staying with their grandmother. Mom asked for the children to be returned and grandma refused, so mom turned to MPD for help. She and MPD went to grandma's home. Officers spoke to the grandmother, and afterwards, the officers refused to retrieve the children because grandma was working on filing for third-party custody. The next day, mom tried to pick the kids up directly from school, only to find that grandma had filed for custody and requested emergency custody. Grandma provided paperwork to the school, and officers misread those documents, inaccurately informing mom there was an order for temporary custody rather than just a notice of filing. MPD initially refused to allow her to pick up her children, and she waited for 4 hours while MPD investigated. An attorney from Legal Aid had to speak with multiple officers, sergeants, commanders, and to explain the plain language of the documents before the officers would release the children to their mother. In this example, MPD officers denied a biological mother access to her children. This is dangerous and unprofessional. Biological parents have a constitutional right to parent their children, and MPD violated those rights. We're deeply concerned about the residents navigating this process without attorneys. Our next major area for concern is MPD's questioning of residents' immigration status. We understand MPD's policy historically has been that officers will not question individuals about residency or immigration status unless it's relevant to an investigation. We're concerned that recently officers have been asking these questions. It's vital that people feel comfortable to call MPD in times of need. Our concern is that a survivor without immigration status would not feel safe calling MPD even in the face of active harm, for fear that the officers would interrogate or detain them about their immigration status. This hesitancy could very quickly lead a victim of domestic violence to substantial harm or even death. All residents should be able to have confidence that MPD will assist them if needed without hesitating to seek help due to fear. We urge the Council to hold MPD accountable to its promise that it will not cooperate with federal immigration enforcement and will not detain people on their behalf. However, if MPD is unwilling to do that, we ask that the Council confirm MPD's policies with regards to its cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. It's important that domestic violence survivors, attorneys, and other community stakeholders have a clear understanding of the policies, procedures that MPD has in place in order to assist in an effective manner and to close critical safety gaps. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman Barr. Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC 2A.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and fellow council members. My name is Tripti Patel, and I am a fourth-term ANC Commissioner that represents the historic Foggy Bottom, and I am testifying around issues that have become pervasive to the institution that is supposed to protect residents. It's critical that public faith be restored to effect a more diverse, inclusive, ethical, responsible, and effective MPD. Born out of 16,000 pieces of testimony submitted to the 2020 Oversight hearing, the council created a police reform commission that released a 259-page report outlining recommendations. In October 2021 lawsuit alleges that retributive actions were taken against individuals, a number of them being Black women and other officers who came forward about mistreatment and sexual harassment occurring within MPD. In a February 2022 lawsuit alleges that MPD has limited responses to the Freedom of Information Act requests to reduce the criticism and scrutiny of MPD from the media, legal professionals, advisory neighborhood commissioners, and other individuals that inquire about inner workings of MPD and have been placed on a blacklist, violating the spirit of the law on FOIA obligations. I sponsored a resolution before ANC 2A in May of 2022, once again around the actionable recommendations written in the DC Police Reform Commission report. I'm restating the position of ANC 2A is that we encourage the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee to implement policies to promote a culture of transparency and equity within MPD. In addition, ANC 2A reaffirmed in its 2024 resolution around the use of force in regards to Justin Robinson and made the following recommendations from the DC Police Reform Commission report, specifically to be implemented to restore transparency with our community partners is necessary to maintaining trust and agency accountability. Create a Public Advisory Board, establish a strong internal audit function, create the deputy public auditor for public safety position, reduce racial disparities in the use of force, ban the use of chokeholds. Your signature legislation that is Secure DC has stripped some of these recommendations and in fact has done more damage and harm to communities of color. The most glaring prominent example of this policy failure is Justin Robinson, which ANC 2A urged with its great weight to this committee to hold a hearing to address questions and concerns that residents have around the appropriate use of force. Your committee is tasked with ensuring this equity, which is completely subsidized by my tax dollars, which is not done. Let me remind you that you and MPD work for me. If you don't want the public to view MPD as an entity who are granted carte blanche to harass, intimidate, and murder residents, then you should have held a hearing around high-profile incidents such as Justin Robinson. Thank you. I'm done, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. Charles Young, Community Safety Coordinator, Georgetown Business Improvement District.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Charles Young, and I'm the Community Safety Coordinator at the Georgetown Business Improvement District. And I'll provide our testimony here today. The BID has a strong relationship with MPD, and we want to recognize them for being collaborative partners. We would like to recognize the dedication of Commander Savoy, the officers of the 2nd District, as well as the Mountain Bike Unit, the Homeless Outreach Team, the Investigative Services Bureau, and the Homeland Security Bureau. Their commitment to addressing a wide range of challenges and engaging with our diverse community members is invaluable. In our BID, pedestrian and bicycle traffic are the fastest modes of transportation. The Mountain Bike Unit plays a vital role in public safety here. Officers proactively engage with businesses and maintain a visible presence in our commercial corridor. Officer Christian DeRuvo has fostered strong relationships by attending BID safety meetings and building trust within the community while patrolling the area. This approach supports collaboration and community engagement. Additionally, the BID benefits greatly from MPD's monthly informational meetings led by the Homeland Security Bureau. These meetings provide critical updates on safety concerns and trends, allowing us to proactively prepare our members and teams for potential threats. Detective Sergeant Michael Barbieri assisted in this effort by offering valuable training on suspicious activity reporting and its importance during the election year. MPD's 2nd District Homeless Outreach Team, Officers Natalie Charles and Eudice Zuniga, have been instrumental in increasing safety in our community's most vulnerable members. Officer Charles has gone above and beyond to ensure that unhoused individuals and those facing mental health conditions receive support they need in a compassionate and effective manner. Both officers have also provided valuable training to our business community members and help them understand how to appropriately interact with individuals experiencing mental health crisis. As a part of our ongoing commitment to public safety, the BID was awarded a grant funding to enhance public safety in our commercial corridor. A portion of this funding will go to expanding our camera network in Georgetown. We've worked closely with the CIO, David Clow, Commander Savoy, and Captain Haskins to strategically deploy these cameras using crime data and fitting into the current network's footprint. Commander Savoy has been a collaborative partner working closely with the BID to address issues specific to our community. She has consistently provided monthly crime statistics and participated in leadership meetings representatives from several organizations within Georgetown. These meetings foster collaboration and coordinate efforts to address public safety concerns. Additionally, following an overnight burglary on the 1300 block of Wisconsin Avenue, Commander Savoy personally visited those affected businesses to speak with owners and address their concerns the next day. Her dedication to partnership, problem solving, and the well-being of the 2nd District is appreciated by the BID and the broader Georgetown community. Thank you for this opportunity to provide this testimony. I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ashton Romer, public witness.
Thank you. My name is Ashton Romer. I'm a Ward 6 resident presenting on behalf of the DC chapter of Families for Safe Streets. We advocate for families whose loved ones have been killed or seriously injured in car crashes. I'm here today to express my deep concern that MPD is not committed to a culture of safety. This undermines our ability to achieve ambitious, broad objectives that we are all ostensibly working towards, such as Vision Zero and its goal of eliminating deaths and serious injuries on DC roads. As a member of DC Families for Safe Streets, I have heard many personal accounts of egregious MPD practices ranging from disrespectful behavior to basic disregard for the law. For example, after being seriously injured in a crash in DC in 2018, my sister-in-law was involved in a subsequent incident wherein a car swerved ahead of her into a bike lane, causing her to fly over her handlebars, only to be told by the responding MPD officer it was her fault. Other accounts range from officers not properly gathering and recording evidence in the aftermath of fatal crashes to underreporting the severity of crashes, leaving survivors or grieving family members with little to build their cases on. Councilmember Charles Allen, during this year's DDOT performance oversight hearing, relayed another particularly telling example. In September 2024, middle schooler Paisley Brody was struck by a driver. The driver went around a car stopped at a red light, ran through the red light, and hit the girl who was in a crosswalk so hard it broke her feet, and then had the audacity to yell at the girl. On the day Earl Darrell Curtis hit Paisley, his vehicle had 94 unpaid tickets worth nearly $20,000 from DC traffic cameras, 6 for speeding in September and 4 for running red lights since July alone. MPD proceeded to merely give him a ticket for failure to yield and then sent him on his way. This is absolutely unacceptable and raises serious questions about whose lives the department values. It took public uproar and Councilmember Allen meeting with senior MPD leadership to right this moral and legal wrong and have Curtis charged with criminal reckless driving. I think we can all agree it should not take a council member's intervention with police leadership to undo malpractice. We desperately need systemic improvements to restore public trust and MPD's ability to connect the dots and hold serial violators accountable. Not only is MPD permissive of vehicular violence, we see officers engage in it themselves. A few weeks ago, officers driving 2 separate MPD cars did not yield to me, despite me being a third of the way into a well-lit marked crosswalk connecting a library and a bus stop. These officers were not rushing to an emergency, did not have their sirens or flashers on. Another officer in a third car did yield for me as a pedestrian, which I hope was an indication that they respect the laws they enforce rather than merely feeling bad I wasn't comfortably cocooned in a temperature-controlled vehicle on a 30-degree night. If MPD officers themselves are not abiding by the law, they are certainly not enforcing it. This means that not only are taxpayers paying them to not do their jobs of enforcing laws that keep road users safe from large speeding vehicles, they are making us less safe, both because of their flagrant disregard for following the law and by setting an unlawful example for other drivers. I encourage you to review the requests we've included in our longer written testimony, including auditing crash data and evidence gathering practices and increasing transparency of crash details. But I will close by saying police officers wield 2 weapons, their guns and their cars. Our police officers should not be perpetrators of unlawful behavior. They should be models of what it means to protect and serve while addressing and remediating unlawful behavior. We need officers that value the lives of people outside of cars, as well as those inside of cars, and we need enforcement practices that reflect that value.
Thank you very much. Randy Zamuda, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner, ANC 4E. And am I pronouncing your name correctly? You here? No, okay. David Corlett, Senior Program Director, Assistant Professor, University of Virginia.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and committee members. I'm Dr. David Corlett, Senior Program Director and Assistant Professor for the University of Virginia's School of Continuing and Professional Studies. I'm here today on my own behalf, not that of the university, but for the past 15 months, I've been at the head of an educational partnership between the MPD and the University of Virginia to provide a bachelor's degree program to MPD officers. And we've been extremely pleased with the results. Chief Pamela Smith and her leadership recognized the significant benefits of an educated force and wanted to invest in her employees and retain them by providing an opportunity for members of the force to continue their progress towards an undergraduate degree, advance their knowledge in public safety, and develop as future leaders of law enforcement, all while still working on the force. So our degree program, the Bachelor of Interdisciplinary Studies, is structured for working adults, and it broadly focuses on problem solving, people, organizational culture, and understanding the communities in which police work. And our school has a longstanding connection with public safety as well. So this was a perfect partnership. Chief Smith was there from the beginning. She was there on day one of classes in January of last year, and she welcomed and spoke with the inaugural cohort of 23 officers who range in rank and position from captains to patrol officers and represent a true cross-section of our society in terms of race and gender. This group has been an incredible success. The officers or students can understand their roles in a different light thanks to this education, and they're placing their experiences into a context that considers history, cultures, and perspectives. So a much more nuanced view of the people and communities that they serve. As one officer stated in an interview, this program is making better people, not just better officers. This partnership has been a great learning opportunity, not just for the students, but a very humbling and eye-opening one for the university and for faculty as well. We've been really impressed with the exceptional students and the leaders in this group. And Chief Smith, we greatly appreciate and value this relationship. So our hope is that this is a model of collaboration for education of police officers, and it will lead not just to future cohorts of MPD officers next year, is our hope, and beyond, but partnerships with other police departments and municipalities to help transform public safety across the region. The MPD then has set the standard for this. And so in about 8 months, these 23 officers will graduate from the University of Virginia. And Chief, we look forward to seeing you at our final exercises and diploma ceremony in May of 2026. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Corlett. Kylie Hogan, Systems Advocacy Director, DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. As you mentioned, I'm Kylie Hogan, the Director of Systems Advocacy with DC Safe. We're an integral part of the city's public safety infrastructure, providing 24/7 crisis intervention for domestic violence survivors in the district. Our work with MPD creates a critical bridge to safety for survivors, with over 13,000 referrals coming from officers responding to domestic violence incidents in the district. And we applaud their continued commitment to connecting survivors with our services. In addition, we continue to appreciate MPD as a steadfast partner in our lethality assessment program and domestic violence system review. We also deeply appreciate working with members of the service unit, leaderships within MPD, and others within the city public safety cluster to review service and process for orders of protection more deeply and to explore how we can improve their effectiveness. In particular, we want to continue to work with them on how to improve officers' ability to access these orders on scene quickly and easily, as well as their ability to access gun registry information, both necessary to effect enforcement and survivor safety. We also want to highlight the importance of data gathering and management, as we believe it has a significant impact on MPD's ability to make proactive gains in addressing domestic violence. This year, we saw major changes to the way that DV numbers were being reported. The changes provided valuable insights into trends, revealing critical details such as an alarming rise in the number of aggravated assaults in 2024, up over 100% citywide, as well as the volume of family disturbance reports, incidents where the police are called but no crime has occurred. MPD has responded to over 18,000 of those reports, highlighting further opportunities to explore alternative responses to policing. Clearly identifying the scope of an issue through data is critical, but without leadership capacity and clear expectations, MPD will continue to be limited in their ability to address domestic violence. Frequent changes to leadership, both in the DV unit and at the district level, as well as the limited nature of the DV unit itself, hinders progress. MPD has achieved significant success in examples like the carjacking task force, where there is focused resources available to address very specific concerns. While the volume of domestic violence offenses is higher and more diffuse, we know that domestic violence is a crime with distinct patterns and often known offenders, particularly for high lethality cases. We spoke to the scope and breadth of the violence that can occur when DV offenders are not held accountable in previous testimony, and want to highlight the essential role MPD can play in this process. We believe that with a focused approach as recommended by the HRDVI, the High Risk Domestic Violence Initiative, and appropriate capacity, more can be done for survivors in the district. As we look at 2025 and beyond, we think we have proven that data, expertise, appropriate resource, and outcome-based best practices can save lives. And we ask for your active participation in this work. Changing the way we look at a problem and making a commitment to action is the first step in meaningful outcomes for thousands of residents in DC who deserve our support. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Shane Sullivan, National Survivors Union.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shane Sullivan. My pronouns are they, them. Sorry, one second. I've testified before this council previously in my former capacity as the harm reduction coordinator at HIPS, as well as in my personal capacity after being forcibly detained by 3 MPD officers who, while conducting a wellness check, banged on my door while shouting to wake me up. Broke into my apartment, violently manhandled me through my door and put handcuffs on me while I was half dressed and unable to see due to not wearing contact lenses, and was proceeded to be forcefully taken to Washington Hospital Center. As you noted, council member, it's been exactly 1 year since the Secure DC Act was instituted despite overwhelming and sustained community opposition. I'm here today as a member of the National Survivors Union, or NSU, a union of drug users who know firsthand that police are the foot soldiers of the war on drugs that has done nothing to promote public safety and everything to decimate communities, especially socially excluded and hyper-marginalized Black communities here in DC, but in particular east of the river. The reinstatement of drug-free zones is just another tactic pretending to be about public safety that is actually about expanding state violence against Black communities through hyper-surveillance and the targeting of unhoused individuals and drug users with prior convictions. Under this mayor's administration, we've now witnessed that even when cops are convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 5 years behind bars for murdering a 20-year-old Black man, Karan Hilton Brown, MPD has such low standards and acts with such impunity that a pardon by our fascist in chief somehow leads to their reinstatement to MPD's payroll. Even when a DC government employee who was a beloved community member and violence interrupter with Cure the Streets, Justin Robinson, is murdered execution style by 2 officers who fired 11 bullets into his vehicle while he was barely conscious, neither face consequences, because so long as it is the state's white supremacist gang inflicting violence, it is legal in Washington, DC to murder young Black men for experiencing a medical emergency in their own vehicle. It is of no consequence to this mayor or to most of this council that over 21,000 signatures were collected by Justin Robinson's family and Harriet's wildest dreams in support of a letter demanding justice for Justin. There are multiple videos of Trilisha, Justin's sister, attempting to hand deliver that letter to Mayor Bowser as she brazenly and shamefully ignores her. After Trump's pardon, 2 officers who are supposed to be behind bars are instead back inflicting harm on our communities via MPD's payroll. Councilmember Pinto, you requested to oversee this committee and it was granted. You have a responsibility to hold MPD accountable. Instead, we've seen them act with unprecedented impunity this past year. So I'm here to say to you specifically, do something. Justice for Justin and justice for Karan are not possible because of 4 currently active duty cops who murdered them. So instead, I will end by demanding accountability for Justin and accountability for Karan. Abolition now. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Drissel, Secretary, Sheridan-Kalorama Neighborhood Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Drissel. In September 2024, I testified before Chairman Mendelson concerning the terrible noise problem our neighborhood had been experiencing for 2 years, with demonstrators using remotely controlled, unmanned, amplified megaphones hitting 125 decibels. Chairman Mendelson asked all agencies involved in noise control to meet him at the site at 7 a.m. I am here as Secretary of Sheridan-Kalorama Neighborhood Council to state that MPD stepped up to the plate immediately to help us. The leadership of MPD did come early in the morning and realized how serious the noise problem was. It was driving neighbors out of the neighborhood. Parents would not bring their young children to Mitchell Park. The noise started at 7 a.m. and continued for hours, and then the demonstrators returned in the early evening for 2 years. What was notable is that MPD officers who came each morning to the site were versed in the law. They protected both the demonstrators and the neighbors, including me. I was observing the demonstration and one woman came at me screaming in Mandarin. An MPD K-9 officer stood in between the demonstrator and me, diffusing the situation. Several neighbors were confronted, and each time MPD and the Secret Service helped with the situation. Chairman Pinto introduced emergency legislation which passed prohibiting the use of amplified equipment between 7 p.m. and 9 a.m. As soon as the temporary legislation passed, MPD officers were there to enforce it, telling the demonstrators in both English and Mandarin that the new temporary legislation was in effect and they had to stop using amplified megaphones until 9 a.m. Last night at our ANC meeting, we learned of the deep cuts of personnel to MPD. The one thing we residents can do is come up with ways to cut the workload of MPD. In that spirit, I am asking that you propose in the permanent legislation planned for the beginning of April that remotely controlled, unmanned, pre-recorded, amplified megaphones be restricted at all times in residential neighborhoods. This will not only cut the need for MPD staff to sit in residential neighborhoods, it will also cut the need for Secret Service. We also believe that this prohibition will help support home sales at the highest possible level in Sheridan-Kalorama, keeping the cash flow from transfer taxes flowing into this current year budget. We are hoping today that MPD will support our request that permanent legislation include the prohibition of the use of unmanned, remotely controlled, pre-recorded, amplified megaphones at all times in residential neighborhoods. In closing, we want to commend the performance of the staff of Chief Smith's front office, especially Kelly O'Mara and Commander Jason Bagwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drissel. Elizabeth Tang, if you're here, you need to accept the invitation to join as a panelist. Elizabeth Tang. Okay. If you do join, you can join the next panel. Thank you all for your testimony. Really appreciate you being here today. We're going to call our next group, Zachary Israel, Huma Imtiaz, Josh Jacobson, Tiffany Montgomery, Taylor Terry, Stephen Walkiewicz, Theodore Nastase, Keely Mallory, Will Martindale, Louis Joe, and Seth Grimes. Zachary Israel, are you here? Okay. Huma Imtiaz, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner, SMD 5E04.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and thank you, members of the committee. If you can hear me, my name is Huma Imtiaz. I'm an ANC Commissioner in Ward 5, representing parts of Bloomingdale and a sliver of Edgewood, and I'm testifying in my singular capacity as a commissioner. Much has been said in the last few weeks, and especially during this hearing, regarding the reinstatement of Officers Sutton and Zabowski to their positions at MPD. And you have heard and will hear more about the trauma their actions in October of 2020 caused the friends and family of Karen. As district residents, especially those who continue to face spate of violence and crime in our community every day, we expect to have some faith that MPD will act in the pursuit of justice and not obstruct it. The reinstatement of both officers to MPD stands sharply in contrast to this. Every action that these two officers now conduct in their role as MPD officers is tainted. The district, which is already facing a severe budget crisis, is paying for two officers' salaries and benefits who cannot be trusted to conduct a fair and impartial investigation and who cannot be trusted that they won't once again conspire to obstruct justice. As a result of MPD's rehiring policy in this case, the district is a little less safer. And more worryingly, it sends a message that MPD leadership do not care about district residents having confidence in its own police force. As an ANC commissioner who is frequently in touch with MPD on neighborhood activities, it is distressing to see that these actions taken by the MPD chief that now threaten to impugn the entire department. As both a resident and an elected official, it is disappointing to see how our taxpayer dollars are being used. And these rehirings only erode further trust in our law enforcement agencies. I urge you and members of this committee to ask MPD to reverse this decision and for MPD to re-examine its hiring policies in relation to officers who have been credibly accused and convicted of such offenses. Thank you for your time and available for answering any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Josh Jacobson. Tiffany Montgomery, public witness.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the Metropolitan Police Department. I first want to take the opportunity to thank members of the force who are familiar with the matter and everyone in the Internal Affairs Bureau. MPD referred Councilmember Charles Allen for criminal investigation sometime in 2020 for his false statements on his financial disclosure forms to an agency known as Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, which was also referred for criminal investigation by another DC government agency, as well as MPD Internal Affairs Bureau. The criminal suspects are Nikhil Allen, Rochelle Ford, Rashi Raj, and Tyrell Dow. I understand that Mr. Dow and Ms. Ford no longer work at Bega, but criminal suspects Nikhil Allen, Rashi Raj are still employed at Bega. The former U.S. attorney advised me that Rashi Raj is in fact known to the U.S. Attorney's Office for dishonesty in her role in another DC government agency, which was referred for criminal investigation for fraud on the court and dishonesty. Unfortunately, the two criminal investigations that were supposed to take place at Bega were obstructed at the Office of the Inspector General. And I learned that the Bega chairperson, Norma Hutchison, and criminal suspect Raj has a hand in the obstruction of the two criminal investigations. But I do want to thank Committee Director Kevin Chavis for his excellent leadership in demonstrating, investigating the matter, not just regarding the obstruction, but for clearing the way for Congress and the U.S. Attorney's Office to intervene, as well as the DC Superior Court concerning the fraud on the court committed by Bega criminal suspect Nikhil Allen and others. But I do want to bring it to your attention that another person filed a complaint with Bega concerning former city administrator Rashad Young, essentially defrauding taxpayers out of $314 million. And Bega pretentiously gave him a $2,500 fine and failed to refer the matter to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the major fraud. And now that we're in budget season, Director of Government Ethics wants to take a trip to France on the taxpayer's dime, and she's not doing her work. But I did email Ms. Ashley Cooks, and Brooke Pinto was also CC'd on the matter regarding another complaint. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Taylor Terry, public witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Terry. I'm a public witness appearing in my personal capacity, not representing any organization. Thank you, Chair Pinto and your staff and Chief Smith for being here today. I'm here on a single small but I think important issue, which is to urge MPD to be much more transparent by releasing data about law enforcement operations more frequently than the current annual pace. MPD does a great job in publicizing data about crime itself via crime cards and other resources based on that data set. But detailed data about police stops and arrests is only released once a year. These releases also often come several months after the last data they include, and so at any given time, the data available to the public and to other government entities can be 3 to up to 15 months old. This is not a difficult or involved process. It just involves doing a pre-written query in the Mark 43 data warehouse system and posting the results to the Open Data DC portal and to MPD's own pages. There's really no reason that can't be done at least quarterly, and ideally we would have monthly releases or even much closer to real-time data. This data is not widely used right now, but it contains a lot of important insights that aren't available anywhere else. I'm a data scientist by trade, and I often bring analysis of the stop and arrest data to community meetings, and even police officials are often surprised by what the data shows. It was this data that showed the broad slowdown of policing activity during the COVID years running through 2023, with stops and arrests per officer down by about 40%, depending on the metric you look at. It's also this data, which for 2024 was just released in the past few weeks, that showed that in the aggregate, these trends have largely reversed, which is good news in some respects. But this is the first time the public has seen detailed information about how this trend was turned around. If we'd had this data sooner, community organizations, journalists, and other branches of the DC government would have been able to see the good work that MPD has been doing and where they've been doing it. And we might have also identified some trends within the data that merit further analysis and perhaps a change in MPD's strategy. For example, we've seen that in 2024 compared to 23, traffic arrests are up 253%. That's a huge increase. But somehow we're arresting a heck of a lot more people for traffic violations, but our DWI arrest numbers have barely changed and remain at a level that's half what it was before COVID. Maybe there's a need for a change in strategy. Maybe that's just an artifact of the data, but we're just now finding this out. If we'd had this data sooner, we would also seen much sooner how the changes in arrest rates have been distributed across the city. Over 80% of the increase in arrests this year has come in the 3rd, 6th, and 7th districts, while other districts' arrest numbers have risen by much smaller amounts. Again, I'm just asking that MPD prioritize much more frequent releases of the stop and arrest data, and to make sure that this data makes it all the way to the Open DC portal so that everyone can use the tools that are available there. Thank you all again for your time, and I know this can be an exhausting season for officials and council staff, even in calmer times, so we as the public always appreciate these hearings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Stephen Walkiewicz, public witness. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Walkowicz, but in Polish it's Walkiewicz, so I'm fine with either.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Pinto and committee members. My name is Stephen Walkowicz. I live in Rockville, Maryland, but have interacted with MPD. For the last 20 years, my profession has been in technical theater and have been trained on OSHA safety inspections and practices, especially with large crowds. In July of 2024, I was at a protest in DC when Netanyahu came to speak to Congress. The first concern I had was police radios were instructing officers that the protesters were agitators and criminalizing anyone wearing the color red in support of Palestine. This language of dehumanization already puts the police on the back foot that they must take an aggressive stance on citizens engaging in their rights to peacefully protest. The second issue I had was the practice of kettling. From years of working in theater, I understand the accelerative dangers that can occur when a large group of people are in panic. The desire to leave a dangerous situation immediately affects us all, and with the practice of kettling, this becomes a devastating multiplying cycle if there's not adequate evacuation routes for people. At one point, I noticed police officers beginning to put on gas masks. My heart raced as I looked around trying to find an out, only to be blocked with police holding guns. If there was a need to evacuate the scene, I as a human being should not have to calculate the odds of getting arrested crossing an imaginary boundary line with choosing a route that will save my life. The goal and purpose of policing should be to keep people safe and to de-escalate life-threatening situations. The militarization and victim mentality of policing only creates a cycle of violence that continues to strip the rights and safety of citizens. I'm appalled by the lack of safety measures the MPD took for United States citizens in protesting while protecting a war criminal. If a deep course correction does not happen for MPD, I fear that more lives will be lost. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Theodore Nastase, public witness.
First, is it good to go?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to thank the council for holding this hearing, and I want to thank every member of the MPD for their bravery in the line of duty. I'm here because there have been multiple shootings in my neighborhood, 2 of which were right outside my home. In my testimony, I want to point out 2 things that I think can improve the performance of the MPD. First, reduce the use of violence. Second, address the root causes of crime. Violence is not a problem specific to the MPD. It's a problem across all of America. I appreciate the MPD implementing ICAT training. This is a step in the right direction, but it is not enough. I hope to see the MPD expand its use of de-escalation training and tools for de-escalation. Every cop needs a taser and pepper spray. Every cop should understand violence is a last resort and at best is avoided. Every cop should feel confident in non-lethal combat. Every cop needs mental health support from peers and professionals to help handle the stresses of the job. Bad cops should not be allowed on the force. Cops that overuse violence tarnish the reputation of the police, spread fear in communities, kill people, and tell other officers that violence is acceptable. As an arm of the state authorized to use violence against members of the community, you should wield that responsibility like a surgeon wields a knife, with the utmost of care, skill, respect, and caution. Any surgeon or cop who does not respect the power they have should not be allowed to wield it. The officers who do have respect for life should be taught how to put that respect into practice with skill and precision, and they should have the tools to do it. Remove bad cops, have more de-escalation training, non-lethal combat training, mental health support, and non-lethal tools for a non-violent society. Crime is a problem that cannot be solved by the police alone. It's impossible. Police are like morphine, which dulls the pain of cancer, but it's not like chemotherapy, which slowly eliminates it. Police react to crime, and only non-white collar crime. We need solutions that get ahead of crime. Thankfully, there's an immense amount of data and research on the causes of non-white collar crime, but also I think we all know the answer intuitively. Poverty is the root cause of non-white collar crime. Investment is the solution. This city needs to take some of the money from the bloated police budget or from the $500 million investment in the Capital One Arena and instead invest in the communities and people of the city that need it most. The mayor and the council have many programs on paper they love to tout for the press, but once the press release parade is over, those programs are forgotten and barely, if at all, implemented. This city needs substantial, dedicated, long-term investment in infrastructure, business, healthcare, and schools in the poorest neighborhoods. Many of the people committing crime are teenagers. These are not evil people. These are lost kids who need help, and cops are not going to give that to them. They need education, opportunity, and guidance, which can only be brought by revitalizing communities and providing poorer neighborhoods with the same attention and investment as the richer neighborhoods. Let's not pretend we don't have the money, since we always have the money to subsidize developers and other big businesses. Instead, invest in nonviolent policing and revitalizing communities to reduce crime. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keely Mallory, are you here? Or Will Martindale? Louis Joe? Okay. Seth Grimes, Washington, D.C. organizer, Washington Area Bicycle Association.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Pinto. Indulge me for a second while I find my testimony. I'm Seth Grimes. I'm Washington, D.C. organizer at the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. We envision a just and sustainable transportation system where walking, biking, and transit are the best ways to get around. WABA has 5,000 members and nearly 25,000 regional advocacy supporters, and we appreciate the opportunity to testify on their behalf, and we appreciate your dedication to hearing all of the public testimony. Traffic violence, that is deaths, serious and minor injuries, and perceived lack of safety that diminishes our mobility, whether walking, biking, rolling, riding transit, or traveling by private vehicle, is a major public safety concern. Washington, D.C. experienced 52 traffic deaths in 2024. the same number as in 2023, itself a 16-year high. Mayor Bowser pledged in 2015, quoting, "We will do everything in our power to eliminate transportation fatalities and serious injuries because no loss of life is acceptable," end quote. We agree, but we have not succeeded. The district's efforts to end traffic violence are coordinated under the Vision Zero DC multi-departmental program. Management resides in the Office of the City Administrator, and the Metropolitan Police Department is a part of this effort, of course, responsible for enforcement of the traffic laws and associated data reporting. We note the work of the MPD's Traffic Safety and Specialized Enforcement Section and the addition of 4 new staff in 2024. We also note the district's extensive use of speed, red light, and stop sign camera enforcement, and the Attorney General's recent suits against egregious reckless driving offenders. We especially appreciate the creation and improvement of protected bike lanes, intersection safety, and similar measures. Finally, we recognize additional steps such as the recently announced safety corridor enforcement effort targeting stretches of New York Avenue Northeast and South Capitol Street. Yet past steps have not brought us to zero traffic deaths, and it is unlikely that recently improved steps will bring us to zero. We need continued focus, investment, and innovation to end traffic violence in the district. MPD plays a critical role every day and is part of Vision Zero DC. DC Vision Zero Office Director Charles Wilson has indicated that the office will publish a new strategic plan later this year. We specifically ask that MPD solicit public input and comment on their part of this effort. We suggest that additional resources be allocated to MPD crash investigation team and that crash data analyses incorporate EMS and trauma center injury data to complement MPD collected data. We urge the Council and the MPD to redouble Vision Zero DC efforts. They are literally a matter of life and death. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes. And thank you to all of our public witnesses who have joined us today for your testimony for both agencies, the Office of Police Complaints and the Metropolitan Police Department. We really appreciate your perspective, and this is very helpful to us as we consider our work with these agencies and as we head into budget season of what needs to be prioritized. I appreciate you all being here. The time is now 1:32 p.m. We are going to recess this hearing until 2:15 p.m., where we will then pick up with the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Pamela Smith. Good afternoon, everyone. We are reconvening this public hearing in the Judiciary and Public Safety for the Metropolitan Police Department. This morning, we heard from our public witnesses, and now we are turning to our government witness, Chief Pamela Smith for the Metropolitan Police Department. We have also been joined by my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George. Councilmember, do you have an opening statement you'd like to make? Okay, great. So in that case, we will turn to Chief Smith for your opening statement. Before we do that, I want to welcome you, Chief, and your team who is here today, and want to thank you and everyone who works at the Metropolitan Police Department for all that you all do throughout the year on behalf of our city. And I'd like to swear you in at this time. If you can turn your microphone on. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide for this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. And now I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement you have.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, everyone gathered here today in person, and those watching on video camera or watching us remotely. My name is Pamela A. Smith. I am the Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm honored and proud to be testifying today about MPD's activities and accomplishments in 2024. I would like to begin today by thanking all of the members of the Metropolitan Police Department who demonstrated their commitment to this city over the last year. Over the past year, MPD staff, both sworn and professional, have stepped up time and time again to the credit of the city and the department. They supported events of national and international significance, such as the International Summit to commemorate NATO's 75th anniversary. MPD supported people peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights at nearly 1,200 assemblies in 2024. MPD also supports the local events that highlight DC as a vibrant and thriving city, including cultural celebrations, parades, and sporting events. Of course, during all of these events, MPD members are in our DC neighborhoods, supporting community members daily. Every day, I see how MPD members bring their passion for public service to support DC residents, DC businesses, and everyone who comes into our great city. They truly embody policing with purpose and serving with care, and I want to thank them for that. I would also like to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser. MPD's successes in 2024 were possible due to the tremendous support and commitment to public safety by the mayor, who champions the work of the men and women of MPD every day. I am grateful for her support and confidence in MPD. Last but not least, I appreciate the support from Councilmember Pinto and all of the council who meet and talk with MPD daily. I'm grateful that we all share a common commitment to the District of Columbia and everyone in it. When we work together, we can overcome just about anything. And today marks the one-year anniversary when Secure DC was signed into law, and we are so grateful for the legislation that has continued to help our city progress. In July of 2023, I was honored to accept Mayor Bowser's nomination for me to lead MPD in this service of this great city. At that time, the district was facing some critical public safety challenges. In particular, homicides, robberies, carjacking spiked sharply in the first half of 2023. I am pleased to report that in 2024, we reversed these trends, driving down overall crime and particularly violent crime to its lowest level in decades. MPD drove down crime at a historic pace in 2024, thanks to a focus on data-driven policing, strategic initiatives, and critical investments in technology. Our initiatives and investments led to a 35% drop in violent crime in 2024 when compared to 2023, including a 32% drop in homicides, a 39% decrease in robberies, and 48% decline in carjacking. Property crime declined 11%, led by a 25% decrease in vehicle theft. We still have work to do because it is never acceptable for even one person to be killed or shot or robbed in our city. But I'm confident that we are in a position to continue to make good progress towards achieving our shared goals, making DC the safest city in the country. How did we get here? Well, in addition to the dedication and talent of our workforce, the strategic development and deployment of resources informed by robust data analysis helped to drive success in 2024. This includes our targeted homicide reduction through intervention and violence elimination, or what we call Operation Thrive, a whole of government approach to reducing homicides in areas historically ravaged by gun violence. In 2024, Thrive focused on 3 critical areas: Rosedale, Anacostia, and Washington Highlands. Homicides decreased 68% in Operation Thrive zones in 2024. In 2025, we are focused on Buena Vista, Anacostia, and Rosedale. MPD's Robbery Suppression Initiative, which strategically deploys officers based on recent robbery trends, has recovered more than 440 firearms and made nearly 600 arrests since its launch in July of 2023, driving a 49% decrease in robberies in 2024. And then Operation Atlas, attempting to leave areas safer, focuses on quality of life issues across the district and has recovered more than 170 stolen vehicles and 160 firearms, while issuing almost 2,500 tickets and making nearly 2,800 arrests to date. MPD's Carjacking Task Force has worked with our district and regional partners to hold carjacking suspects accountable during a nationwide increase in armed carjacking and vehicle theft offenses, driving a 49% reduction in armed carjackings in 2024. Now, one of the key initiatives was the MPD's state-of-the-art real-time crime center, which assists officers on the scene of critical incidents by collecting and analyzing information from various sources to enhance situational awareness, facilitate decision-making, and improve the efficiency of crime prevention and response. The RTCC is able to leverage other technology investments to amplify their impact. Last year, that included the launch of a new drone program and the purchase of a replacement helicopter and 57 CCTV cameras. 200 cameras will be added in the coming months, bringing the total CCTV deployment to more than 600 cameras to support public safety. All of these provides critical support in situations where a view from above can help solve a case or ensure a safe resolution of a critical incident. The RTCC has greatly improved the speed at which suspect lookouts are distributed, both internally as well as to the public. Flash lookouts are also distributed directly to members on patrol with the goal of increasing the efficacy and accuracy of suspect stops and detentions while reducing misidentifications and negative police and public interactions. Verified images of suspects and suspect vehicles have been pushed out on MPD social media platforms within 10 to 20 minutes of an incident occurring. The RTCC has directly supported MPD units and more than 13,000 calls for service and 100 significant events. One case alone demonstrates the tremendous value of the RTCC to our crime-fighting efforts, and these benefits have been shown repeatedly. RTCC investigators were instrumental in the swift arrest of a homicide suspect when they located surveillance video showing the suspect fleeing the scene of a stabbing and discarding the knife used in the murder. Investigators disseminated that video to MPD officers and detectives responding to the scene. Officers canvassing the neighborhood with the video located the suspect and placed him under arrest. Officers also secured the location where the weapon was discarded, greatly assisting MPD homicides and future prosecution. As always, MPD is also working with our partners to make our city safer. For example, MPD works with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration to inspect and close unlicensed cannabis shops. Since last summer, we have worked with APCA in padlocking 36 illegal cannabis businesses. As a result, MPD has seized 422 pounds of marijuana, 170 pounds in edibles, and almost 80 pounds of illegal mushrooms. MPD also leads the Nightlife Task Force, a multi-agency partnership to proactively tackle public safety concerns within designated nightlife areas. This allows MPD to focus on criminal violations and preventive patrols while the partners conduct compliance and business checks and manage traffic flow. Violent crime decreased in all 3 nightlife areas: 39% in the 8th Street Northeast Corridor, 30% on U Street, and 48% in DuPont Circle. Many of these initiatives and partnerships have contributed to higher clearance rates for violent crime in 2024. For example, in 2024, 60% of homicides were closed in 2024 compared to 52% in 2023. Every additional case closed is important to us. It starts the process to help bring closure to crime victims or surviving family members. Our partners in the criminal justice system must take the next steps to hold violent criminals accountable. Over the past 20 months since my nomination, I have maintained a singular focus on getting violent offenders off the street, and we are seeing the results. This, in turn, helps to prevent the next violent crime. I would also like to sincerely thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for your comprehensive work and partnership to pass Secure DC. I'll highlight for you just a few key provisions that are helping to make DC safer. Secure DC enables judges to order more violent offenders held before trial. Too many armed and violent suspects have been reoffending while pending trial. Keeping violent offenders off the street is critical to preventing the next crime. The legislation also established 2 felonies that are hallmarks of gun trafficking: possessing guns with obliterated serial numbers and possessing stolen guns. MPD has made 44 arrests under the new charges, making it harder for people to sell illegal guns in our city. Secure DC also strengthens theft laws to reduce theft and to help DC businesses stay in our neighborhoods to improve important products and services to our residents. MPD made more than 1,000 theft arrests in 2024, a 50% increase over 2023. Almost 300 of those individuals arrested were arrested multiple times. Secure DC also restored the authority of the Chief of Police to declare drug-free zones, or DFVs, for 5 days at a time. Since the bill's passage a year ago, I've declared 115 zones throughout the city for a total of 575 days, about 1.5 years of enforcement days. During this period, just 17 crimes of violence occurred in a DFC and 143 arrests were made. I continually hear positive feedback from our community on the effectiveness of the DFC enforcement. We are reclaiming public space and interrupting behavior that often leads to even more serious criminal offenses, making our communities safer. As I said earlier, although we are proud of the successes of 2024, we still have more work to do. We want to continue to drive down homicides in 2025. For homicides in which the incident occurred in 2025, which excludes the 6 homicides that occurred in prior years but were ruled this year, we have seen a notable shift to more homicides. 63% are happening inside. In comparison, in the past 2 years, less than 3 in 10 homicides happened inside. While cases happening inside may ultimately be easier to solve, for instance, more DNA may be available for testing, police deployment in public spaces may not deter these incidents. Because of this, some of our strategies may need to evolve. Many of the initiatives I've highlighted are rooted in location-based policing, focused on increasing patrols in places and spaces where crimes are happening. I established MPD's Office of Criminal Intelligence to be more people-based, identifying the interpersonal conflicts that drive many violent crimes. We know there is a small group driving the majority of gun violence in our city, and we are focused on those individuals to mitigate violence and cool off neighborhood beefs before they escalate with guns. This office has already identified and intervened in several disputes that could have turned into serious incidents. The Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or WANS, is a critical partner in this space. Both MPD and WANS are working to calm community beefs so that we can prevent retaliatory violence, preventing the next shooting or assault. As a city, we need to figure out how to foster better conflict resolution skills in our youth to prevent arguments that escalate into violence. This is essential to creating and sustaining safe and vibrant communities. We especially need to do this with DC's justice-involved youth who are inflicting too much violence in the community. The numbers tell one story, with juveniles arrested for aggravated assault increasing from 12 in 2023 to 31 in 2024, and for a simple assault growing from 171 to 230. But what really stands out to me, even with all of that, I have seen in more than 27 years in policing, is the level of violence. If you don't see the violence or talk to the victims, it may be too easy just to focus on the numbers, perhaps to think that 31 aggravated assaults isn't that many. I hope instead that you will join me in trying to address the issue of the youth committing violence in our community. We know that in order to support troubled youth, we need a whole of government approach, but that's not enough. For at-risk youth, we really need a whole of community approach. Everyone should be doing their part to support these youth and their families before they get into the system. Once they are system involved, it is critical that youth be held accountable for endangering and victimizing others, and that they know there are consequences. In 2024, MPD revitalized our recidivist unit focused specifically on deterrence for repeat youth offending. The officers support accountability in the juvenile justice system by working with the Office of Attorney General to ensure the attorneys have the necessary information in order to build good cases. For youth already in this system, we know they can have a bright future with no further justice involvement, but strong, consistent boundaries and support are definitely needed. To contribute to that, the officers visit group homes and halfway houses to engage directly with our youth. The officers make sure they are enrolled in and attending school. They help to connect youth to resources that can address underlying issues such as mental health care. They have organized mentorship and creative activities outside the homes that provide a safe opportunity for discussions on developing goals and making concrete plans to achieve them. In 2024, the officers engaged with more than 200 youth through these efforts. In addition to youth in the juvenile justice system, the Youth and Family Engagement Division works with many youth who are not in the system. For example, Officer Friendly, a program that so many Washingtonians remember fondly, establishes a positive first impression of police with elementary students. Reaching New Heights helps young people in middle school to build skills and confidence. Youth Creating Change encourages 15 to 18-year-olds to support their communities through service. And each summer, MPD is one of the favorite placements for participation in the Summer Youth Employment Program. I encourage community members watching to think about if they can also provide better or more support for youth in their lives. I know I am thinking about ways that I will build upon this broad foundation in 2025. Turning to property crimes, we made progress in driving these down in 2024 when compared to 23, with a 9% total reduction in property crime that included a 21% drop in burglaries and 25% drop in vehicle theft. In 2025, I challenge our members to build on this progress and bring their creativity and focus to addressing serious property crimes. These crimes have a real impact on victims and our communities. Our homes are meant to be safe haven, but home burglaries can leave victims feeling vulnerable. Vehicle thefts or broken car windows can cause additional hardship by preventing someone from getting to work or to a medical appointment. Repeat shoplifting or organized retail theft can discourage businesses from opening or staying open in our neighborhood. What happens to some of our neighbors who can't travel across town to go to the drugstore? In response, each patrol district has developed a burglary prevention plan. Too often, we see the same group of suspects committing multiple burglaries of businesses, particularly at night. Patrol is increasing business checks with MPD officers making hundreds of checks each night. We are also working with business owners to ensure security cameras and alarm systems are in place. Alarms that tie into our 911 system give our officers a chance to respond to a call quickly and potentially make an on-scene arrest. To address retail theft, some districts are conducting operations to embed officers into the business to disrupt thefts in progress. To address residential property crime, we continue to urge everyone to use wheel locks in their vehicles and to consider placing an air tag or tile inside their vehicle for easy tracking if it is stolen. As you may have seen in the news, we have run decoy package theft operations so that offenders think twice before taking packages from your doorstep. Some ways that residents can help prevent this crime are by bringing packages inside as soon as possible or taking advantage of our Amazon lockers outside of all 7 of our district stations. MPD was the first department in the country to launch an Amazon locker program so that orders can be securely delivered. We are also working to address nuisance properties in our neighborhoods. Operation Peaceful Neighborhood focuses on problematic properties that attract or support crime and are initially identified by investigations or community members. Some owners and managers are very cooperative in this effort. Together with OAG, we have worked with owners and managers on practical steps such as securing and boarding up vacant property. Operation Peaceful Neighborhood has successfully secured 7 evictions suspensions, and 1 voluntary relocation. MPD has made 57 arrests. We've seized 44 illegal guns and 60 pounds of marijuana, a pound of crack cocaine, and other narcotics. All of these efforts will help make DC neighborhoods safer for our residents and business community. In addition to the progress made in 2024 in combating crime, there are so many other positive stories to tell about MPD's work. I will highlight just a few. MPD has expanded traffic safety efforts in support of Mayor Bowser's Vision Zero initiative. I have assigned 4 additional officers to the traffic safety branch to focus on citywide strategies. In 2025, we are continuing successful traffic initiatives as traffic safety checkpoints and Operation Ride Right, which focus on illegal or unregistered mopeds. MPD also stepped up enforcement on unregistered cars being driven recklessly on DC streets, almost quadrupling arrests in 2023 for counterfeit tags to more than 1,300 arrests in 2024. While public safety is the core mission of law enforcement, good police work requires strong relationships, especially with some of our underserved or vulnerable community members. While our focus may be on youth, MPD also engages with our more seasoned or senior residents, visiting senior housing weekly for organized activities, all while connecting with and listening to long-term DC residents. I'm also pleased to report that the co-response or core team launched by MPD and the Department of Behavioral Service is strengthening DC's response to individuals with chronic or crisis mental health issues. The 5 teams of trained officers matched with a behavioral health professional have fielded nearly 29 calls for service, resulting in 1,500 interactions with individuals experiencing a mental health crisis. Of these, almost half were resolved on scene through stabilization or referrals. Another 47% resulted in hospitalizations. Arrests are made infrequently in only 4% of these interactions. Despite dealing with some potential dangerous individuals, including subjects armed with knives and even a machete, only 5 scenes involved use of force, only 2 of which were low levels of force by a core officer. According to an internal analysis, the likelihood of an arrest is cut in half when a core unit is dispatched to a mental health related call compared to a response to a similar call by a regular patrol. One weakness of the program is that core officers tend to be tied up longer on the scene than patrol, even for similar calls due to the complexity of the joint response. But the initial outcomes highlight the potential of this model for de-escalation and connections to care. MPD and DBH plan to expand the program into the 7th district later into 2025, although this is dependent on federal grant funding to hire 2 DBH staff persons. Lastly, I will update you on staffing, the perennial issue of MPD's performance hearings. With 3,236 sworn members, MPD continues to operate at the lowest sworn levels in decades. 10 years ago, at the end of fiscal year 2014, MPD had 3,971 sworn members. This loss of more than 700 members is the equivalent of 2 patrol districts. Unfortunately, we all know there is no quick or easy way to close that gap. However, there is good news. In 2024, the number of new recruits hired increased by 12%, and we reached a 10-year low in sworn separations. Our cadet Corps program is also growing into the strong recruiting pipeline we envision. We currently have 132 cadets with more than 100 applicants in background. In FY24, 30 cadets rolled over to become recruits, and 12 have already rolled over this year. Our recruiting division is connecting with organizations and people that help us to build the pipeline, and our marketing team is keeping our message fresh and targeted. But the challenges in growing police staffing persist here and around the country. Right now, the demands of a 25-year career in law enforcement may seem less appealing to younger generations. Meeting the qualification is also a challenge, but we will continue to try new approaches. MPD sworn members are supported by an outstanding professional staff that we are expanding this year. 40 of the approximately 100 civilianization positions are already on board, with the rest in process. But regardless of the staffing numbers, supporting and and developing current staff is always important. MPD offers access to opportunities and development for all, ranging from leadership skills to personal wellness. Just last week, MPD proudly hosted the second annual Women's Conference, an empowering event for both men and women, reinforcing the importance of inspiration, connection, and growing. In closing, I appreciate the opportunity to highlight just some of the good work being done at MPD. We still have many challenges ahead. I'm confident that we can continue to make significant progress. However, we need your continued support. Our dedicated members will continue to bring their passion to serving our constituents. I know that Mayor Bowser is steadfast in her support for the department and its members. I ask the council to continue to show up for our officers, both literally and figuratively. This means partnering in places and spaces where our officers are meeting with the community. It also means continuing to invest in MPD, in our members, our recruits, and our initiatives during the upcoming budget process. I look forward to our continuing discussions in the coming months. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief Smith, for that great testimony, and appreciate some of the detail you provided around the various operations that MPD has been engaged with. We're going to do 15-minute rounds for members for your awareness. Okay, so Chief, I want to start with some of the trends that we're seeing. What are the trends that you saw with crime in 2024, and how does that compare to what we're seeing in the first few months of 2025?
So I think some of the trends that we saw in 2024, we saw a lot of violent crime, specifically around our youth. We saw a lot of an uptick in homicides. That transition really started back in 2020, 21, 22, and it just continued to grow steadily. We saw a significant increase in our robberies as well as our carjackings. And what we did clearly in those spaces is that we initiated or launched, if you will, several initiatives that we knew would address that immediately. Our robbery suppression initiative, we kind of revitalized our carjacking task force to ensure that they were just not in spaces and places behind the scenes, but they were actively working cases. One of the things that we also saw was sort of kind of and I'm going to say this, a disconnect, if you will, with how we are engaging or were engaging with our juveniles in our communities. We really needed a lot more support from the community, and we certainly needed the support of the Office of Attorney General. We saw a significant shift in that as we traversed through the end of 23 into 24, and we started to see our numbers shift. I think the most important thing that I heard from community was that they wanted to see police officers in spaces and places where we saw a significant uptick in crime. And so we started to utilize our hotspot policing concepts to make sure that we were putting officers and/or resources in places where we knew we were having a significant increase in patterns of different types of crime. I also realized that there needed to be an opportunity for us to address some of the community beefs. Our Office of Criminal Intelligence, we launched that probably the latter part of last year. And what their primary focus is, when we make contact with individuals whom we have arrested, the intent is for them to not just look at the cases and look for the individuals that are offending. We also want to know who are their associates, where do they live. We want to knock on their doors. Members, violent offenders who are released back out in our community, we want to make sure that they know we have contact and communication with them. And I think that has also served as a significant deterrence. We also increased, I'll say the drug-free zones were very helpful for us. Being able to have community areas and community where residents were saying to me and probably to many members of my team how they wanted public spaces back, and they kept seeing drug transactions going hand in hand and different things happening in that space. And due to Secure DC, we were able to launch a significant number of drug-free zones across the city. And I think that has certainly been impactful for us in those spaces where we saw a lot of what I think the city called open air drug markets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to hear a lot more about those, although some continue to persist, but thank you for those examples. And, you know, as we see so much progress with almost all categories of crime, and with violent crime, robberies down, property crime down. We still are seeing our homicides be on trend with previous years and not decreasing in the way that almost all other categories are decreasing. And so can you talk a little bit more about why you think that is? And of the homicides reported this year so far, how many of them involved firearms? Does that compare to what we were seeing last year?
So let me start by saying, the shift. There's been a shift this year in particular. We're sitting at a total of 30 homicides for the year. This same time last year, we were at 29. 16 of those homicides are inside scenes. So in other words, what I mean by that, they're either inside of an apartment or inside of the entrance of an apartment, or inside of a couple of apartments, depending on where the incidents are occurring. But we've also seen a significant increase in homicides in areas where the buildings have been vacant or boarded up. And so there's an area something that we're looking into very intentionally with respect to how we are working with the OAG, specifically around some of the buildings that have been vacated or abandoned or don't have property owners. And so that's where we're seeing a significant shift. And I'll say this, had it not been for those 16, right, we would certainly see a decrease in our homicides this year. But I think that's where the shift is. And I have been very intentional with my team in making sure that we're working not just with the Office of Attorney General, Department of Building and Licensing, and it's interesting because it doesn't seem to feel like that's a police kind of thing, but we're going to have to do something in order to either get inside of those buildings to find out who's there and who should not be there, and working very closely with the OAG to ensure that we can do that in a safe manner, but more importantly, so that we can see what's going on inside of those vacant apartment buildings.
Okay. And that makes sense as we look forward, and the kind of proximity of range that you talk about, that if someone shoots somebody right next to them inside, it's more likely to be fatal.
And it's private property, right? And so we're not in spaces and places inside of private properties or on private property. And so what we really rely very heavily on are some of the security guards that are assigned to those properties, right? I'll use for an example, DC Housing Authority. We I guess over the last maybe couple of years, we saw a significant increase around with shootings and violence in some of our DC housing apartments. There was a new chief assigned there, Chief Mike Reese, and he has done a phenomenal job with, number one, making sure that there is a positive relationship between the MPD and DC Housing Authority Police, and making sure that we're all engaged in the same work. And what that has attributed to is a decrease in violence in our DC public housing areas across the city. We're very thankful and grateful for his leadership, because there are no stones unturned and there's no separation between what his team, he has really rebuilt his entire team. So what that will do for my team is give me more time to focus on other areas around the city when we have a strong police department or police agency with DC Housing Authority.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is it fair to say that last year those homicide trends were similar, and around this time of year in the winter, when many of those may happen inside, that part of the reason that there hasn't been as much of a decrease is because we haven't had access to those private spaces as much as we need to with the security guard partnership?
Yeah, I think that would be a fair assessment. But I also think that because we have our resources placed in spaces, and we have cameras everywhere, right? We are able to really be effective when someone walks out of the door, steps out of their home, or there was a time when people didn't want this, but now everybody wants it. But and there's a camera there, and we can go back and look at that camera, and we have created another team, which is our DID, Detectives Investigative Division, We've kind of put together a team that only focuses on a lot of more of our violent crime and some property crime, but more violent crime that's happening across the city. And what we're able to do is to have those detectives get out there rather quickly. And not to say that they were not doing it before, but this is a special team that will really take the case, work the case. We also have our homicide detectives who will go out, but having cameras in places and spaces, I think is also pushing people more inside as opposed to you seeing an uptick in violent crime across our city outdoors.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. And I appreciate in your testimony, you commenting on some of the legislative changes that we made in Secure DC and how those have helped your efforts. Can you elaborate a little bit when we think about pretrial detention, for instance? That's a provision that's going to expire in a couple of months. And so the council will be considering that on a permanent basis. And we'll have a report on May 7th from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council looking at some of the efficacy of that from what they can tell with their report. But from your perspective as a police chief, how has that intervention played out in community when you're looking at violent offenders?
Well, I think what helps us is that when we have violent offenders who we have had the opportunity to place into custody, and when they go to court and they get right back out on the street, it doesn't give them a sense of accountability for or consequences for their actions. If they're held, I tell the team all the time, look at who's in jail. Because that determines oftentimes we will look at the number of individuals, the actual shooter who's in jail. If he or she is detained and he or she has been a repeat offender for quite some time, we see our numbers trend down quickly. And so we have to, as you talk about this particular piece of legislation expired, we need to figure out a way to make that permanent because it does help. It will help us. It will help us in making sure that we put the right people behind bars, at least up to when it's time for them to go to trial. And there's a sense of accountability. What I've heard over and over again and time again, even from juveniles, young people, is that we arrest them today, they're out tomorrow, or they're out the next day. This is a game to them. And we as a government, we have to be really more serious and intentional like other cities are in making sure that we're not just these violent offenders back out on the street as soon as they commit a crime.
Thank you. I want to ask you a little bit about drug sales. We've had a lot of focus appropriately, I think, in the last 2 years in the city around violent crime and making sure that we are addressing violent crime. What is MPD doing to address drug sales that are happening, drug use that's happening, illegal drug activity in communities, especially in locations where there has been kind of repeated calls for action, repeated calls to the police to intervene? I know that in the past, we had specific units kind of designated to this activity. And so what is your thinking about addressing that now and making more of a dent in this space in the coming year?
So I really want to be like brutally honest. And if you don't mind, just bear with me just a little bit. So we have too many marijuana shops. Can I just say that? There's just too many. There's so many where we are going into these locations. And I think I gave a number. What was the number I gave? How many?
4.
36 up to today. And we are confiscating tons, and I'm gonna say tons, I may be stretching it, but tons.
Hundreds of pounds?
Hundreds of pounds of illegal marijuana, cocaine, all kind, fentanyl. We are, and so when you talk about the drugs, and thank you for putting that up there, 36, okay, 422 pounds of marijuana seized, 170 pounds. We're talking about pounds. And so you're thinking about 33 businesses and establishments. We have too many. Some of them have been robbed, where people are coming in and taking the merchandise and we can only know or suspect what they're doing. And so what our specific effort with ABCA is really to, and when I say have these businesses come in compliance with whatever the rules and regulations are with respect to these marijuana pop-up shops. The other piece of it is that I really want to take a moment and thank the community. The community has been very, very intentional about allowing us sometimes to come into their homes. We have an entire violent crime suppression division. And members of that team will go out and do drug buys, sometimes across our city. And when you talk about what are we doing in those spaces, we're doing all of those things to really combat the drug crime. I have not seen over the last, I'm going to say a last year, and somebody can say if I'm wrong or not, but as many open air drug markets or even complaints around the city. Are there still some in certain areas across our city? I'm sure there are. And we're working very feverishly to not only identify, but also when we decide or make a decision to disrupt an operation, it has to be done safely, and it has to be done in collaboration with a lot of our partners. And when I say a lot of, we have a couple of them are a part of some of our task force, and we're very intentional every single day. And this is not just by happenstance, but every single day. I get brief outs. All of our commanders in their respective districts have crime suppression teams, and they really go out and do a great job with confiscating drugs from our streets. We have also a team that I talked to you about, Operation Atlas, attempting to leave areas safer, where we have officers that come in and they are doing a fabulous job with engaging with individuals who are either smoking marijuana in public spaces where they should not be, and making contact with those individuals, which sometimes that leads to larger cases or larger incidents where we're able to remove those individuals from our street. And we will continue to do that.
Okay, well, thank you. And I appreciate you saying that. I know that these are just anecdotal, but I have heard at least a dozen in the last couple of months, anecdotes where officers have said to community members, it's just not a priority of the city to pursue drug cases. And so I just wanted to make sure you are aware of that, make sure your commanders are aware of that. And if there is a policy challenge, then we should discuss it. But otherwise, want to make sure we're all staying focused on combating all illegal activity.
Absolutely.
When we see it. Okay, I'm going to turn to my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, for a 15-minute round, and then we'll turn to Councilmember Henderson.
Awesome. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chief, for being here. And a special thank you to my 4th District police officers and leadership staff for their service and their continued work in Ward 4 particularly. I want to start, Chief, with robberies, particularly because this is an area where Ward 4 has seen an uptick in particular areas. If I go back to this slide, you had the percentage you said for case closures for robberies was 27% and has gone up to 35%. I'm happy to see an increase there, but I was concerned about sort of why 27% to 34% clearance rates. What is going on with why we aren't seeing higher numbers in clearance rates as it relates to robberies?
Because I've established the detective investigative division to really focus on, like I said earlier, some of our more violent crime. There's a team in every district. So what would typically happen is we have detectives assigned to every district, right? And they're kind of responsible for those things. I thought it would be appropriate if we had an actual division that looked at all robberies across our entire city under one umbrella, because oftentimes what we do know is that if a robbery is happening over here in your district, it's probably tied to something in another district. And being able to have the subject matter expertise in one room looking at all crime robberies across our city, it has caused us to be in a space where we are number one, arresting those individuals.
Right.
And then number 2, it's causing us to close out a lot of our cases a lot quicker and a lot sooner.
Okay. In January, there was a string of sort of at least 15 crimes reported in our 16th Street Heights, Brightwood, and Parkview neighborhoods. These were mostly robberies, but also included a carjacking and 2 assaults with a deadly weapon. I appreciated that you and your staff and team came out to speak to the community, but the concern still with my community members is that in many of those cases, arrests still have not been made. What is sort of preventing arrests from being made in these robbery cases?
So what I would like to be able to do, Councilmember Louis George, is take an opportunity to look in particular at those particular, because I can't tell you off the top of my head, but what I will say to you is that in speaking with Commander Lavenhouse and her team, what we did was we recognized that there was a group of juveniles that was a kind of in a particular building. The problem has been, as you know, sometimes these young people are wearing masks, and it's been very challenging for us. But what we've done to reduce the level of robberies in that area is that we have been intentional about placing resources at that location, the apartment building. I think there are a couple of in those areas where we knew that 3 or 4 juveniles were responsible for that. And then the harder part sometimes is the witness account, right, of who the folks are, who the individuals are. And it's kind of hard to do when people are wearing all black and masks. But we are still intentional about making sure that we have resources assigned to those areas. And it is my hope that very quickly we will have them in custody.
Okay. I know on the, we are a listserv ward, fortunately and unfortunately, I'll say both. On the listserv, people kept saying that the officers were with them. They saw some of the 3 of the young people matching the description. They flagged it, but they said that that's them. We know who they are. We know their names. We have lots of video footage from the building. We're waiting on an order to arrest them. What is happening sort of, I guess, as they're awaiting orders to arrest them? I'm guessing they mean warrants, but I'm not quite sure. What are some barriers that is making it so that if we know who they are, we see them, that we're unable to get, I don't know if it was they said order, but I was supposing a warrant. I'm not sure.
And it may be a warrant. And as you know, warrants have to be signed off on from the Attorney General's office when we talk about juveniles. And the warrants are submitted to them, and then my team will sit down with someone in the Attorney General's office. And sometimes it's a back and forth conversation, right? They may want more information, right? And so that may require us to really go back to the property owner to see if we can get video footage of the incident. And sometimes we have challenges there, right? Sometimes the property owners don't want to give it to us immediate. We have to go through this whole subpoena process, which is ridiculous to me, especially if crimes are being committed either on their property or around their property. So if you would give me an opportunity to look into that in particular, what's on listserv, and I can kind of find out. But I do know that we have detectives who work very closely with our Attorney General's office, and sometimes it's a give and take.
Okay. So if they were waiting on something, it would be the AG's office said they needed more evidence or information before releasing the warrant.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah, but because I cannot see where, if we have the information and we have the evidence that we submit the warrant, that they would not just, sometimes they don't sign off on it. Let me just say it that way.
Okay.
Yep.
In the event that they don't sign off on it, is there any way for a council member's office to be alerted or made aware of?
I mean, we could, but I think the next approach we could probably do, and I think my team we can do a probable cause arrest, depending on the facts of the case. We always like to be able to get the blessing, if you will, with our arrest warrants from the Attorney General's office. And then I guess the other piece of it is just really being intentional about getting out there and doing good police work.
Okay. Understood. I appreciate your work here. As my community continues to sort of, we've seen the robberies go down with the added support and help, but just, I think they're wanting to know information on, have arrests been made, where the cases are, and oftentimes that transparency can sort of help sort of the back and forth chatter that is happening on a daily on the listservs. And so that would be helpful. Overall, from a greater standpoint, I'm happy to see the robbery case closures percentage go up, and I would love to see that be above 50% next year, if possible.
Yes, ma'am. All things are possible.
All things are possible. Drug-free zones. MPD made 15 arrests in 4D drug-free zones in 2024. What offenses were those arrests made for, if you're aware?
It could be a couple of different things. Failure to leave the area could be one. It could be that individuals may actually have narcotics in the particular area. And I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but those are some of the things that we will find we may make arrests for, or if someone has an outstanding warrant that we've come in contact with, who may be committing some type of illegal activity in that space.
Understood. Does MPD track whether charges were filed, and if so, the disposition of the case?
We do, yes.
Okay.
And if you'd like us to provide that for you in particular, we can certainly see if we can get that to you.
Great. How many complaints has MPD received regarding drug-free zones in 4th District?
Complaints?
Or I guess
I don't know that.
requests, it maybe is a better word.
So there are a couple of ways in which we establish drug-free zones, right? And we do take the requests from members of council who would contact us and say, hey, can we have a drug-free zone in this particular area? The other thing is that we look at the data. We look at the number of, we can look at a number of arrests. We can look at the number of drugs activity or calls for service specific to any of those things, drug arrests, any homicides, any shootings. And then we look at a particular area and we can declare it a drug-free zone. I can look at, based on my analysis of the data that comes into me in a particular area, to say we should establish a drug-free zone there. So we will take, even if it's a request from a community member, but we want to be able to do is make sure we're following the guidelines. We don't just put them up anywhere. We have to follow the rules and regulations established in the policy.
Okay. Understood. I want to move from drug-free zones to your, I guess, collaboration with DBH. DBH records show that 29% of DBH's community response team deployments in fiscal year 24 ultimately requested MPD assistance. Sort of, this is DBH saying, MPD, we need you. What are the types of deployments for which MPD assistance was requested, and sort of what role did MPD play when arriving on site?
So what we try to do in most cases, when we have a request from DBH, we try to make sure that we have our officers who are trained, our core officers respond to the location, because what we want to do is make sure that we have an engaging encounter with the individual. And oftentimes it's either someone who is combative, when the call comes in, someone who is not, and when I say combative, to a point where the DBH person may feel or believe that his or her, or I won't say life may be at risk, but there's some potential for some sort of danger. And so we will send our officers to that location to try to assist and mitigate the issue. We don't typically, and I will say this, you know, it's hard to know what you have sometimes until you get there, when we talk about dealing with individuals who are either on substance abuse or someone who is suffering from some mental or emotional trauma. But we try to ensure that we are sending our officers who have the appropriate training in order to address and support the DBH personnel.
Understood. Do you know how many people, I guess, has MPD arrested while co-responding with the community response team?
I don't know if I have that available.
I hope is that number is very low to none. But
is it very low, Kelly? Okay, that's good to know.
Okay.
Okay, if you can get that number, that'd be great. Yep.
Okay. I want to ask about vehicular pursuits. How many sort of this year, sort of how many complaints were received regarding vehicular pursuits and an injury to either injury to officer and then injury to civilian? Sorry, I was looking for the word civilian.
We'll get back. Well, I'll have to get that number back to you, council member, because I don't have that readily available.
Okay. I have about 3 minutes left. I want to address one of the elephants in the room that I have to address.
Yes, ma'am.
As you know, as a Ward 4 council member, 2 MPD officers were convicted of second-degree murder, conspiracy to obstruct, and obstruction of justice for actions that took within the course of their duties as law enforcement officers. A jury found those 2 officers guilty. They were recently pardoned. It has become the information of my community that these officers have been reinstated. And so I have to ask you, because I'm literally got 2 emails this morning. I've been getting emails nonstop. There's also 2 listservs with a ongoing back and forth, Chief, about this. Have these officers been reinstated? And if so, why have they been reinstated, given the pardons are there, but I guess the pardons do not change the facts of what occurred on October 23rd, 2020, particularly not just the second-degree murder, but the obstruction of justice. So why were those officers reinstated? First, are they reinstated? And if so, why are they reinstated, given that the facts of what happened on October 23rd have not changed, regardless of the pardons that have been given?
So to answer your initial question, ma'am, they have been reinstated. When the incident occurred, they were suspended pending the outcome of their criminal case. As you know, that after their pardons and the convictions were vacated and dismissed, we completed our administrative review. And when we talk about a pardon, a pardon, and then the U.S. Attorney's Office dismissed the case with prejudice, which now lends me the responsibility of looking at the case specifically for any policy violations, in this case, the pursuit violation. MPD, and again, it is as if once the pardons came through and the dismissal of their cases with prejudice, it is as if I can only focus on the policy violations. And MPD's history with pursuit is that we have never terminated anyone for pursuit violations, and that's where we are with that.
I understand pursuits is one of the, I guess, internal violations. In regards to the obstruction of justice, is there no internal violations that are connected to obstruction of justice?
It's my understanding that there was no cover-up and there was no obstruction of justice.
Is that based on,
the body-worn camera footage? The fact when the officer responded to the station and spoke with his supervisor, also the draft report that came out of it, there was no cover-up.
So then why were they found guilty for it in trial?
I'm not sure. I can only tell you what I've been told with respect to, based on the investigation that was conducted by the department, our Internal Affairs Division.
So obstruction of justice is not, I guess, even on the table, and it's just now the vehicular pursuit?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if any, disciplinary action or training were Officer Sutton and Zavasky required by MPD to complete before they were reinstated?
So let me be clear. Even though they've been reinstated, they are not back to full duty. They're back to full duty, but they have not come. They are not like in a patrol function. There are still some requirements that they have to adhere to or meet with respect to the time period that they've been away. Number one, any type of additional training, mandatory training that they should have received during the time period that they were out, they have to go back through that. And then any other training based on our policy with respect to the number of years or the number of days or months an individual or an employee a sworn employee has been out of work. There is specific training that they have to go back through at our Metropolitan Police Academy. And that for that duration of time that they missed. And so when I say they've been reinstated, they're reinstated, but there are still conditions to reinstatement that they have to meet before they're put back in, kind of brought back into the workforce itself, if that makes sense.
Okay. My time is up. I will just say my community, because this is my last round, I just want to say that my community is deeply disappointed with this decision and the lack of trust that now gives them about sort of not only our justice system in the District of Columbia, but just the honor that we carry ourselves in as public servants every single day. And the impact on my community is devastating. And we would like full transparency about where they are going to be assigned, if assigned, or what will happen. Because this is something that has truly impacted our community in a negative way and continues to have impact. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. We're, just so everyone knows for ordering, we're going to turn to Councilmember Henderson, then Councilmember Parker, and then Councilmember Felder. Go ahead, Councilmember Henderson.
Thanks, Chair Pinto, and good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to start on traffic safety, which, as you know, I believe is really important to public safety, especially given the number of fatalities that we've had over the past year from hit and runs, particularly hit and runs that have not been solved yet. In your testimony, in your pre-hearing responses, you talked a little bit about the traffic safety branch. How many FTEs were assigned to that branch this year in comparison to last year? I think originally you started with a small number of officers, and I'm looking to see
We
whether or
did.
not it's grown.
Yeah, we did. And I don't know the exact number. We'll get that number for you. But what we did realize was that there needed to be an increase in personnel.
Okay.
And so we did increase the personnel by 4 traffic safety officers. But what we also did was we took a look at establishing what's called a traffic safety compliance checkpoint across the city. We looked at the data with respect to the number of collisions, accidents, again, to your point, fatalities regarded with respect to major crashes. And we have been selective and intentional about making sure that we are moving a traffic safety compliance checkpoint, and that is comprised of a number of members of the Metropolitan Police Department where we designated location in the city. We have our officers out there, members, residents, visitors come through this checkpoint or access point, and we issue traffic citations. We make numbers of arrests with regards to either DUIs or a no permit on a vehicle and other things that are traffic violations. And then we've also had some gun recoveries.
Which, let me say, I know that some people complain about the checkpoints when they are caught in a checkpoint, but the idea that we're recovering illegal guns and other items during those, I feel like in some ways, it's like a catch-all in order for us to do this. But DDOT's hearing was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know, whatever time is. It wasn't this week, it was before. In their data, because DDOT has a lot of data, they have identified what they would call the top 10 areas where they have seen traffic violations based on their biometric data that they have. Most of them, not surprisingly, are in Southeast, 19th and Independence, New York, Kenilworth, East Capitol Street, et cetera. Now, it's very clear that some people are not deterred by the possibility of an automated traffic enforcement ticket, but folks slow down when they see police officer vehicles posted in particular areas. How often does DDOT and MPD collaborate on some of these high traffic, high fatality corridors where frankly, a little bit more touch from MPD might actually go a long way?
Well, I will say that since I've been in this space, and even when I served as the Assistant Chief of Homeland Security, I've developed a very good relationship with Mr. Rick Burt. And I guess he kind of works he doesn't work in the DDOT space, but more in the traffic safety kind of NHTSA highway traffic safety space. And we have been very, very intentional. They provided certain grants for us in order to ensure that we are also very heavily engaged in traffic enforcement across the city. Our officers, especially our traffic safety compliance checkpoint team, the mayor's Vision Zero effort is specifically tied to traffic, and we are meeting with those individuals, if not on a weekly basis, from DDOT on a bi-weekly basis.
Okay. I understand that MPD responded to concerns about certain vehicles not being in compliance with registration requirements, speaking about counterfeit, fraudulent tags, some of the things that you brought up in your testimony. We nearly quadrupled the number of individuals in terms of, the number of arrests for counterfeit and fraudulent tags in calendar year 24. What about mopeds? Is the, I think you called it Operation Right Ride, is that still in effect?
Operation
Ride Right, sorry, Right Ride.
You know,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am. we received so many complaints from just community members about the mopeds and the motorcycles. I mean, I even myself driving around in the city just couldn't go from one place to the next. And so the team sat down and we came up with Operation Ride Right. And the intent was really to get people in compliance. We wanted people to, if you're gonna operate a scooter or a motor vehicle in the city, you have to make sure it's registered. You have to make sure you have the appropriate driver's license to operate on city streets. But we also want you to operate effectively. And so the team made a very concerted effort. To date, we've impounded like 767 scooters. We've made 122 arrests, and we've issued 764 citations. And we are continuing to do that. We're continuing that effort. What I have seen is a change in behavior. I don't know if you all have, but I've seen a significant change in behavior with the scooters. I myself have gone out on Fridays, even though the team don't like for me to do it, but I will get out sometime and try to engage in Operation Ride Right.
Yourself?
I will. Yeah, because it's
Okay.
important. The reason why is because let me tell you, it's reckless sometimes when you're driving
Oh,
down
yeah.
the street and these people are weaving in and out. We just want them to be in compliance. And I think we're moving in the right direction with being able to do that.
Yeah, I actually think that this particular operation is one of those examples where there was a clear problem. We identified a solution and mobilized very quickly. And then in some cases going to the source, which is, you know, the business that was selling the vast majority of these vehicles and telling individuals that it was just a bike when in fact it was not. I want to switch topics really quickly. As you know, I chair the Committee on Health, and there are lots of different overlaps in terms of the work of public health agencies as well as the work of MPD. I'm going to get to mental health, but I'm about to ask you a question that actually has nothing to do with mental health, because the other part of public health is around food trucks and the inspections that are supposed to take place or not. As we head into the spring and summer months, one of our areas of concern are around unlicensed illegal food truck activity in some of the touristy areas around the city, around the National Mall, et cetera. I've talked to DC Health, I've talked to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, and both have said, you know, they'll issue tickets, they'll issue violations, and as soon as their folks walk away, they'll continue with operations and are really looking for some MPD assistance on some of this. Are there any particular barriers from MPD's perspective in terms of adding support in some of the work? I know we already do this around street vending in some cases, sort of.
And I smile because and I'll say this, and maybe this is a fault of my own, and I recognize that, you know, all areas, whether it's property crime or what have you, when I got in the seat, violent crime was so high. That was really my significant focus, was really trying to drive down this violent crime, get the property crime under control. And I think we were successful in some places in doing that. When it comes to vending, as you know, there's a legislation that do not allow us as a Metropolitan Police Department to really be engaged in the vending efforts. When DLCP contacts us for support, whenever there are individuals who are very challenging, when they've tried to issue license and citations, we will always make sure we have law enforcement personnel there to assist them and make sure that there are no harm comes to our DC government employees, or any employee for that matter. But it's very challenging when the law does not allow us to really have any engagement specifically with regards to vending. Now, I will say this, I do have to prioritize those things.
Of course,
right?
of course. And again, I'm bringing this up because you talked in your conversation with Councilmember I think it was either Pinto or Louis George around illegal sales that are happening in cannabis shops. There are illegal sales, perhaps not to the degree of illegal drug activity or, the mushrooms and whatnot that are taking place in some of these food trucks that we know of. And so, one of my concerns on the public health and public safety front is how do we address it from all frames? Okay. Let me move on. I actually want to talk about, again, something that actually is the impact between public health and public safety, which is the drug-free zones in terms of substance use. And, across the city, we have seen a decrease in terms of the number of overdoses or fatal overdoses rather, that have taken place. Drug-free zones have been in effect for about a year now. And I see that from data shared, that you all shared with the committee, that the Chinatown initiatives have yielded significant decreases in terms of crimes of violence, particularly robberies and burglaries. Did those decreases only occur in the drug-free zone boundary for downtown, or did it encompass a larger range?
It encompassed a larger range. And as you know, when individuals are committing crimes and they're able to get away with it, it's whether it's a robbery, whether it's a carjacking, you typically have some of the same individuals committing the same crimes. And I commend Commander Hall, who has really increased his business beat patrols. We have bicycle patrol officers in those areas, and it is just a combination of, and then, we had that CVS that was really causing us a lot of problems with the retail theft. And he has done a phenomenal job with making sure that not only is he present, but our officers are present. We work very closely with Metro Transit, some of those areas. When you talk about, excuse me, the drug-free zones, things were happening right around in that area. We put some undercover folks in those spaces from time to time to do certain types of police enforcement in those spaces. And I think that what you're seeing in that trend and pattern, the mayor's support with making sure that we could have a commercial hub so that there's a when things are happening, when you talk about substance abuse, and we see individuals who are engaged in drug activity, but yet at the same time are on the opposite end of the substance abuse where there's some issues and problems.
Co-occurring, other types of
We're
issues.
able to get there rather quickly. And provide support.
I think it's good to hear. I think one of the concerns when we were first reestablishing drug-free zones was that it would push out crime into the bordering areas right outside of the zones. And it sounds like from your testimony, that's not what you're seeing happening.
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's good to hear. I look forward to the full report whenever you all are done with that. One of the other issues that have sort of come up, particularly, and I'm sure you're aware of this, Chief, the community in Ward 8, where historic Anacostia, it's not a, street sales are not the issue. One of the big issues that have come up has been around a medically assisted treatment facility that is methadone clinic that is right there. And in terms of what are the particular activities that happen outside of the clinic, because they have large numbers of individuals who have gathered. To the extent, I'm wondering how you all have tried to sort of mitigate those activities. I know what we've done on the public health side in terms of getting DC Health and the Department of Behavioral Health to do the inspections, but that's inside the facility. A lot of the community concerns have been with regard to the activity that happens on the outside of the facility.
Yeah, and I again commend our commanders that are assigned to those areas because they have such a great working relationship with DBH. We can get the mobile truck, the mobile truck over there when we find that we have individuals who are impacted negatively by the substance. I mean, we know there's a methadone clinic over there, and it's hard, right? Because they're not committing a crime, right?
Yeah.
And so I have to take into consideration for that. And that's where our business beat officers come into play and being able to have positive interactions with some of those individuals, but yet at the same time, not being so heavy-handed, if that makes sense, because they're really not committing any crimes or doing anything illegal. I mean, there's nothing that says they can't be on the sidewalk. There's nothing that says that once they leave the methadone clinic, they can't come outside. Maybe they need to remain inside the methadone clinic a little longer until the substance is really, taking effect. Because what we've saw in the past, I don't think we're seeing this now, was that some of them were utilizing spaces where they should be going to restrooms and things like that. And so I think working very closely with DBH, Dr. Bazaran and her team, we can call those mobile units at any time to be of support to us.
Yeah. And let's talk about that in terms of calling the mobile units. Crisis response, I think, at least I feel like, and I'm going to say it, if the Department of Behavioral Health did a better job in terms of responding to some of the transfers of calls from 911, that would significantly reduce the burden in terms of your officers. Because frankly, when I look at the numbers, right, of over 30,000 calls that MPD are responding to are mental health related, right? Not a crime, not someone was shot, but literally someone is having a crisis point. It should not all be on MPD to respond to those. What are those conversations like with your partners about this? Because frankly, I'm not satisfied with the number of calls that are being transferred to the appropriate places as opposed to going to MPD.
So, what I will say is that if we're called, we're going to respond regardless, right? And so what I tell the team is vet those conversations up to me so that I can have a conversation with Dr. Bazran. And I do talk to Dr. Bazran if I call her. And if there's a need for additional resources in a particular location, she will provide that. I will say, just as you feel very strongly about the fact that that's a lot of time and many, many hours that we spend. And as I stated in my opening statement, was that we spend a lot of time, more hours dealing with that on a particular scene, an incident regarding mental health, because we want to make sure that the public sees that we're having a good interaction with when we are responding to those calls. But more importantly, we want to make sure that the individuals receive the appropriate service. And so we can't just walk away. So we have to stay there. So that's where the policing with service and care comes into play, because the officers know that it's very important that we connect those individuals with service.
Okay, thank you. Chair Pinto, will we have an opportunity for another round? Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you. And it's good to see you again, Chief.
You as well, sir.
I will jump right in and bypass a statement. One of the things that is concerning for me, and we've talked about this offline, is that some of the gains that we saw in Ward 5 in particular, I'm worried that we're kind of reversing. And I would love for you to share what work or efforts are being taken to address things that are bubbling up. And I'll give you just one example. On the 12th Street corridor in Ward 5, a string of businesses have been the recipients of routine now break-ins and what seemed like nuisance crime. So at a very 10,000-foot view, what steps are you taking with your team to kind of address what's happening in pockets around the city, and particularly Ward 5?
So in particularly thank you for that. In Ward 5, what we've done over the last month and a half, we've established a burglary prevention plan. One of the things that we've really been working with some of the businesses is the fact that we'd like for them to have cameras. We'd like for them to have alarm systems on their buildings and to really secure them. We do know that some of the crime is being committed by a very small number of individuals. We've made some significant arrests over the last couple of weeks, specifically with burglaries, and in particular Ward 5. We actually have placed significant resources especially during the month of February and even March. And if I go back and look at the numbers, I'm quite sure we've seen a decrease in those burglaries in some of those establishments in Ward 5. And we will continue to do that. I think it really has, as we continue to make the arrests, these individuals have to be held accountable. And I think that's what it boils down to. We're seeing some of the same individuals committing these burglaries. And so it's very challenging for us sometimes, but I know our detective unit is working very diligently to ensure, number one, we're getting the right individuals and that we're sharing the information with our U.S. Attorney's Office to hold those folks accountable.
Well, last year I bragged, and I want to brag more, that Ward 5 saw the steepest declines in violent crime across the city. And that currently is not the trend. And so we want to get back to seeing the steepest declines in crime. I wanted to pivot to juvenile crime. As the chair of the Council's Committee on Youth Affairs, this is something that is top of mind for me personally, but also professionally. I know that you have a new initiative focused on juveniles that I would love if you could talk about. But I also wanted to get a better sense of your feedback loop with the Attorney General's office in particular. And I'll share what I mean there. I know because we have a bifurcated system, you are working with the U.S. Attorney's Office as well as the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General, as you know, but I'm sharing for the public, deals more with juvenile incidents. At the hearing that we had with the Attorney General last week, they described their prosecutorial process, whether to charge, to divert, or to dismiss a case. And they went in depth there. And a question I had as they were going through that process is, what is the communication channels with MPD as they are determining what is the best process for handling juvenile crime? So if you could talk about the initiatives that you have related to juveniles, but also what is the current feedback loop as it relates with the AG focused on juvenile crime?
So with respect to the initiatives, you know, we've kind of revamped our recidivist unit. We know that a lot of our juveniles are repeat offenders. They are young people who are either, once we've arrested them, they will go to some sort of placement, either a group home. We know that some of the group homes don't have parameters in place that will not allow these young people to just walk right back out of the door and get back out on the street and commit the same crimes again. With respect to our relationship with the Attorney General's office, I know you kind of sat up, but that is what we experience. And so with respect to our recidivism unit, when we know that young people have been released, juveniles have been released back into community, they go to some of these shelters, they go to the homes and they interact with them and they engage with them.
But is the Attorney General's office giving you a heads up when that is happening? How are you finding out that they're returning to the
We
community?
do get a list. DYRS, we have a relationship with DYRS. If they're released from DYRS or if they're released to court to one of these particular group homes or shelters, we do have a list. One member of our team will provide that to all of the commanders. And where those shelter homes or group homes are located, someone is responsible for my team to go out and make contact with those individuals.
Got it. Connected to that, one point that came up in the hearing with DRS is the exit or the re-entry planning process. And we are still trying to figure out what is the right mix. And by that meaning, after a juvenile has spent their time at DRS and they're returning to their community, there's usually a plan in place. What I've heard anecdotally from young people at DRS is that plan is largely focused on where they're going to go versus how they're going to engage and reacclimate themselves with the community. What are you experiencing, or what are your officers experiencing? And do you have any recommendations for how we can strengthen that reentry process for juveniles after they've done their time?
Well, I agree there should be a plan, and the plan should be really a solid plan. And when you talk about the young people being released or diverted to other programs, I don't think the diversion program works all the time for young people, which is why they're back out committing the same crimes. I think that there should be more touch points with different agencies involved in their reentry plan back into community. It just can't be having kids go to, let's say, a group home. And then what happens is I send my folks out just to make contact with them and engage with them and try to give them life skills and things like that. That's really not the law enforcement police officer's job to do. We do it because what we know is that if we can engage with our young people and make positive impacts in their lives while they're there, maybe they will think twice about committing those crimes again. But there has to be additional wraparound services for them when and that plan has to be created prior to them leaving DYRS.
1000%. And I agree with you. I don't know if we figured this out, and maybe that's a partnership between Councilmember Pinto and me for this year. Like, where should that live? And so DRS would say, well, their time with us is finished. The AG would say, well, maybe it's not appropriate for the prosecutor to follow a young person after their time. And so we just have to find the right mix, but you're spot on that we need a more comprehensive plan for how we're actually focused on rehabilitation. I did want to shift gears, but I want to give one last focus on juveniles. Knowing that we're approaching spring and summer, that is usually when we see an uptick in juvenile incidents. Can you share more about what MPD is doing or is poised to do to address what we already can anticipate?
So we have already established, prior to my arrival, a Youth and Family Engagement Bureau at the time. We've kind of made it a division where we are, Youth and Family Engagement Division, where we have personnel, law enforcement officers, some civilian assigned to that division to really start to engage with our young people. We are also assigned inside our DCPS schools. We have our SROs that are assigned that are also engaging with our young people. The biggest thing that we want to be able to do, and I think, is to be able to have touch points with young people who we know are committing those crimes, right? That's really the key point. If we can get those young people to change their behavior, that's where the impact is going to take place. There are some things that I'm working on kind of behind the scenes that I'm not ready to share right now. As we begin to go into our summer months, we are working with DPR. We have programs called Late Night Hype, where we join with Department of Parks and Recreation to really bring activities for our young people on Friday nights and Saturday nights. We're still very heavily engaged in our curfews, where we see young people who are out after hours and need to be brought back either home, or we work with DYRS for placement in all of our communities until we can get them relocated or engaged with a parent or an adult. One of the things that I will say that we are, my Executive Assistant Chief of Patrol Services, Andre Wright, is working with some of our coaches, basketball, football coaches. We know that there's discipline instilled when young people are engaged in some type of sports activity. So we're working with some of our coaches at our schools across the city. They're coming up with a plan right now. So before we get to the summer, we have a lot of things kind of in motion right now that we want to make sure that we're touching some of these kids before we get to the spring or summer.
I know I said that was the last one, but you mentioned curfew. So when I talk with DRS, because that is where the young people who are picked up for curfew violations are dropped off officially, they would say they've seen a very small number in the singles of digits. So does that mean MPD is not picking up young people, or are you diverting them somewhere else outside of DRS?
No, we're still picking them up, but we're seeing, like I can tell you, we're seeing less and less outside the curfew hour.
Got it.
Because we're very intentional. I oftentimes ask my team, what are we doing with curfews? Are we still done? They'll say, yes, ma'am, we are. So I trust that that is still happening. We do know during time periods where there's spring break, we'll see a little bit more activity. So we will increase our visitation in areas across the city and areas where we know kids like to hang out.
Okay. I wanted to come to overtime, and I'm not sure if this has been addressed, but just given the news that focused on 5D in particular, I think I would be remiss not to bring it up. There are reports that officers in 5D abuse the overtime policy within MPD. Can you speak to what steps you and your team are taking to ensure this doesn't happen again, and to ensure that this was an isolated incident versus reflective of what might be happening across the force?
Well, thank you for asking that question. And so, as you know, it is an internal investigation. So therefore, I can't speak very intentional about it very broadly, is that the information was brought to our attention. And anytime there's any level of misconduct or fraud, our internal affairs division will conduct the investigation. And in this particular case, yes, there was some allegations of fraud. Obviously, we have to go through to figure out what that is. Immediately when it was brought to my attention, we do have checks and balances in place. We needed to make sure, from my perspective, that everybody understood that when it comes to overtime, what are the signature authorities and how far it goes up within the respective district or even bureau to sign off on making sure that those overtime hours are accounted for. And so we have put a measure in place, which was already there. We're just strengthening that and making sure that there's more accountability.
And to make sure I'm clear, so is the investigation just focused on 5D, or is it across the entire police force?
Well, we need to get through 5D, and as soon as we're done with 5D, we will do it across the entire police department to ensure that we're not having that same activity. I think the team is already doing their own internal look within their overtime hours and how overtime hours are being recorded, who's approving it, and who's signing off on the appropriate paperwork. We are also looking at a more efficient way of approving overtime and some of our documentation, as opposed to using paper copies, but maybe looking at a platform that is electronic. From a click of a button, it goes up, and we can track who has actually signed off on it and who did not. And if officers submit their overtime forms, we call them 1130s, and it has not been signed off by the appropriate supervisor, then they won't get compensated for it. But we want people to get compensated for the work that they do. But we also don't want individuals who are recording hours that they did not work.
Absolutely. Related to overtime, but not directly, I've noticed a pattern of seeing empty police cars, sometimes with the lights on. I'm assuming that's a deterrent in certain communities.
With the lights on?
Maybe. Not necessarily in 5D, just
Okay.
across the city.
So it depends, right? It depends whether they are, if it's there for a short period of time, maybe they're running in to do something. And sometimes we have what's called decoy cars. I mean, that's a part
Well,
of
actually,
the deterrent.
just 2 days ago, I was on 7th Street,
Mhm.
I think in Ward 2. And I saw 3 police cars in an intersection, and maybe something was happening there, but I didn't
Could've
see
been.
officers in the car. And in my mind, I thought, oh, maybe this is like a deterrent. They're trying to draw attention. I guess the question I'm getting at is, how are you balancing overtime for officers and then these non-traditional approaches to expand MPD's reach? I also know some businesses are hiring their own police personnel and/or contracting with MPD for off-duty coverage. Can you just, how are you balancing the official overtime versus some of these alternatives?
And so for so it's interesting when you talk about it, they're called RDOs, or they work for other businesses and things like that. And so what I do know is that we've seen a decrease in our officers working in those locations. Oftentimes they will work for us. We're down officers, right? We're really short personnel, short police officers.
I'm sure that came up. What's the number? Do you have it?
We have roughly, is it 5 and change? How many officers? Not down. Okay, about 700 officers we're down. And when you think about, I think I shared earlier, about 700 officers, and that's equivalent to 2 districts, right? And we still have to do everything we can with respect to providing resources and services for the district. We do have a lot of First Amendment activities that we have to cover. We have to, that's just evident. And then we also have to make sure that there are certain places across the city where the crime has been kind of high. We have to have resources in those
Understood.
locations. And so what that looks like for us is that I have told my team, even as of last year, let's look at ways where we can reduce some of the overtime. I have
Thank
a
you for that.
responsibility to be fiscally responsible for the money that the mayor has entrusted to the Metropolitan Police Department. So as of October 1 of last year, we have all been intentional about making sure that our finance office is providing for us on is it biweekly, Leanne? Did Leanne leave? Bi-weekly basis, where we are with overtime, how much overtime is being spent in each district. And I also want to know the why behind, if there's an increase in overtime in a particular area, why do we have an increase in that area, and what's the reason behind it? So we do that on a bi-weekly basis. The chiefs patrol, both chiefs, executive assistant chiefs, Chief Carroll and Chief Wright, meet with their team on a regular basis to ensure that we're monitoring the overtime.
I am overtime. If I could just 3 extra, what is the number of the force today? You said down 700. What is the?
3,326.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to correct you, Chief, but is it maybe 32, 36?
I mean, 3,236. What did I say? 3,300?
300, yeah.
300? Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You know, math was not my strongest subject.
Yes, no, just for us all to be on the same page about that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll now turn to my Ward 7 colleague and member of the committee, Councilmember Wendell Felder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, it's always good to see you.
As well, sir.
Good evening to you and members of your team. Before I jump into my questions, you know, some of my council colleagues could attest to this. Oftentimes, MPD is not always pictured in the right light. But I just want to commend you and the work that your team is doing to make sure that the residents of the District of Columbia stay safe.
Yes,
So I just wanted to commend you on that before jumping into my questions.
Yes, sir.
With that, I'll jump into my questions. So, Chief, I'm sure you're aware that there's been a 35% reduction in violent crimes. Could you speak to what has contributed to the reduction in violent crimes?
Sure, I will say very pointedly, it is the response of the members of the Metropolitan Police Department who are intentional about addressing crime in their communities. One of the things that I heard when I first was nominated for this position was how community didn't see police officers, right? And we wanted to make sure that we shifted the thought process. And sometimes, coming in from the outside, you have to get buy-in from the inside. And what I learned is that the members of the Metropolitan Police Department are very passionate about this work, and they want to make sure that our communities feel safer. And so making sure that as leaders, we're putting them in the right places and spaces across our city. But what has also helped is having a mayor who is very, very supportive of her police department. She has provided additional resources, specifically CCTV cameras. She's made sure that she has been in collaboration with the city council to ensure the appropriate legislation is being passed, to ensure that we have the right tools available for us and to us to address the crime here in DC.
And where has the city seen its largest reduction in crime?
In 2024, our largest reduction in crime was in our second district. And I will say that in the areas where in Ward 7 and 8, we had a significant reduction in violent crime, because we know Ward 7 and 8 is an area where we've seen a significant uptick and increase in violent crime. I commend wholeheartedly our commanders and our assistant chiefs at the time, who worked very, very diligently with many of the community members to ensure, number one, we were listening to them, and number two, we were providing them with the services that was needed. And in both of those areas, last year, we saw a 30% reduction in violent crime in each location.
Thank you, Chief. According to your response, you alluded that right now there's about 3,236 police officers on the force. From that, could you speak to how many of those officers are located within the 6th district compared to other districts across the city?
I thought I had a number here with the number of police officers. If I don't have it handy, I'll make sure we get it to your office.
Okay.
Sir.
And could you speak to, and if you don't, Chief, you can send that to me later.
Okay.
Okay. Could you also speak to what process do you use to determine how many police officers are assigned to districts?
Yeah, we typically look at the calls for service, right? And I know that there's this thought process that more officers should be in one location than the next. We do look at the number of calls for service in a particular area. And we ensure that, and I can tell you, then there are other things that we factor in there. When we've had a significant reduction of officers in a particular location, we try to make sure that as classes are coming in, we are replacing those officers, either whether they've resigned or whether they've retired.
So Chief, I mentioned how crime has driven down by 35%, and you have officers or a shortfall of 500 officers, 700 officers?
700.
From your observation, do you feel like you have the adequate workforce needed to make sure that you guys can continue to provide the service to make sure our communities are safe?
I think that we certainly need to increase the number of officers that we have here in the city, which is why we're working very diligently to ensure that we are having measures for recruitment, not just here across the city, but outside the city, to ensure we're attracting the best men and women to come work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Could you speak to some of those recruitment efforts?
Sure. We do a lot of marketing and advertising via social media platforms. In 2023, I think I stood up a recruitment team where they travel, not just here in the city, but travel outside of the District of Columbia. We go as far as New York City, John Jay College. We have worked very closely with our colleges and universities here in the city, our criminal justice departments, to ensure that we are hiring. And then for every recruitment event that is happening here in the city, we make sure we have a good showing of personnel to ensure that we're recruiting the best.
Chief, you know where I'm going with this one. you know, the district is the only jurisdiction that requires 60 credits to join the force.
Yep.
Unlike Maryland and Virginia. This is just a humble recommendation. Have you considered either waiving that process from 60 college credits to perhaps 30 college credits? Or you can attest to this when you go into DC government buildings. You have security officers who are risking their lives. Maybe if they have 7 or 5 years of professional experience, they should be able to convert over to join the wonderful Metropolitan Police Department. So those are just some humble recommendations.
Well, I accept your recommendation, sir.
Okay. Just shifting gears to training, and some of my colleagues mentioned this earlier as it relates to crisis interveners. Could you describe the crisis intervention training that you provide to officers or that officers receive?
Well, the crisis intervention training is certainly a training that provides our police officers with training on how to engage with individuals who are either in trauma or suffering from some type of crisis, whether it's mental or emotional. We ensure that we are training the best individuals to understand what they're facing when they come in contact with an individual. I think the other piece of it is that, you know, they're not social workers, which is why it's very, very important for us to have a relationship with DBH, to have social workers, if you will, engage with members of Metropolitan Police Department who are going out into the field to address any type of crises that is happening across our city.
Copy. And Chief, based on the current political climate, has there been any changes to your approach to policing and training?
Based on the political climate, I think that our Metropolitan Police Department Academy, our training staff, we are always looking at different trends and patterns of socio-economical crimes that are happening across the city, and it is certainly across the country, rather, I'm sorry, and across the nation. And it's certainly our intent when we are seeing an uptick or an increase in a particular type of violence someplace else, if it's something that transcends from like the West Coast to the East Coast, we know at some point it's going to come our way. And looking at the different laws that are passed in different locations, making sure that our team is readily available to address any type of new trends and patterns of crime that come here. We ensure that our training academy provides the best training for our folks.
Thank you, Chief. Could you speak to any collaborations that MPD have with organizations in Ward 7 specifically?
Organizations and?
Like community development organization, or I'm sorry, community-based organizations like
Oh my
East
gosh.
River.
The grassroots organizations.
yes.
I think every district is engaged in a lot of the community organizations. And I will say, and I can't name all of them off the top of my head, but what I will say is that this team is responsible once a week for conducting public safety walks. And what we do in those public safety walks, we invite everyone in that particular residential area, everyone in that particular district to participate in those spaces with us. I will say our youth and family engagement division has certainly been intentional in engaging with a lot of our community grassroots organizations. I think in Ward 7 and 8, you all pull us in quite frequently with the different activities that are happening in those areas.
Thank you, Chief, for that. And just a follow-up from my Ward 5 Council colleague, Zach Parker, he mentioned vehicles serving as a deterrent. Have you considered making sure that, and I want to make sure I say this correctly, officers who live in the district take home, have vehicles to take home?
There are some, there is a criteria for officers who are a part of the home to work vehicle or the take home vehicle program. They have to live in the District of Columbia. There's a certain number of years that they have before they can be a part of the program. And then we have to be budgeted for it. I think that's really critical too, to keep in mind that it has to be a part of our annual budget in order to increase and or add additional or add additional members to the Home to Work Vehicle Program.
Chief, could you speak to how MPD plans to engage with community leaders in Ward 7 and 8 to develop a long-term strategy for improving public safety?
I think we're already doing that.
Okay.
I mean, with town halls, we currently have our Citizen Advisory Council that members of our team meet with. We have our business, our bids that we continually engage with. We also have the Restaurant Association with Sean Townsend and his team that we're constantly in good collaboration with, especially when we've seen an uptick or an increase in some of our establishments being burglarized. We certainly have that pathway to have communication with Sean and his team to make sure that we're speaking to those establishments. Since I've been in this space, we had been doing that already, and we're continuing those same efforts.
Got you. Could you provide an overview of how many complaints the Office of Police Complaints receive annually? Specifically, how many of those complaints were received from Ward 7 residents?
Allow my team to provide you the information. I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right. Well, Chief, that concludes my questions for today.
Well, thank you.
I appreciate you, and I look forward to building on our partnership.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Chief, you've been here for almost 2 hours. I want to give you an opportunity if you want to take a 5-minute.
May I?
Little break. And sure, so it's 4:09. We'll reconvene at 4:15 p.m.
Okay. It depends on.
Okay. We are back. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It's 4:18 p.m. We are I was gonna say re-adjourned, but that's the wrong word. Reconvened, thank you, with Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith, for our performance oversight hearing today. So Chief Smith, let's pick up around staffing. I know that this is an issue that you and I have worked on together over the last several years and is very important to the success of our safety interventions in the city to have a fully staffed police department. Last year, the council funded 3,370 positions, which is what was requested by Mayor Bowser and you. But we only have 3,236 officers per your testimony filled. So what's going on? How can we get more officers in the door? How can we make sure that they stay once they are trained at the Metropolitan Police Department? And what's been effective over the last year? Because I'm still very worried about the net losses of sworn officers that we continue to see month over month.
And so, and I think, I think recruiting is certainly a nationwide challenge. I think when we look at the IACP survey, it says about 70% of agencies reported that in this current climate, that recruiting is very challenging, right? One of the things that we have noticed are some of the different qualification standards here in this area that makes it a little bit more competitive. Competitive starting salaries, when it comes to incentives with respect to college credit hours. Some of our partners that kind of border the jurisdiction of what we do here in DC, the college credit hours are, or actually some of them have no college credit hours, either high school diploma. We can just walk right over to the U.S. Capitol Police. No college credit hours, a high school diploma, and they're starting at $81,000. So you're talking about competitiveness with the starting salary, even U.S. Park Police, even U.S. Supreme Court Police. So that's very challenging for us. The other piece of it is that when we talk about the college credit hours, one of the things that we are working on, and we know that we cannot do this without legislative support, is a proposal to have a university accredit parts of our police training program so that it's equivalent to some of their classes. So in other words, if we could hire a police officer with 30 college credit hours, and if we can get a university to accredit our recruit training course an additional 30 hours, by the time those officers complete their recruit training program, they will have 60 college credit hours. And that is what we're working on right now. We're in conversation with a couple of universities, either locally or within our jurisdictional area, that will be very supportive of us. And what we do know is that we lose a lot of candidates based on the fact that we are offering 60 college credit hours. But we also know that that would have to be a legislative change. It's not something that I have the authority to do on my own, but I think it will make a difference.
Okay, great. And we are also working on legislation around this. So
okay,
sounds good. We can certainly continue those discussions.
Yes, ma'am.
With the bonuses and incentives, tuition assistance that have been passed in previous years, have those been effective at getting officers to join our department?
Yeah, we still offer the $25,000 sign-on bonus. We have the $6,000 tuition reimbursement, residential bonuses. But one of the things that I've also been working with, I think some of the apartment managers to see if they would be willing to give our officers a reduction in rent because it is sort of expensive in this area. So I did receive some I did receive information regarding a couple of business owners, apartment owners, such as like, and I'm using this as an example, like Bozzuto and some of these other places that have multiple apartments across the city, who are willing to have discussions with me with respect to that. And so we will certainly engage them in conversation, because we have a lot of officers that are joining the Metropolitan Police Department who are from other states outside of this area. And so that would be as far south as Tennessee, as far south as Florida. I don't know if Tennessee is south. Is that really south? Florida, and even as far north as Wisconsin. And so we're seeing that we are hiring members who are from other places and being able to engage them in places and spaces. And I don't know who wouldn't want a police officer living in their apartment.
Yes. Well, thank you for that. And one of the other budget items that I asked Mayor Bowser to consider in her budget proposal this year was for the Workforce Development Fund, to make sure that our workforce, including our MPD officers, could have access to more support for housing to live in the district. And so maybe that's one of the areas you can consider, as well as in terms of hiring and budget priorities.
Yes, ma'am.
The MPD budget last year had an enhancement of $6.7 million and 106 FTEs to focus on civilianization efforts. What roles has the agency identified for civilianization, and how many have been hired?
I think to date, we've hired 42, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the correct number? 40-ish, around 40. 40. And we've been actually feverishly working to try to hire some of the 106 FTEs. We've been working very feverishly trying to hire some of those civilian positions. Some of it would be like a drone program. We did have the community safety ambassador program that we were hiring for as well. And then I think a couple of them, we were looking at hiring civilian pilots, if I'm not mistaken. And then there was a significant customer service reps, right, and cell block technicians, customer service reps and cell blocks technicians, customer service reps in particular, so that we can have our officers who are sitting in our station to kind of go back out and patrol, and have our customer service reps sit in those, be assigned to those positions. And then our cell block technicians, again, instead of having police officers do those jobs, have non-sworn personnel to manage that.
And how have you found that transition for those 40 positions? What kind of functions are they engaged in?
Some of them are our community safety ambassadors. I think quite a significant number of them were community safety ambassadors, and they are really assigned around the District of Columbia to help some of our special operation divisions when they're assigned to different games. They're kind of sort of the eyes and ears for us, if you will, at special events such as Capital One Arena, Audi Field, and different things like that. We don't use them. Sometimes we've used them for traffic, not necessarily control, but for traffic support. But they've been used for some of those non-traditional law enforcement positions that we need kind of field, as opposed to having a police officer do that work.
Okay. One of the things that we talked about last year when this was being developed was that sworn officers were spending a lot of time on paperwork, and that the community ambassadors would be helpful in taking some of that paperwork off their hands so that they can return to patrolling. Has that been a factor or something that you've utilized yet?
I'm not sure. I don't think we've been using them in that way as of right now. I don't think that's really the case right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we've actually been using them more out in the field.
Interesting. Okay. So in accordance with the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, MPD has been regularly sending its overtime spending to the council. And these reports as of December of this fiscal year said that MPD had already used up overtime hours budgeted through local funds. So how is MPD going to fund overtime for the remaining 9 months of the year?
So again, one of the things that I shared with council member either Parker or Felder was specifically about uh, taking a second look at how we are managing our overtime with respect to how we are using our overtime. And so I've been intentional this year and even latter part of last year, once the mayor provided us with what our budget was going to be, was just to really take a good look at the overtime. The problem is being down 700 officers. I mean, and if you really think about that, those are a lot of areas across our workforce where we typically would have people working a regular hourly wage, but because of the fact that we don't have those 700 officers, we also have to offer overtime in order to cover some of the spaces and places around the city. We've been very, very intentional. I think I shared earlier that on a biweekly basis, we have our finance office send out to every district our overtime report, because I want to make sure that we are intentional about reducing the overtime cost across the city and within our districts.
So are there any other strategies we can deploy this year when it comes to hiring so that we can have more officers in full-time positions and not be so reliant on overtime?
As I shared a little bit earlier, we are trying very, very hard to increase our recruitment numbers. And I think that if we can increase our number of personnel, it's going to decrease the number of overtime that we have.
One of the ways that I hope we can do this is by passing my bill. It's referred to as the DROP Amendment Act, Deferred Retirement Option Program, which essentially would allow MPD and fire and EMS personnel to earn their retirements but still stay on the force. Is this something that you think would help with MPD staffing numbers?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Totally. I mean, I think about the fact that if I had stayed with the federal government, I would still have the opportunity to come back, even with earning my retirement as a rehired annuitant, and still continue to work with the federal government. It's kind of sort of the same thing with your DROP program. Officers can retire, still receive their pension, and still come back and do a job that they particularly care for and love.
Thank you. Just mindful of time here. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson, for another round.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Chief, I want to go back to talking a little bit about drug-free zones and sort of the work that's happening in some of these. As you know, MPD, the way that the law was drafted, MPD cannot declare the same area or an overlapping area as a drug-free zone for more than 15 days every 30 days. And maybe you'll cover this in when you all send the report. But what has been, if any, challenges that your officers have faced with regard to implementing drug-free zones?
So I've not heard of any challenges. I think for me, what we have heard is we want more drug-free zones. So that's pretty challenging if you want to talk about not specifically tied to a particular drug-free zone area, but just with respect to the fact that people want more. And so we have to be able to balance that out, right? And making sure that we're actually following the regulations and the policy with how we are assigning drug-free zones across the city. Our officers, I think, the commanders do a very good job with making sure we have the right support. The notifications go up. We have not had any challenges with businesses, or I know you in particular were concerned about some of the method substance abuse areas where making sure that there wasn't a roadblock for people to not go in and out of those spaces. And that seems to be working very well.
Okay.
So as of to date, I've not heard any challenges. I think it's challenging when people first, they don't want something, and then all of a sudden it's just a flood of folks wanting a particular thing. So,
I think a couple of months ago, I had an interview with a reporter, and they were like, "So, what complaints have you heard about drug-free zones?" And we haven't gotten any in our office, and so I think that speaks to how the officers have, I guess, handled the situation with care and ensuring that everyone is informed about what is happening and the activities that are not allowed in those spaces. But I'm sure Chair Pinto knows that this will come up again. I feel like every 3 months we're talking about security seat, but nonetheless, we'll keep talking about it in that way. I know you've been talking a little bit about staffing, but I want to ask some further questions about that. I think you said in your testimony, sort of moving in the right direction in terms of, a far lower number of separations that have occurred, and those kinds of things. In terms of new hires, are the vast majority of our new hires still coming from the cadet program?
Which program?
Cadet?
No. What I've been seeing, because what we do now is for every new recruit class, we are present day one. We come in day one. I get the opportunity to introduce myself to the new class. We ask them to introduce themselves, and a lot of them are coming from outside of the District of Columbia. And a lot of that is due to the recruitment team that we have that we allow to kind of travel around to hire the best and the brightest members of the Metropolitan Police Department. If I'm not mistaken, in most of the classes that I've stood in front of, we've had cadet rollovers. Today, we have 132 cadets that are members of the Metropolitan Police Department, and we have about 100 that are in the pipeline going through background
checks.
Yes.
Okay. Are you all still offering incentives for recruitment?
Yes, ma'am. We are offering $25,000 signing bonus. We're offering the $6,000 housing allowance. Trying to think, is there anything else we're offering them? After so many years of being on the job, if they live in the District of Columbia, they can become eligible for our take-home vehicle program.
Okay.
And then I shared with Councilmember Pinto an opportunity for property management companies to offer housing support for some of our MPD members who are joining the department.
Okay. I think a year ago when we were talking, or it might have been during the budget when we were talking about some of these incentives, you had mentioned that one of the hard things now is that other jurisdictions are now beginning to offer what we're offering as well. In terms of our competitive nature or in the recruitment process, how are we trying to differentiate ourselves to stay above?
Well, one of the things that we're looking at is the college credit hours.
Okay.
As opposed to offering 60, offering 30. And then collaborating or connecting with some of our local colleges and universities to accredit the last 30 college credit hours to our police academy recruit class. If we're able to do that, when the officers graduate, they will have 60 college credit hours. Even if we can get, and I'll use this as an example, an individual is hired with 30 college credit hours. Let's say the university accredits 20 of our academy training courses. And then maybe offering a night program while they're in the academy to make up the other 10 while they're going through their academy class. At least when they graduate, they will still have 60 college credit hours. And that's what we're looking at. But I won't say it's a challenge, but I know I can't make that change on my own. It will have to be a legislative change. But we are in communication with a couple of colleges and universities that are willing to support us in that space.
Okay. It looks as though you all lost some detectives in all of the units from FY24 to FY25.
Yes.
My understanding is that reaching the rank of detective is highly desirable. Is this just an issue on paper, or have we had more retirements in the detective category and not enough promotions up?
A little bit of both, right? We've had some folks who have retired, and I'm actually in the process with my team of doing some promotions to detectives and then upgrading investigators to detectives here. Rather, I think the first week in May, we will have a promotion.
Okay. And just for clarification, let's say if I was a police officer from, I don't know, Baltimore County, where I had the rank of detective and I wanted to now work for MPD,
Do we allow for lateral movement in the same way, or would I essentially have to start, not over, but?
So there are moments where we do have lateral transfers from other police agencies. However, they cannot come into the agency as a detective. They would have to work their way up through the ranks. It's usually an officer to detective.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You know, as we talk about staffing, I would be remiss to not talk about sort of the current situation where, you know, the largest portions of the DC budget is public safety, public education, and human services. And right now, we're kind of in this situation where potentially we would be taking a hit to all three in terms of the continuing resolution passing there. And I don't want to put you in a position to have to sort of speak to that. So I'm going to speak and just sort of say, we seem to be moving in the right direction on terms of staffing. It would be a devastating blow, not just to the district, but also to the federal activities that MPD and FEMS and others support to see us go in the opposite direction on that front. I wanted to end sort of talking about the youth, which I know is an age group that you care a lot about personally, and also, but an age group that I feel like is having a trying time right now in the district. Can you talk a little bit about the efforts in the past year on illegal gun sales, particularly when we're talking about young people who are having access to these illegal firearms?
And you're absolutely right. I am up often, not as much as I used to be. Let me caveat by saying that we have seen a reduction in our interactions with youth, but and when I say reduction, in a lot of what we saw in 23 and 22, it's sort of declining. But yet at the same time, I still believe that there are some concerns that we have with juveniles. How they're getting the guns is still something that we're working on. And oftentimes you have to be able to have the right individual that's going to share that information with you and kind of let the team work behind the scenes to figure out how we can get to that point. And I don't want to shed too much light in that space.
Right.
But what I do know is that if we can connect with the child and the family and provide services, wraparound services for those individuals who are in our juvenile justice system, we might be able to make a difference. We have a youth and family engagement division that specifically their only job is to work with juveniles, whether it's in our schools, whether it's in their homes, whether it's missing persons, whether it's juveniles who are committing crimes, whether it's violent crime or property crimes. That's their only job, is to really focus on juveniles. And we have been intentional this past year. We promoted a new commander in that space. And then we're also intentional about making sure that they have the resources that they need. I talked a little bit earlier about the recidivism unit, the recidivist unit, which we've kind of dusted off a little bit, and we're doing some work in that space. And what that unit is responsible for is when kids come out of, let's say, DYRS, and they're or if they go to court under the OAG, if they divert them to a different program.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that.
You don't want to ask me about that on record?
No, I do actually want to ask you about that on the record, because this came up last week, I don't know. When was the last time? Last week with OAG, last week with Department of Human Services. The ACE program, I think, is something that could be very good in terms of the diversion programs that we're doing. The one thing that I cannot understand is that if a young person is being diverted, so do ACE in lieu of prosecution, why we give them 30 days to decide whether or not they want to participate in the program. And DHS said, or maybe it was the OAG, they said it's voluntary. And I was like, how is it voluntary? If it's in lieu of prosecution, you should have to show up, not in 30 days. Maybe we'll give you 48 hours if we need to work it out. But like this allowing diversion, but then if you go, you go. If you don't, you don't. And then when DHS is referring those cases back to OAG, nothing happening. I feel like that is putting a strain in terms of your officers dealing with the same kids over and over who know that for, you know, better lack of words, like nothing's going to happen. Are you having conversations with your agency partners around what I think is a deficiency in our diversion programs?
It is a deficiency. It's not what you think. I think if anybody had, if anyone has had the opportunity to really understand what's happening, and to your point, it's voluntary. And young people will say, I'll be out tomorrow. And a lot of these places that they go to, again, the group homes or shelters, I mean, they can't hold them. The kids walk right back out of the door as soon as they break the curfew. I mean, it is, I come from a place where I was a juvenile intensive supervision program where I worked as a probation officer for the city of New York. And I am one that believes that you can't give some of these kids options, and parents options. You have to make it mandatory. And what we're seeing right now is that, to your point, because there are options given to them and they can choose to go or not choose to go. So what does that say to my team? We're back out on the street dealing with the same young men and women over and over again for committing the same types of crimes.
Okay.
So
in terms of monitoring, so that's with youth. The other issue that I kind of have is around adults. So if adults on the ankle monitor, there are some people who believe that MPD is the one who is monitoring that on a daily basis. They don't understand the connection between us and the federal government in terms of that. Has MPD seen improvements in terms of real-time reporting when someone leaves the confines of the area that they're supposed to be in?
So I think what happens is we are able to get kind of sort of if we get a GPS hit, if that makes sense, in a particular area for an individual who may have been in an area where a crime was committed, we can certainly reach out to CSOS and we'll get the information of who that individual was and so forth and so on. That works for us, right? The problem is not that. The problem is like some of the GPS monitors are turned off. The battery dies, right? And then there's the monitoring needs to be a little bit more managed. I think they need to manage it a little bit better because we have found people who have monitors on and they're not working. So it doesn't help us if they happen to be in an area where a crime was being conducted, or they are the actual person committing the crime.
Right.
If the GPS monitor is not operable, it really doesn't help us.
And whose responsibility is that?
CSOSA, not the Metropolitan Police Department.
CSOSA, federal agency.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm over my time. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilor Henderson. And if I can just comment on two things that you said that I think are important. I think all of what you said was important, but one, in terms of your comment about us talking about Secure DC every couple of months, as a reminder, there were some amendments that some of our colleagues moved to make some of the permanent provisions temporary. And so we will continue to need to have those discussions. And the second point I wanted to make to your conversation around ACE, the last numbers I saw were that 54% of kids diverted to ACE were actually showing up. So that is something that our city needs to address, certainly. Thank you very much. I'm now going to turn to Councilmember Parker for another 15-minute round.
Thank you, and I'm back. I wanted to shift gears, and I believe this may have come up about the two officers that were reinstated by MPD. And so I just have a number of questions I just wanted to level set. The two officers in question, Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabowski. Is there an internal investigation happening related to either of these two officers?
The internal investigation has already been completed.
So it is completed?
Yes,
So
sir.
the council has authorized you as chief to take action or to discipline an officer when there is an adverse action found. Has there been an adverse action found based on MPD's internal investigation?
Yes.
And is there going to be any discipline for
sir.
either of these officers?
Yes, sir. And I don't know, I'd have to talk to general counsel how far I can go in talking about it, but the answer is yes.
Okay, so let me just be more clear. Has there been an adverse action found against Terrence Sutton?
Yes, sir.
Has there been an adverse action against Andrew Zabowski?
Yes, sir.
And there's some sort of action that MPD is taking related to both officers,
Yes, sir.
but you can't disclose at this moment.
I don't know if I have the authority to just right now because I'd have to speak to the general counsel.
Got it. Are either of those officers currently assigned to patrol units or engaging with the public writ large?
They are not.
They are not. Are you able to share which districts the officers are assigned to, if they are assigned to a particular police district?
They are not assigned to a police district.
Okay. Do you have a timeline for when you anticipate you will conclude whatever discipline actions you are likely to take?
Yes, I do, but I'd have to speak with general counsel to determine exactly when that time period is.
Okay. Last question here. For residents who are understandably concerned, what would be your message to them?
Well, my message would be, I know that there are complexities when it comes to accountability measures and discipline and how people feel about certain instances. In this particular case, the members of the department were pardoned. And based on the fact that they were pardoned and the U.S. Attorney's Office dismissed the charges with prejudice, the only thing that I can look at as the chief of police are really the administrative policy violations, which is what we did. I understand that there are concerns from members of community. I think if they had the opportunity to really sit down with us and talk with us to understand the process and how far I am able to go or could go in any chief of police in this matter when it comes to pardons, and then being able to look at what our table of penalties allow us to do for certain types of allegations and charges when it comes to discipline.
Okay.
And I can't go outside of the boundaries of that.
I understand. I will follow up offline, and hopefully by that point you will have more intel from your general counsel. But I did want to raise that. Obviously, it gives me pause and concern. I know it's complex for a host of reasons.
Yes, sir.
It is reassuring to know at least that these officers in question are not engaging readily with the public. I'm going to switch gears. I wanted to come to bench warrants, as I understand it. So individuals that have warrants that are just out on the streets and how MPD engages with these individuals.
No, I'm sorry.
I was going to say the reason why I'm inquiring about this is because routinely we hear about individuals that either don't show up to court for a criminal case, and there was an incident in Ward 5 where an individual, albeit suffering mental illness, had numerous warrants outstanding. And it begged the question from a lot of residents, well, why didn't we catch this person sooner before they engaged in this criminal activity? Can you just speak to what work MPD does or what resources you have at your disposal to gauge individuals with warrants and how that process plays out as you're patrolling the city?
So one of the things that I can appreciate with our relationship with CSOS, our federal partners, is that clearly folks that don't show up for court, we conduct what's called accountability checks. So we partner with CSOS, our officers will get with their team, and we will go and do door knocks to try to find these individuals and find out where some of them are. Number one, and it's twofold, right? Looking at the list of individuals who are not in compliance with their conditions of release. Again, would oftentimes cause or create a judge or someone to issue a bench warrant. So we do this on a regular basis, if that makes sense, with CSOSA to go out in community, do door knocks or accountability checks to see where these folks are. And then we also have members of our crime suppression team and members of our police department where there is a list that comes to us just recently. An individual, one of the members of CSOSA was sending us a list of individuals who have had some outstanding warrants. So we use two different kinds of mechanism in order to ensure that we're making contact with folks who have
So
bench
every
warrants.
time you make a stop, is there a database you run someone's name through to see, do you have a warrant?
Yes, they all, yes.
So theoretically, if a person is stopped and they have a warrant, that they should be detained, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and it depends on sometimes when you run a name and you have to determine whether or not that warrant is extraditable. In some instances, based on how the system, how it's written in the system or put in the system, whether or not some warrants are not extraditable, right? So person may have a warrant, you may be able to call the jurisdiction if it's not here in the District of Columbia, where the warrant was entered into the system, and some they'll say no, and sometimes they'll say yes. But anytime an officer, and I'm gonna use police jargon, runs a person's name or information, that information would be available to him or her immediately.
Okay. A related question based on databases. So a loved one's car was stolen in Ward 4 Shepherd Park neighborhood. They were fortunate to retrieve the car weeks later and then realized, wow, this person racked up all of these tickets on my car, which is not abnormal. But it also begged the question if DPW or DDOT, whoever was given the ticket at the time, was able to run and say, this car is illegally parked and therefore I'm going to give you a ticket. Why isn't that name being, or the car being flagged that it's stolen? Which to me just says your systems aren't talking to each other.
That's a possibility.
MPD system for a stolen car and DPW's system. What would it take to integrate those two systems?
I'm not sure, but I think that's a good comment that you bring up. And let me take some time to look into that if possible.
Okay. Even if there was a way on DPW's end that they could run a name or a license plate, it was a flag. And so I'm happy to follow up on that as well.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Related to that, I wanted to come to traffic.
Can I just go back for one thing? Just with regards to the warrants, our criminal apprehension unit and our capital area regional task force, which is called Cardiff, they go out and look for wanted individuals on a daily basis. That is.
What are those two units? I'm sorry, Cardiff?
The criminal apprehension unit, CAU, and then our Cardiff, our capital area regional task force, go out on a daily basis to look for individuals who have warrants.
And in addition to that, it sounds like you're receiving a log of people who are not showing up to court and you're going out.
We're able to,
Got it. That is helpful. And again, for some neighbors, they just are confounded, like why a person may have 3-4 warrants, and then it's not until they commit another act that they are apprehended. I wanted to come to traffic safety. I know this has been a priority for you. I totally understand the limitations on the force and why it's not feasible right now to pull over every car that may be speeding through a community or not stopping at a stop sign. Can you just speak about, and I'm not sure if this has already come up today, the work that your team is doing to expand current efforts to address traffic safety?
So one of the things that the team brought to my attention was the fact they didn't have enough personnel. So we assigned an additional 4 traffic safety officers to the unit. And you may be aware of the fact that we can conduct traffic safety compliance checkpoints twice a month. We look at the data, we look at the information that we have where we're seeing kind of sort of an increase in either traffic collisions or fatalities, and areas where we know we've seen just an increase in car traffic. And we choose areas across the city to conduct our traffic safety compliance checkpoints. Very intentional about doing that. We also stood up Operation Ride Right, which was really to look at individuals who are operating mopeds or motorbikes, if you will, illegally in our city, and what that means to me, not having a permit, operating without a license. The intent was really to make sure that they were in compliance. And as the slide shows, we've impounded over 67. We made 122 arrests, and we've issued 764 tickets. Again, trying to gain compliance on our roadways. And we will continue that effort as we continue to go throughout our summer
And that's
months.
what you're currently doing. Is there any attempt or ability to expand that, to do more than 2 checkpoints?
There might be, but and I can appreciate the ask. You know, I also have to prioritize those things that when I see trends and patterns in violent crime, I'm always looking to see how we can address those issues first. But certainly, the traffic safety compliance checkpoints and Operation Ride Right. We were doing traffic safety compliance checkpoints once a month, but now we've increased it to 2, and there may be a possibility for us to be able to do it later on in the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that this is a priority for you, and I get the constraints. I would say outside of MPD, as a city, we need to look to someone to beef up traffic safety. I know DPW is expanding its work, but this continues to be a focus for the council as we're seeing traffic violence increase. And related to traffic violence increasing, I would argue, I'm willing to bet that if you have racked up thousands of dollars of tickets and or you're doing 90 miles per hour or 100 miles per hour, the dots probably are not that far off that there are other acts that could be traced to those individuals.
That's true. And we're also working with our like Montgomery County. We do traffic safety checkpoints with Montgomery County, PG County. We partner with them also because we also know that it's not just limited to we also know that when we think about traffic violations and collisions and things like that, our bordering jurisdictions and police agencies and departments are having some of the same problems. So we will partner with them from time to time to also conduct traffic safety checkpoints.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm in my last minute or so. I wanted to end with cameras. I know this was a hot topic last year. Where are we today? Because the last we left off, I think last spring, MPD was in the process of ordering more CCTV cameras. And I see you flipping in your packet. So that means you may have already talked about it. So my apologies.
We have.
This is repeated. But more so, where are we today, and can neighbors expect more CCTV cameras in communities as a tool for safety?
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, because I think, the mayor has been very intentional about making sure that we are expanding, if you will, our CCTV cameras footage across the city. We have done, I think, from my perspective, we've done a significant job with making sure that we're putting cameras in places and spaces. Although we can't put them everywhere, we can certainly put them in areas around our city where we've seen a significant increase in crime. I think we're at roughly about 57 added in 2024. We plan to have 208 is planned for 2025. That gives us 600 cameras in total by the end of 2025.
Okay, and then the next question is more about 20 seconds, so I don't really have time. And Councilmember Pinto has given me the stare. But I would just say I have appreciated the partnership of now Assistant Chief Altieri. I know there's sensitivity to deciding where those cameras are placed. Neighbors don't always understand the reasons for MPD's selection or reason to move a camera. So as much as we can be in partnership to be on the same message when engaging neighbors, that would be great.
That's fair. That's a fair ask. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. Okay, Chief, a few more questions from me. So one of the items in your presentation that was concerning to me was the 80 pounds of mushrooms seized. Psilocybin, I think, is the scientific term. What are you finding with those seizures? Are all of those connected with illegal cannabis shops, or are there any other locations that you're finding?
We're only, right now, they're in the cannabis shops. That's where we're seeing the majority of that. I think when we're out in community, we do see marijuana, of course, and we do see fentanyl pills. But the majority of what we're seeing with regards to mushrooms are at our cannabis locations.
Okay. And is that coming in the form of edibles or it appearing in other food, or is it kind of standalone?
I think what we've been seeing is some of the standalone. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, because this is an area that I'm also very worried about getting into the hands of our young people. And as we see packaging become more prevalent in things like chocolates and gummy bears and other things that we saw in the cannabis space, it makes it even more likely that it could be abused by a young person. And
Absolutely.
lead
That is our
harm.
concern, because the packaging is very attractive, right? It's very colorful. It's, I mean, they've moved to kind of sort of, you know, where we had the Carmex where you can just kind of put it around your lips. I mean, they have it in Carmex jars. And let me tell you, the ability to repackage this stuff so quickly. You know, our team really, we have to be on top of what's out there. And we're seeing a lot of it being, and I'll say manufactured, if you will, inside these cannabis shops. And we're getting that information out to our patrol officers. So when they see it, they know exactly what to look for when they're making traffic stops or coming in contact with individuals that they place under arrest.
Thank you. In terms of the Real-Time Crime Center, I know that there's been some work done to partner with some of our business improvement districts to access their cameras. It's my understanding that you've worked with 2 bids so far. Are those efforts going to be expanded to other bids?
They will be, yes,
this
ma'am.
year?
It's just a matter of time. You know, we're still trying to, and I'll say convince, but really engage our business partners to really connect with the real-time crimes. And there is a benefit to that. We've seen it. Those of them who are connected see it. And it's certainly helpful for us.
Okay. Do we have a timeline that we think that might be?
I don't know. I'd have to talk to Commander Fitzgerald, who's truly been, and some of the commanders who have been engaged. But what we can do is get back to you on that,
Okay,
Councilmember.
that would be great. I know a lot of bids are very anxious to work with you all on that intervention. How have the community walks been going? Is that something that's had this sustained level of frequency as when you started?
Yes, and I'll look over there at the team and smile, because I think when I started, I told them they would conduct it for 52 weeks. And then when we got to week 52, they thought I was going to stop the public safety walks. But one of the things that I've been very intentional about is relationship-based policing. We have to build relationships in order for us to provide the services that we need to provide for community. We have to be in community. But more importantly, we need the community to come to us. It's one thing to say that the Metropolitan Police Department is responsible for crime across the city. We are. But we also know that we need those touch points in our community to be able to do it. And so we are continuing our public safety walks even as of this week. And today we have not decreased it. And it's really, and we have some community members come out, some don't. We invite members of council to also at some point, if you have the time in your schedule, to come and be of support, because what it will do is it will give you kind of a boots on the ground look of what's happening in some of our communities. But it also helps us if there are things that are outside of the footprint of the police department, we can connect those communities with resources.
Thank you. That's great to hear. There were a few policy recommendations from the Office of Police Complaints that I'm curious an update on. One was around warrantless misdemeanor arrests. They made several recommendations surrounding unlawful misdemeanor arrests, with recommendations to issue additional guidance to your members, provide updated training, advise members to verify a crime is an arrestable offense prior to making any warrantless misdemeanor arrests. OPC indicated that the recommendation 1 was fully implemented, but that the 2nd and 3rd are not. Not sure if you have an update on that, as well as their firearm training recommendation that OPC recommended MPD should review and reassess its firearm trainings program to improve accuracy and reduce the number of missed targets by officers when they discharge their firearms. And I know this is something you and I have discussed in the past, of increased training and ensuring that other non-lethal means are taken when they can be, and exploring other kind of tasers or other options like that that aren't as deadly. So
Right.
Do you have a response
And
to
so
other
may I
just-
give you an update on that? I'll have
Yes.
my team provide you with the update on the specifics on where we are with regards to the recommendation. When it comes to the firearms training, I mean, I have had, the team actually, it's interesting you say that about the firearms training, and we've added some additional things, training practices or modules, if you will, to our in-person firearm training. And I think the team used to do it. We're getting back on track with being able to do that. We do have tasers that are assigned to police officers, field training officers, and some of our police officers here in this in DC. We have OC spray, which are less lethal methods when we come in contact. We have, and I think good verbal judo is sometimes very good, and that's kind of an old school way of engaging individuals. But I think again it goes back to when we have established a good baseline in our community, and when we're able to come in contact with someone or an individual, sometimes being able to share words or say something will gain compliance, so that we don't have to utilize any of our non-lethal to lethal type of engagement.
Okay. Since the shooting and death of Justin Robinson, have there been any other trainings involved with officers, especially when somebody is asleep, around how to wake them up in a safe way, or approach a vehicle where you may not be able to see into, or there may be a weapon present?
And certainly that is something that we have looked at with regards to our recruit training, and then some of our in-person training that we have in TAC Village. It is certainly an area that we all want to make sure that our officers have the right tools in order to engage someone who is asleep in the vehicle, and making sure, and it's not necessarily so much as the training bulletin piece, addressing it during roll calls, because we do that. But I think the other piece is being able to train at our academy, having our folks go through kind of a rotation on how to engage. I think our MPD Academy training staff is one of the best at what they do, and their training is really, really, to me, I've come from a training background at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy in Georgia, where it really embarks upon the professionalism of what we have to have when we engage in suspects. And I say professionalism because there are various things that we have to look at when you're engaging someone who potentially could have a weapon in his or her possession that we can visibly see. How do we engage that individual? And so we're looking at different ways in which we can improve those interactions.
Okay, but that training has always been in place,
It has
right?
been.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is there a best practice around approaching a vehicle or somebody is sleeping?
Well, we have policy in place that tells us kind of that we're dictated and guided by. But I still think that the repetition of it, going through your physical training academy at our tactical village, having our officers go through those types of training, will also help to enhance how we engage individuals when we come in contact with them.
We heard earlier from Greg Pemberton, who's the chairman of the DC Police Union, as you know, and he spoke about the policy environment of MPD as being a hindrance to recruitment. And I wanted to get your take on that, because I know last year we tried to work together to address some of those concerns. And is that, from your perspective, still an issue with recruitment, or what are you finding as you?
I don't find the policy environment to be a hindrance with recruitment. I think I've kind of outlined some of the things that I think with regards to starting salary, with regards to the college credit hours have been, I think, some of the things that will help us in this space, but not necessarily a policy environment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to ask you about the reinstatement of officers Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabowski. Are you able to provide an update on their reinstatement?
They have been reinstated. With respect to how that process works, the officers have been out of work for a period of time, and based on our own policies, we have to look at if an individual is out for a period of time, there are policies in place that dictate how much training they need to go through before they can actually physically come back into the work world, if that makes sense. And then there's mandatory training on top of that. Every year, there's mandatory training that we have to go through. They have to complete all of that, plus they have to go back into a classroom setting to obtain the training to get them back to where they should be based on the time period that they've been away from the department.
Is it always the case that officers would be reinstated after criminal charges were, in this case, pardoned?
So I don't know. This is the first time I've had to experience that. But I know the nexus to that was that the charges were dropped with prejudice. So what that says to me and legally is that I can only look at any policy violations when it comes to any type of discipline or anything like that.
And is that a process that MPD is still engaged in and looking to see if there were policy violations?
That is a process that we have gone through and we've completed.
And you've completed, can you share the final analysis of that review?
As I stated, I don't want to get ahead of it because I know that these are members and I don't know what I can and cannot say based off of general counsel, but we have conducted the internal policy violations. We did determine that there were policy violations, and we have made the decision to address the discipline based on those violations in accordance to our table of penalties.
Okay, and when or will those will that table of penalties be shared with the public at any point?
So I don't know. I'd have to ask general counsel, my general counsel, to be fair and because I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
For that. So I know that we agree that everybody needs to follow the law, whether they're a member of the public or a member of Metropolitan Police Department. What is your internal policy like when there is an allegation that an officer violated a policy?
We in the MPD world, we draw numbers and then it goes over to internal affairs for investigation.
And who makes a determination on if a case gets referred to internal affairs?
I think if it comes into one of the commanders, they'll send it over to internal affairs. If it comes to me, I'll send some of them over to internal affairs based on the nature of what the allegation is. And I say based on the nature of an allegation. If somebody calls and says, "Hey, I don't know, I saw somebody sitting on a bicycle instead of riding on a bicycle," like, would I send that to internal affairs? Probably not. I probably call the district commander and say, "Hey, have a conversation with that person about whatever." But if there are serious misconduct, they all go to internal affairs.
Okay, but that's up to your discretion or the commander's discretion?
Or anyone within the leadership rank and file.
Okay. In terms of the body-worn camera footage, the Office of Police Complaints found that in 33% of cases in FY24 had at least one instance of body-worn camera non-compliance. In 9% of cases, the body-worn camera was turned on late, and in 13% of the cases, the body-worn camera was not turned on at all. 3% was obstructed. How does MPD monitor that type of compliance and ensure that body-worn cameras are turned on and not obstructed?
A series of making sure that we are addressing that during roll call. Obviously, that's how we manage it. But then the other piece of it is that when we're looking at the body-worn camera footage, if the particular officer has not turned on his or her body-worn camera footage, it goes over to internal affairs for an investigation.
Thank you. There were several news articles recently reporting that MPD officers accumulated more than $140,000 in fines from speed and stop sign cameras. About 32,000 of those fines were still unpaid. So it's my understanding that all of those go through a review process. And of course, officers don't and shouldn't incur fines while they're on official duties. But is it the responsibility of the department to pay fines that were appropriately given, like if an officer was off duty?
So it is the responsibility of the department if in fact they incurred the, we're talking about camera light violations, while in the performance of their duty, we do take care of that. If it's outside, it's my own, let me say, I pay my own. Because I do know that there are moments if I'm driving to and from and there's a camera light violation, I do pay my own violation. And I'm under the impression that we do that for everybody. Is that correct? If they're on official business, right? And if they're not on official business, they are responsible for paying their own. That's the way it should be.
Right, but since $32,000 of the fines that were issued are still unpaid, it's possible, it's likely that not everybody is paying their fine. That's
There's a
being-
possibility, and I should probably look into that.
So some are still being reviewed, like if they're in the process of being reviewed, it
Okay.
should be waived. So
Okay, there it is. Some of them are still being reviewed and in the process as to whether or not they should be waived or not.
Okay.
There you go.
So that's helpful, but if I can ask you to look into
look
that, because
into
that
it, yeah.
number just seems
Pretty
very
high.
high. Just to make sure, as we tell everyone in the public, we all have to follow the law.
That's right.
We all have to follow the law.
I'm with you. I pay mine. I mean,
Yes, me too.
hate-
We'll seek this year not to get any more tickets. How is the pilot program that you started last year, I think with then Commander Altieri, for the scans to make sure that officers are kind of out of their cars and in community? I think it was started in 5D where there was
The QR codes?
QR code, yes.
Yeah, they're actually, they've been going pretty good. I think we have them in most of our districts right now. That's officers get out and conduct the business checks. They scan the QR code. I think it's been certainly a viable tool that we use to ensure that our officers are getting out and having contact with our businesses.
Okay. Great. So I had some more questions about DFS, but we can talk about some of that offline because we're running out of time here. But I want to continue making sure that we're working closely with DFS and that all handling of evidence is done expeditiously and with fidelity so we can have our cases move through the system. I want to ask you briefly about the sound amplification provisions that we worked together to put in place on an emergency basis in November, December, that we're working now to make permanent. How many arrests have been made, or have you made any arrests for violations of the Residential Tranquility Act?
I don't think we've made any, if I'm not mistaken. And I think once that went into effect, we have not had any uptick, any issues or any concerns at this point. So I think that emergency bill went into effect and was very helpful for members and community.
Okay, I'm really glad to hear that. And I understand where the concern comes from, but we heard this a lot with drug-free zones and we heard this a lot with residential tranquility, this concern that there would be, major challenges to people's rights to kind of walk and exist freely in our city. And I think these are two very important examples of things being implemented as they were intended and with the care that you all have exercised. So thank you for that. And hopefully we can get a permanent version of that passed so that in those limited circumstances, when someone is targeting a home or throwing projectiles at someone's home, that we get that balance right of supporting First Amendment activities and also supporting peaceful and quiet enjoyment of your home. Okay, well, I'm going to stop there. Chief, as always, I want to give you the opportunity if you have any thing else you want to highlight or any closing thoughts you want to share.
No, I just wanted, if I had to say anything, we certainly appreciate the support of the Metropolitan Police Department from the members of council and the relationships that we continue to build with your team as well as with City Council, I'm sorry, as well as with members in our community.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. The feeling is mutual. Really appreciate your leadership. And I don't think it is an accident that when you began July of 2023 is when we started seeing the numbers come down. And I know it has been a long year and a half We have spoken, I think, at every hour that exists in the day, out of every day of the week. And I know you and your team work so hard every single day and night to make sure that we can fulfill our promise and our obligation to the residents and visitors of the city that everybody should be safe.
Yeah, I could not be more proud of this team. I mean, it's been a journey. And I think we've made some really positive decisions when it comes to who's in leadership. And as you talk about, you and I are up sometimes different times at night. I know this leadership team is very passionate about being very intentional with driving crime down in the city. And again, to the members of the Metropolitan Police Department who do this work every single day, I'm very proud of them. And the only thing I can ask is that we continue to drive crime down in the city.
Thank you very much. And I will add my thanks to every member of the Metropolitan Police Department. You are all very instrumental in our efforts to make sure that our city is safe. And so we appreciate you and all you do for all of us. And with that, the time is 5:23 p.m.